Just sketching. Just sketching. Thank you. Hello, what's going on? Hello, what's going on? Hey. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hello, Bozo, Bozo. What's going on? Just sketching. Thank you. Thank you.
'Kay, there you go.
There you go.
It's called Akitobia by Alia, A-L-I-A, Akitoba.
The song's called Akitoba.
僕らなら何と
what's up? What's up, dear? Hello, what's up? How's life going? Okay. Pretty good, please. Oh, that's fine. We're good. Is that a show or? We got 34 people sitting there, or 31. It's going pretty okay. is like a Telltale game. Telltale? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. Hey, hey, bro. What's going on, bud? Hello. Stop. Yeah, not right now. I'll jump to TikTok in a bit. It's just that I need to make content for Instagram. Yep. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I'll turn back on TikTok. I just need to make content for Instagram. Since I was 6. I didn't take this job seriously until I was 23, 24. When I say take seriously, I mean like actually sit down and actually learn. I've been drawing all my life now. Hello, how goes it? Thanks, I appreciate it. Recent many years of experience, but not like, I'm not gonna count my teenage years. So I was not really putting that much effort. I did draw, but I just didn't put that much. Hello. Clips to you, Pain. How are you? Clips do you paint? Why, dude? What the fuck? What kind of question is that? What the fuck? doing studies, chill. Thank you. I'm a dude, bro. I'm taking. Let me see. How long has it been? How's this taken? I think about 15 minutes. I don't know what you're asking for then. If you're talking about the drawing, then it's just a sketch. Fuck no. I'm not doing that. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. I don't want to say teaching, or like you guys just happen to be in my presence doing. I'll confirm things when I was listening. But. Okay. I'm just sketching random. Hello. Not much, just doing my thing. Hello.
Hiroyuki Sano, you see it big, or something. You see it big by Hiroyuki Sano, I think. Yep. No, it's Hiro Yuki Sawano. See how we have 30-something people in the room? See how there was 30-something people in the room? Now I draw a dude, there's 8. Very low.
that route. Oh well. Yeah. Hello. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That goes pretty high. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, you can't do that. You gotta be a student to make that recommendation.
No, I have not. I didn't know what it really was till you said something about it. A bit. Yeah, it's totally like a Telltale type game. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the gift. Thank you. Oh, since they since you sent that, you got a headshot. You got a sketch headshot. What headshot do you want of? You got a headshot request. They sent two? Did you send two? See, I sent one. They said, oh, they sent a pumpkin head and a trophy. You can pick any character you like. I don't let me tell anything too crazy because, well, it's a headshot, so. It's up to you. Are you talking about Momo Ayase? Okay. Okay, Momo Ayase, yeah. Okay. Let me do this hand real quick and then we'll get straight to that. Okay.
Hello. Yep, it's good. Oh, Santa 100, thank you. Thank you. Hey, more gifts. Let's go. Thank you. E. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tater Tot. Thank you, Tater Tot. I appreciate it. At least people on YouTube are nice. Thank you. Thank you. At least people on YouTube supports. Fucking TikTok game people with TikTok donate is like pulling teeth. I don't have to act or anything. You guys are amazing. Jesus shit. I see why people go to YouTube. I see why people go to YouTube and don't go to fucking TikTok anymore. TikTok is ass. Yeah, very slowly. There we go. Now the hand is not perfect, but I'll fix it later when I get to the sketch. Alright, let's do it. I understand. Find a good headshot. Yeah, I think it's a good enough headshot. What the fuck is this? Okay. Okay. You know what? Okay. I'm gonna jump to okay, let me see here. Alright. Before I get straight to the headshot, I'm going to stop Instagram. Probably might come back later, Instagram. I'm gonna go to TikTok. There, Instagram. I just needed content for Instagram, so I have something to post. Hello. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. Like that. Select this. Done. Okay, let's get it right here. There we go. Done. All right. Ready? Nope. Hello. Very beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you. Thank you for the latte. I appreciate it. Thank you. There you go. Thank you. Hello, hello. What goes it? No. This is a commission request. Thank you. Go. Stop. My channel. I'm doing well. How about you? I recommend my channel. But then again, I would just say learning to turn characters or put them on a side angle, you gotta use boxes on that one. It's gonna be more accurate. If you're just learning, use circles, like spheres and stuff. I would use boxes, that's faster. It'll teach you to be more accurate. There you go. Indians. You said it. Hello. I'm so happy when you want to know why you're so happy. Why are you so happy? You got rights to Megatron? What does that mean? You mean you bought it, or you bought a figurine? Like, that's very... I don't know. Mematron.
Jolly sure says I teach.
Hello. Hello. Hey, hey. I'm not really sure about the Memetron thing. I don't know what that means, but I'm happy for you, I guess. I guess a win's a win, right?
Jolly and sure says it's my birthday.
Oh, it is, really? Okay. I got you, hon. Hold on. Oh, I know, right? This song is a real banger. I'm surprised not a lot of people talk about it this much. Zero Ichi. When you say rights, what do you mean, like a figurine? Fire Force is literally a good thing. Yeah. Are you still here, hon? Yes, I was commissioned to draw this. No, it just depends. Nope, I don't animate, so I don't tell you. A year. Are you still here? Hello. One of those what? What exactly? Thank you, I appreciate it. Is Ari still there? I think she left. I was gonna play the birthday song, but I guess she left. Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, it's my default brush I use all the time. Yeah, that was good enough. It's just a crayon. This is defaulted. I don't use special brushes. I think that's a waste of time. Just a crayon. No problem. Hello. Pretty good. Nice, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm doing a commission request. Thank you. Let's go! Let's go! I don't know, no nothing. I'm in my climate, this ain't even follow form. They know me down, but still my feet, they on the floor. I went from living room straight out to sold out doors. Life's fire, but once I'm ready for the war. Whoa! We're listening to this Disney song. Let's go! This is the real Fairy King song. Let's go! I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. I don't know, no nothing. From the screen to the ring to the bend to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always come on a ring. Let's listen to this Disney song. Oh, this is how the story goes. Think of it, everybody knows. I don't know, no nothing, but no ice on just cold. 40-something, Billy, so I've been told. Highway to heaven, I'm just cruising by my own. They catch me out. Yeah, the eyes are a little weird. My faith in God, mine in the sun, I'm by the soul. My life's hard, I took the wheel, I cracked the code. Yeah. Ain't nobody gonna save you, baby, from the break. Fry. Felipe. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where it shows, I skated and they froze. I don't know, no nothing, but no ice on just cold. 40-something million, so I've been told. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where it shows, I skated and they froze. I don't know, no nothing, but no ice on just cold. 40-something million, so I've been told. I show these things. I tell you something, that's a Disney song. You can't tell me. You can't tell that's not a Disney song. The Parrot King song. That was for season 3. That is a Disney song. That song should have worked in the 2010s. It would have worked. I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You let me dry just like the tears you never showed. It's generic as fuck. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want to go. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want to go. I never needed anything from you, and all I ever asked was for the truth. You showed your tongue and it was forked in two. Your venom was lethal, I almost believed you. Yeah, you prayed on my every mistake, waiting on me to break. Held me out, I Oh, boys now. Boys now. Well, boys did do that back in the day. When I was growing. But since everything's so hyper progressive, that died a long time ago. I hear you, bud. Usually it happens online. Most cases, the bullying has transferred to online, so.
I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I owned and known. I'm letting go. I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of
What's up? Yep, most likely. Myself, so I can feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost myself. Where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stops out. It came without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of. Hey, Meg, what's going on? even to let you go. It's always a pain. Such a pain to get it right. Such a pain in the ass to do.
I take the fall. I got you covered when there's no one at all. Oh yeah, and I see through the night when you got demons trying to break through the walls. There ain't no kind of line that I wouldn't cross if you need me to. You're out here searching for signs, so I think it's finally time that you knew. Nobody got you the way I do. Whatever demons you're fighting through, when you need somebody to turn to. Nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. Nobody, 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 yeah, got you the way I do. Nobody, 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 yeah, nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. When you go dark and the nights get so cold, I'll be on my way to you. You know I ain't trying to lose you, no. If you're in hell, I go there too. There ain't no kind of line that I wouldn't cross if you need me to. You're out here searching for signs.
Season's 2 out already? Okay.
Every time that you knew, nobody got you the way.
Hello, Melissa. What's going on, hon?
Whatever demons you're fighting through, when you need somebody to turn to. Nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. Nobody, 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 yeah, got you the way I do. No, no, no. Nobody, 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 nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. Nobody got you the way I do. Nobody, 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 yeah, got you the way I do. Nobody, 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 yeah, nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. Nobody, 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 nobody got you the way I do.
Hello.
I've been throw up the sex in and I can put you in. I can put you in. I've been throw up the sex in and I can put you in.
Yep.
I can see the whole city from this balcony. Back in 2019, I was outside freely, but now they got it out for me. I don't care what frat you was in, you can't offer me. Keep dreaming. Pineapple juice, I give a sweet, sweet, sweet semen. I know what they like, so I just keep cheesing. Hard drive full of EC. Trying to come the same day as Jack rethinking. You don't need Givenchy, you need Jesus. Why do y'all sleep on me? I need reasons. I got Plex in the mail peak season. Shout out to my UPS workers, making sure I receive it. You can do it too, believe it. I've been throw up the sex in
I'm trying to find out they stuff out.
and I can put you in.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to find the song.
I can put you in. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes, I am. They say you a superstar now, damn. I guess I am. You might be the man, well that's unless I am. Okay, I'll confess I am. Go ahead and get undressed, I am.
Oh.
Okay, cool, you want sunset? I'm about to slide, okay. I'm outside, okay. This lifestyle don't got many downsides. Except for the lack of time I get round my family. Making sure they never downsize. I got visions of my mom saying, wait, this house mine. Can't lie, I'm on Angus Cloud 9. I got him on a bandwagon now, about time. I ain't even got no downtime. Every time I speak, she say, yeah, that sounds fine. I've been a throw up the sex in her. And I can put you in.
No, the song's called First Class. It's just using the Fabulous sample from Perky. The eyes look soulless. I need to fix them. It's lacking soul. Hello. I don't feel like my dreaming. It's been more like got me feeling. I'm not technically wrong.
Waking up, feeling like the thing for one. Count up my ones, lacing up my favorite ones. One of a kind, one of one, but only one. Got one shot and one chance to take it. Kiss my mama on the forehead before I get the cold red. Cause I was born bred to go in. Toast ready, swing by 410, beef patty cornbread. In the concrete jungle with my homies. All get focused, all range of doses. The nickname Mr. King and do the most is. I was living down bad in my folks' crib. Now I'm laughing to the bank and the joke is there more things that folks did or folks get. We been getting this fly since some poke kids. My rich friends and my broke friends coexist. They love the mix and we know what it is.
Hello. How come? Yeah. If it's gonna be dark, then it's gonna be memorable.
I couldn't wait for you to come
Most likely. There has to be some form of stakes. If everything ends up being happy, then it's not realistic. Something's gotta give. Hold on. Drawing or the show? Hold on. Okay.
とちょっとでおかえりかけてたのに飲んで吐いて全忘れちゃい水を残った本心鏡合わせ見つめ合えたらお前と好きにと二人やるせない理解そうどの夢を見たいお前と好きにと二人甘いハート Don't stop the music darling 本当に分かってるいけないことだったってかってる多分時間だけが過ぎてく本当にしてく裸になってしまうだけ、きっと溜ってくんだずっと終わってしまえばいいとふっと傷んで腐ってくに甘い感じすように僕は壊れていくって振って全部忘れちゃい嘘をかぶってなんと隣り合わせ見つめ合えたらお前と好きにと二人分かりたいのに
Hello.
今のは
How goes it?
嘘が嫌いお前と好きにと二人分かりたいのに Two step with me darling yeahお前と好きにと二人やるせない理解そうどの夢を見たいお前と好きにと二人甘いハート Don't stop the music darling お前と好きにと二人わからないけど変に今のは嘘でもいいからと君と二人甘いハート Don't stop the music darling
I'm glad you do. Yeah, I heard this thousands of times since. For the phone.
all the beauty in your face and all the innocent smile when you're not afraid to die. I'm afraid the future goodbye. Lost the sun above my head. Lost myself in things I said. And why is all you've ever seen? You're lying behind the screen. And all it needs to be you and I'm forgiven.
gotta remember, you're in front of the camera. It looks big, but it probably isn't all that big, to be honest. Come on, baby. Come on, darling. Let me steal this moment from you now. Come on, darling. Let me steal this moment from you now. Come on, angel. Come on, darling. Let's exchange the experience. Nope. Not really. Not really. I really don't think so. Too many damn references in that thing. You're better off just watching Free Guy. Like, there's already a Fortnite movie. It's called Ready Player One. That's pretty much Fortnite if you think about it.
I couldn't wait for you.
Eh. Yep. You already heard it. I guess so. Okay. Thank you. Hello. I can see this show getting a live action movie. I just realized. Wait, hold on, go back. I know, but I can see them doing that though. Like, it's one of those hit shows that will get a live action one way. And since Netflix is producing it, I wouldn't put it past Netflix to make a live action in a couple of years. I wouldn't put it past them. Netflix be on that bullshit. Especially with like they feel like they produce it. Yep. The jokes might fall flat too. Actually, they might even water down majority of the jokes anyway. Yeah, that's what they do. Because Netflix is woke or just straight pussy. That's usually how it is. In most cases. They're gonna go with safe and sanitized instead of edgy and based. They'll never do it. That's why you don't let Westerners write, actually I guess it was written to Westerners to agree. Old, new Westerners, you don't put new Westerners to write an old Western show that was actually a hit. Because it has to be safe. Because they're too scared to piss off some stupid movement. Pretty pussy at that. Thank you. And the old one? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think he was the same either. I think he was sanitized as well. I think. Hello. Why do people tell me this? I remember when Aang told the Earthbenders to literally done Earth. I remember there was 7 vendors that moved one CGI shit rock. That was horrible. That was the most egregious thing I've ever seen. Yeah, one CGI rock. It's not even a boulder. It was a rock. It was like a slab. Like, it was a slab of rock. It was not even like a literal like boulder. It was a slab of rock, which was strange because one person pulled a whole boulder out of the floor, but it took 7 dudes to move one slab of rock to hit one, I think one firebender. That shit is crazy. Thank you. That shit was fucking. If no one didn't think that was a problem, then there's something mentally wrong with people. Like, you think that to yourself. One person pulled a whole boulder, like a big slab of boulder, out of the floor to defend against one fire attack. They really thought that. And then it took 7 dudes, I think it was 7 to 5 dudes, to pick up one slab of rock to throw at one firebender, and they thought that was perfectly fine. Yeah, I remember that. That was, oh god. That shit was wild, bro. Hello, Cosmo. What's going on? I don't know why people say insane things like that. I don't know what's the win in that. I really don't know. You're not wrong. Thank you for the follow. Why do people on TikTok don't like talking? Like compared to YouTube people. It's like a weird stark difference between y'all. It's weird as shit. No one likes talking on TikTok. TikTok is weird. It's like no one likes to talk. They'll come in here and say hi, but they don't want to talk. I respond to them. Yeah, I do. I really do. Like it's like even if they don't know, they just literally say something. I don't know. It's just like they say hi. I think people are literally scared to say anything on YouTube. Hello. Hello, Black Cat. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, bro? I think people like Asmongold make that possible. I think that's why. I'm trying to think this. Because YouTube is more open to like reactions and stuff and starting conversation. With TikTok, you can't really do reactions without getting in trouble. Because the whole content thing. So I'm thinking that's the reason. And then plus, it tends to give some funny takes sometimes, so like that just makes it even more worthy of other people who are just insane. Yep. Like it's weird because like I'm currently right now at 100k followers, right? I'm currently at 100k followers, right? But because I'm at 100k followers, like, because I'm at 100k followers, it just doesn't feel that much of accomplishment, because it's not the same as like on a YouTube or like a Twitter, you know, because like It's weird. No, she's a commission that I was commissioned to draw in a video game. My movie character. That's very specific. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. I got you. Nope, it's from Dandadan, and this is a commission. But they go, okay, later, then. YouTube. Later, Black Cat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. See, this is the difference between people on TikTok and people on YouTube. For some reason, people on YouTube are willing to like have a conversation with me. People on YouTube, TikTok just don't want to say jack shit to me, or they say insane things. You know, these things. Hello. What do you like to draw? I'd love to hear what you like drawing. That's not a big concern. Ooh, you make scary stuff. Is it cosmic or just gore? Originals or fanos? I'm drawing normal eyes. This was a free commit. This was a commission. I don't take requests for free. You have to pay for that, like someone did. That's what this person did. I don't do shout outs. I don't know why they do that. I don't do shout outs. Who cares about shout outs? Who the fuck wants shout outs? That shit is stupid. It doesn't do anything for anyone. What the fuck? That shit died in 2012. What the fuck? It's the weirdest fucking shit. You can still do shout outs? That shit is stupid. Shit crazy. It doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't even give clout. It's just nothing. It's like a soulless thing. Like, I'm even surprised to this day people still ask for shoutouts. That does not work. I'm like, for what? No one's gonna remember what the fuck I said. It's the weirdest thing. That shit used to work back in like 2012, 2011, 2010, 09, shit, 08. Probably even 07 and 6, but damn.
Used to keep it cool, used to be a fool, all about the bounce in my step. Watch it on the news, what you gonna do? I could hit refresh and forget. Used to keep it cool. Should I keep it light, stay out of the fight? No one's gonna listen to me. If I write a song, preaching what is wrong, will they let me sing on TV? Should I keep it light? Is that right? Way up we go, been up and down that road. Way up, oh no, we gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me standing in line, you're only serving lies. You got something to hide, we gon' burn the whole house down. We gon' burn the whole house down. Yeah, used to let it go, walk into the show, gawking at the tricks of your sleeve. Too good to be true, full I'm in a room, full of entertainers and thieves. Used to let it go. Oh no. Way up we go, been up and down that road. Way up, oh no, we gon' burn the
Whole house down.
Watch me standing in line, you're only serving lies. You got something to hide, we gon' burn the whole house down. We gon' burn the whole house down.
Artextric says WSP bro.
What's up? What's up, Rick? What's going on, bro?
Should
Hey, my tongue.
or should I
March with every stranger through Twitter to get shit done.
used to hang my head low, now I hear it loud. Every stranger from Twitter is trying to burn this down. Way up we go, been up and down that road. Way up, oh no, we gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me standing in line, you're only serving lies. You got something to hide, we gon' burn the whole house down.
I'm just drawing. Mama Ice.
I've seen the devil down sunset in every place, in every face.
I'm always constantly stressing, so I don't get much sleep. But I did sleep a little bit. I did sleep a little bit. I'm good. Thanks, bud. I'm good. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to. I want to get the stuff I need to get done. I never got around to like Aaron's drawing. I gotta get around to that. I gotta get the auction ready, and then really get the gaming stuff running. I gotta put all the content I did on. I posted on TikTok, on YouTube, but what's great about that is I can just. What I love about using YouTube when posting my shorts or my reels or a case may be, is that I can put them all up and schedule them to come out on their own. Plus, I can technically edit them all at once. So if I have 50 different videos, I can edit them all at once without doing them each, and that takes a lot of time. Another thing. I'm sorry about how Mia was acting. I had to talk to her after the stream. Mikey. All that yelling and shit she was doing.
I know what you're probably thinking. Why put out a VR headset in 2026? Big hit VR games have been few and far between in recent years, but Valve is...
Wait. Before we jump into that, we need to know... I didn't get to see the trailer. Hold up.
Hello again, everybody. In spite of my best efforts to... Hey, everyone. This is Steam Deck. Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming PC that lets you take your Steam library with you anywhere. We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere, and we couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you. We're excited to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today, because this isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck.
I know. But that shit was getting annoying when she was getting all mad. I'm like, bro, chill. You first started playing. Like, you just gotta calm the fuck down. No one's telling you to be perfect at the game. All you need to do is just chill, and it'll work itself out. If you don't know how to do something, me or Mike will guide you through it. When she's doing that yelling shit, I can't, like, engage because, like, everyone's gonna think, wow, why is she screaming? So I had you deal with her. I was like, that shit was pissing me off. I was like, why are you acting like that? Why is the my female mods always have a fucking breakdown when it comes to being on stream? Like, what the fuck? Why is it that my male mods tend to have a calm head even if they don't know what to do? Like, what the fuck? It's like, it's strange as hell. like, calm the fuck down. Like, you don't have to have a fucking cow about it. It's not that serious. It's never that deep. Well, that screaming makes you look insane, and this is going to be on stream for people to come back and clip, so, like, stop screaming. Look at crazy person.
This is a video about the future of
Shit
Steam
was
hardware.
pissing me off.
Today,
It was like, what
we're
was pissing me off was not the fact that she died or anything. What was pissing me off was that attitude she was having. That shit was pissing me off.
announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup. All connect you with powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026. Let's start with this one. This is the new Steam controller. The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam games at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just like with Steam Deck, we want you to be able to play any game with your Steam controller, even games never built with a controller in mind. It has all the great features from Steam Deck, like trackpad,
What is that?
gyro, and back buttons, all in a comfortable form factor. Its next-generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved responsiveness and longevity. We've put capacitive touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the touch of your thumb, or your pinky if you're feeling fancy. Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for over 35 hours of playtime. With Steam Controller, we want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the Puck. The Puck is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic
that's why I got
charger included with
Game
every
Sir.
Steam controller. Snap it on to charge. Once you're charged up, snap it off again. You can play over Bluetooth.
I think
or
now
Wi-Fi.
it's going to be industry standard that if your remote is considered to have stick drift, you are the China-made remote at that point. I think that's what's going to go on because when I partner up with GameSir, the biggest thing for me when I did that commercial for them was that it was about the fact that you cannot get stick drift. That's the biggest thing for me. Like, I don't even use remote. I only like using remote when I'm playing a fighting game, but, like, that's as far as it goes. So I'm going to rarely ever touch my remote because I play on PC now. Like, but then again, that was a great selling point for me for people who wants to get most out of their PC gaming or even their console gaming, you know, so.
Wired connection too. The new Steam controller works with any device running Steam or Steam Link, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone, Steam Deck, or the new Steam Machine. Oh, this is the new Steam Machine. Steam Machine is a powerful gaming PC in a small but mighty package, designed for your games on the big screen. It's quiet too, which is crazy since it's 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck, powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam Machine runs SteamOS made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your office,
This might be
or wherever
up
you
your
play,
alley,
with the rest of your
Mikey.
PC accessories.
Maybe you should get this. Maybe you should get a Steam Machine. I guess Steam Machine. Let's hope.
Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck,
Wait,
like
let me
lightning
go on.
fast
Let me
sleep
check.
and wake.
Let me check. How much would? If it's $300, that will sell. The most. Nothing. Let me see. Because that sounds like it sounds like a built-in PC. It sounds like a pre-built PC, Steam-wise. So like an Alienware or something. So, Steam Machine price. Lowest Steam cost. I don't think they. We know about the Bow's 4K console cost. Steam Machine. Steam Machine. I see it, but where's the price? You guys not gonna tell us the price? Is it much more than... Yeah, it would be nice to build one, but now it's expensive to build your own PC. It used to be cheaper to build your own PC. Shit's crazy. It's not giving me a price. I don't think they set a price yet.
An SD card slot to easily expand your storage, and bring some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip, which can show different system functionalities, or your own light show. Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software you want, and it works with all your favorite desktop and gaming accessories. Steam Machine is designed to work hand in hand with the Steam controller, with the low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller puck built right in. And it's great for streaming your games to your phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame. Oh, yep, this is Steam Frame. Steam Frame is Valve's next generation VR hardware. Stream all your Steam games, VR and non-VR alike, in this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset. Steam Frame uses camera-based tracking, so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up. Steam Frame controllers, included with the headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR titles, like motion controls and capacitive tracking for
I
all
think
your...
a big selling point for most VR headsets isn't that it has all these capabilities inside the contraption. I think the biggest selling point for these things are usually how small and how easily it is to put it on and off, and not getting like disoriented by wearing it too long. Like there's that one VR headset I really like that's been showing on VR chat. It's that really thin looking. It's like really small. It's like the size of my hand. Like you can literally just hold it in my hand. Like that's the whole VR headset, not this bulky thing on your face. Like I'm not saying it's not super big compared to my Oculus 2, but like most people like the convenience of something small and compact you can put in your pocket compared to something big and you have to carry around with a fucking suitcase. You know what I'm saying? But then again, I guess that's just being spoiled. That's how it happens when you become spoiled over a time of how technology getting better and better, and you just expect it to be as perfect from the jump. So
your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library. They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam controller for responsiveness and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam controller, a great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset. To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi 6 connection. And the game is streamed to your frame optimized for VR, using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC, running Steam OS. In addition to streaming, you can install and play a bunch of VR and non-VR games right in the headset without a host PC. You can also expand your onboard storage to fit even more games with a micro SD card. Steam controller, Steam Machine, and Steam Frame. All built with the same DNA as Steam Deck. All powered by Steam, work together, and can be used however you'd like, with whatever peripherals and accessories you choose. Everything you see here is the culmination of what we've learned from our previous hardware experience, and what we've wanted ourselves as gamers. powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem, giving you more ways to enjoy the games you love and discover new ones. Steam Controller, Steam Machine, and Steam Frame are all shipping in early 2026. Learn more at steampowered.com.
They didn't give a price.
Hardware.
So either it's much expensive that they're pulling off, or they just want you to get excited for the machine first and think about it, and let simmer before you make a decision. This is gonna sell. Yeah, you know what? This is gonna sell because Steam is very like consumer friendly in most cases when it comes to their prices of their games. So like that's just the fact that they just did this, that they made an ecosystem of like different devices you can get, makes it much more easier for people to like access their games. Especially like the games are usually pretty cheap. It's like it's super like consumer friendly and also it's great for like indie devs. So like that makes yeah, I think they're gonna dominate. Like I can see like Steam literally dominating over PlayStation and Xbox. Xbox is a joke. You can't even take that shit seriously. Xbox is kind of ass. It's like it doesn't exist anymore. It's a piece of shit. So like, and Nintendo's hated as fuck. So I think the only one that's gonna be taking over at this point will be Steam, and PlayStation's just gonna like lollygag around and just fuck around. I just have that feeling. Like PlayStation doesn't seem like it's there anymore as it used to, especially with the woke shit they keep pushing. So let's see. Reference, but does it? It's a little awkward. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah.
Convinced that
Yeah. Like everyone's gonna like it's eventually gonna get to a point where buying a console is so stupid it's beyond anything for like an exclusive publisher. You're better off just getting a fucking PC or a Steam machine because most likely you're gonna play most of your games on that anyway. So it makes no sense to get a fucking Xbox console, PlayStation console, and Nintendo didn't get with the time and start putting their fucking games on the PC. It's not like we emulate most of your games anyway on different devices. Also get with the program, bro. And fix your fucking internet connections when it comes to your games. Like, shit, Nintendo. You have time to sue people over shit, but you don't have time to fix your servers. Fuck you. See here.
Commander?
This is an hour long. I'm not listening to this. They're right. Wow, these people.
Everyone knows.
You know what's crazy? How these people be like how these influencers or tech influencers, when a new device drops, they get it like the next fucking day. Guaranteed.
It is just better for VR gaming. It's faster, more accurate, and it's more reliable. Well, here's the thing. Valve isn't everyone, and the new Steam Frame took my expectations of a lousy, flaky experience in a standalone VR headset with camera-based positional tracking and blew them away. They also blew away my expectations for their new Steam Machine and Steam Controller, but that's a separate video. We'll have that link down below. In 2 words or less, this thing is impossibly good. And, maybe more importantly, impossibly versatile. They managed to make it lighter, more comfortable, and higher fidelity than the OG Index for PC VR gaming. They managed to bolt an ARM-based computer to it that runs mobile VR games and applications. You can even just sideload an Android APK. And the whole thing runs freaking SteamOS with a new element to their Proton compatibility layer called FEX that allows you to play desktop VR games. I'm talking x86 Windows VR games on your ARM Linux VR headset. I would mic drop this, but I think I'd get in trouble. The last part I wouldn't believe if I didn't experience it for myself, but they did all of this with latency that is indistinguishable from the best VR experiences that I've had. But is it indistinguishable from the best segue I've ever had? To our sponsor, Jawa. Jawa is your one-stop shop to buy and sell used gaming equipment and PC parts.
Oh. Holy shit. Mikey. I'll be the first to buy a flying car the second it comes to the market, and then the influencer it would reduce because there wasn't no testing.
If you're looking to build a new computer or upgrade your current one, check them out today using our link in the video description.
Hear that? That's the sound of the holidays coming. Because if you spend over $100 at lttstore.com, you'll get a 1 in 10 chance of winning something big. You can win a pair of Sennheiser HD 550 headphones. Or if you're really lucky, you may be selected to win a brand new ROG Xbox Ally X. This
No
is
one
fun,
cares.
But hurry! You only have until November 26th. Shop now at lttstore.com!
Frame is a fundamental shift for Valve. Rather than being an accessory for your gaming PC, it's meant to be a standalone device that can also be enjoyed alongside your PC using wireless streaming for VR, which sounds horrible, but somehow it's not. Let's take a closer look at the hardware. Then we can talk about how they did it. The headset that I'm holding is actually made up of multiple components. The core module contains the actual computer and weighs under 190 grams. Then next is an audio module that can be detached with 3 clips under the foam gasket. Then there's the head strap and a battery pack that is cleverly positioned at the back to help counterbalance the device, improving comfort, and also to make it a little bit easier to cable manage if you wanted to have an external battery pack. The optics are, simply put, flipping incredible. Like other leading headsets, they're using pancake lenses, but unlike some other headsets that use pancake lenses, there was very little in the way of internal reflection visible in the demo applications that I use today. It is possible that with brighter light sources, it could show up a bit more, but that's going to be something that I'll have to save for the full review.
I fucking hate this. Why are you showing me why are you showing me that you're wearing it? I get the fuck that you have to put on your face, but I want to see it in action. Show me some gameplay, something. Don't show me that you're wearing it. Anyone can wear a headset and say it looks good. Fuck you. What? Give me some fucking software. Like, you telling me the software's great. That's great. No specs. Great. But can I see some form of, like, I don't know, some type of, like, demo of you playing one of those demo games or some shit? You don't have to show us playing, like, a Valve game, but I'm pretty sure it has some demo reels that's in there you can actually check. Can you show us that, please? Telling me that it's good is not the same as me playing it and think it's good.
I can tell you is that under each lens is a 2160 by 2160 LCD display that's capable
Most people don't know what the
from
fuck any of those
72
things
hertz,
are.
presumably for power saving, up to 120 hertz with a 144
pissing
hertz
me off.
experimental mode,
I'm getting annoyed
just like we
easily.
had on the Valve Index. As for why Valve decided to use LCD rather than OLED, it basically came down to the light losses due to the pancake lenses. Ooh, since I'm pointing at them, on the inside of each lens, maybe you can even see them if you went cross-eyed enough, is an eye tracker that's obviously going to be great for social VR experiences, but perhaps more importantly, enables Valve to do what they call foveated streaming, which
Foveated.
I'm going to have to explain later because it gets a little in the weeds. First, let's take a look at the controllers. Valve fully acknowledges that these are very similar to other designs in the market, but they wanted something that was both great for VR and also great for your non-VR applications if you just want to use your headset as a giant virtual display. And they still managed to add some Valve touches to them, putting capacitive sensing on all input surfaces and on the grips, so you can still do 5-finger tracking just like the Knuckles controllers from the Valve Index. They have 2-stage actuating triggers, 2-stage actuating grips, which unlocks a ton of control customization. They use the same magnetic thumbstick as the new Steam controller for better reliability and a very small dead zone. And they each have their own independent gyro.
Can someone tell me what a dead zone is? What the fuck is that? I've seen that many times with Fortnite, but what is a dead zone? I don't know what that is. I'm too lazy to go look it up. Can someone just tell me?
Gyros that can be rebound for aiming or whatever you want. I can't tell if they were being suggestive there, given the popularity of certain VR applications, but I can't say for sure that they weren't. Both controllers have an integrated IMU to track positional data and 18 infrared LEDs that can be tracked by the 4 high field of view cameras that are integrated into the frame's core module. These were strategically positioned so that even if you were, say for example, drawing an arrow from a quiver, it should be able to maintain tracking. Now, I didn't get a chance to try that, nor did I get to fire up Beat Saber, my favorite application for evaluating controller tracking under extreme conditions. But from just shaking them around in the menu, they seem to track extremely well. Valve is claiming about 40 hours of battery life off of a single AA, and this battery compartment is a perfect transition into the customizability that's on display with this headset. They're going to have an optional accessory kit that includes knuckle straps for the controller, as well as a second head strap with a top Velcro piece if you like a bit of additional support. I personally liked it better, but I also didn't feel like it was necessary like it is on the much heavier Apple Vision Pro. There's a lot more to customize on the frame itself, too. It includes a spacer gasket for folks with long eyelashes and to improve compatibility with glasses, but Valve fully acknowledges that not everyone will want to use that because it does take away a little bit from their claimed about 110-degree field of view, so they are working on prescription lenses for the headset itself. We even saw a box of them, but there's no specific timeline on that. IPD adjustments are handled with a little knob on the top that spins a cog on the core module, and this is really cool. Right between the goggles at the bottom here is an expansion port that allows up to 2.5 gigabit MIPI cameras, or a single camera with a PCIe Gen 4 by 1 slot, allowing all kinds of possibilities for additional accessories. Like if you wanted color cameras, for instance, the built-in ones are only monochromatic. Or if you wanted, I don't know, a smell sensor, the sky's the limit. Since we're on the subject of the cameras, Valve says that they will work for inside-out tracking even in pitch darkness thanks to IR emitters that are built into the headset itself, and you can expect tracking performance on the order of about 200 to 250 updates per second, which is about on par with the Valve Index. Not something that I expected. Now that I've had a chance to gather my thoughts and eat some crappy airport food, let's talk about how Valve is delivering a PC VR-like experience wirelessly when big names like Apple and Meta have tried and never really succeeded. It starts with the least interesting looking part, this 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi dongle. Valve built the headset with 2 radios and 2 antennas for Wi-Fi, along with a third dedicated antenna for your controllers or your Bluetooth peripherals. One of those Wi-Fi antennas handles 5 gigahertz for your game downloads, your multiplayer data, your voice chat, etc. The other one connects to a very high-end home router, or more likely, Valve's dongle using the so far mostly unused 6 gigahertz band. This is a perfect use case for 6 gigahertz, since it lacks the wall penetration that you might want for home Wi-Fi, but it excels at avoiding 2.4 and 5 gigahertz channel congestion while pushing huge amounts of bandwidth. With that said, while the theoretical maximum is right up there with wired connections, in the real world it falls well short of that. So what's the secret? Foveated streaming. Seeing this in action blew my flipping mind. Basically, the idea behind it is similar to foveated rendering, where the headset tracks your eyes and tells your GPU, hey, only render the area of focus at full fidelity and save your resources on the rest of the scene. It's a technique that's been used to great effect on the handful of PSVR 2 titles that exist, but has been largely untapped on the PC side, largely because it depends on game developers to implement it. And also, most headsets don't have built-in eye tracking, so why would they bother? Foveated streaming then. Again, same idea. Focus your resources wherever the eyes are looking. Except in this case, it's not the GPU saving on rendering resources, it's the video encoding stream saving on bitrate. So you get crystal clear, high bitrate encoding, exactly where your eyes are looking, and then a little bit blurry everywhere else. At least in theory. In practice, it reacted so fast that no matter how quickly I tried to move my eyes, I wasn't able to catch it. But I also don't feel too bad about that. Valve put on an incredible demo for me in Half-Life Alyx, where they highlighted the maximum fidelity window as I was looking around. And even though they say it's only about 10% of the total video stream, it ends up being a pretty large window. Wild. As for the encoding latency, well, thanks to some clever parallelization of the encoding, you can expect anywhere from 1 to 2 milliseconds of extra latency on a modern GPU, and 4 to 5 for a slightly older but still VR-capable one. Not enough to notice or to contribute to significant motion sickness. And it keeps getting better. I managed to get almost 50 feet away from the dongle without a noticeable difference in the experience. Now, granted, this is still line of sight, but it's a lot further than I can get with a tether. Now, I did bring up the possibility of more than one of these devices causing interference with each other, and Valve said that while they have operated multiple headsets concurrently in the same space, they haven't explored more demanding use cases like packed VR cafes. Moving on to audio, the built-in solution is both incredibly impressive and also a little disappointing. I'm impressed by the audio quality. They apparently had to use opposing drivers to cancel out the vibrations to make sure that the inside-out tracking wouldn't get messed up, and they sound fantastic. As for the mic, I didn't get a chance to test it, but Valve assured me that the mics should carry on the Index's incredible reputation for stellar microphone performance. I'm disappointed because I literally had the engineer who worked on the Index and this new headset in the room with me, and when I asked her for a gaming headset with all this same audio black magic, she just shrugged. So, sorry y'all, I tried. In all seriousness,
then why is she
the speakers
there?
don't fire directly into your ears, so there is a bit more sound bleed than with the Index, but it doesn't seem like a game breaker, depending on what you're watching and who's around. The last couple of experiences I want to talk about are a huge deal, whether you plan to use them or not. The first is Thex, an open source project that Valve has been contributing, and this is a quote, quite heavily to. It's a translation layer that allowed me to experience a completely standard Windows x86 game, 82 in this case, running directly on the hardware on the frame. I'm talking x86 code designed to run on Windows, running on a Snapdragon 8650 running Linux.
What does that fucking
Holy
mean?
freaking mind blown. They're planning a compatibility list a la Great on Deck for the future. But wait a second, running on Linux? Yeah, Valve's been busy porting SteamOS to ARM. How did they drop so much news on one day? The brain does everything that you know and love about SteamOS, like fast suspend and resume and performance overlays, except on your VR headset directly. And as I mentioned briefly in the intro, if you blinked, you might have missed it. With this new ARM processor comes the ability to, supposedly, run Android APKs by directly sideloading them onto the Steam frame. And given how many VR experiences are designed to run on mobile devices, this is a colossal win. And with Valve's commitment to putting micro SD card slots on all their devices, it can't be too hard to install. Now, there are still some areas where the frame doesn't seem to be industry-leading. The light seal isn't perfect, especially if you compare it to the Beyond 2 with its custom 3D printed gasket. The pass-through cameras, they're just monochrome, so don't expect to be wearing your frame out and about like people did with the Apple Vision Pro for the first week or so. From my very brief, and admittedly not side-by-side experience, it's also not the highest clarity nor highest dynamic range display I've ever seen, and it's not as light or compact as, say, the big screen Beyond 2. But it's the overall package that should have the entire rest of the industry stopping and going, how did Valve, who, as of 2021, supposedly had less than 350 employees, manage to outmaneuver monsters like Meta, who spent $17.7 billion on Reality Labs just last fiscal year?
Because they're hoes.
I would ask Ray when that happened, but I'm pretty sure he's busy on his yacht. All I know is that I want one, whether it's for wireless PC gaming, native gaming on the road with minimal bulk in my bag, or even just relaxing on the couch watching movies on the big screen. Like, what kind of sucker needs a big TV when this thing exists? So, with the frame clearly taking the place of the Index in Valve's lineup, what happens to all the users of the Index and, maybe more importantly, the third-party ecosystem that exists around its base stations and Knuckles controllers?
They might have
The short answer is
trade
the
in.
Index is EOL. But the long answer is Valve would love to see other players in the VR space approach them about continuing to support or even continuing to manufacture these devices. Whether that'll happen, I don't know, but at least Valve is open to the conversation.
Why don't you
like
just
I'm open
trade
to
it
telling
in?
you about our sponsor.
Grammarly. Writing things like a novel, an essay, or even a quick thank you card can be difficult, and everyone knows how annoying it is when the words just don't come out right. That's where Grammarly can step in. It's an AI writing partner there to help kickstart your creativity, form brainstorming ideas, outline your piece, or even generating a first draft for you if you're just drawing a blank page. And Grammarly's humanizing feature is designed to help your words sound genuine and natural, not robotic. When you're ready for the last layer of polish, Expert Review gives you feedback inspired by professionals in a related field. Grammarly's there to help you finish your writing faster, giving you the time back to go do other things in life. Level up your productivity and get Grammarly today. You can even save 20% off Grammarly Pro if you use our link in the video description.
If you guys enjoyed this video, go check out part 2 on the Steam Machine, as well as the new 2026 edition of the Valve Steam Controller. Mind-blowing stuff today. I can't believe they blindsided me with this. They're like, come down, we'll tell you nothing. You have 4 hours to do everything.
Oh, it's cute. Oh, it's...
What the fuck? Oh, it's just an art thing. Okay.
So, it looks like I might be being sued, or at least being threatened to be sued. It's unclear how empty these threats are, but I'm sure this video won't help in the not being sued department, so you can consider this an update video for the whole James C. Mulligan situation. We originally covered his plagiarism inclinations in my DragonCon AI video, which, if you hadn't noticed, was removed from YouTube for almost a month, but it is back up. Quick recap. James was well known as a Disney artist who was well established within the space, or so he claims. After DragonCon earlier in the year, many people noticed that some of his work didn't look human-made, and he was accused of AI usage from multiple sources. Once this kind of blew up online, a lot more kind of started coming out about the situation, including employees at the company backing up these allegations. Additionally, sources claimed that he had been blacklisted from Disney for many years at this point,
Oh,
at least
shit.
in any official capacity. And the evidence pointed to a lot of his successes being fabricated. James put out a statement claiming otherwise. Now, I want to make this clear. I would have been happy never mentioning this guy ever again. I don't like making drama videos. I make marketing videos and tutorials for artists. I review events, and when your alleged scammy behavior ends up being the only thing people talk about around a certain event that I am attending, I'm kind of forced to mention it in my review video. So when we did the research for that video and compiled all of the alleged actions of this individual in one place, he didn't really seem to like that. On October 2nd, I received a takedown notice from YouTube that the video that compiled all the information about James, information that I'll add was publicly available online, was hit with a copyright strike. But I'm not the only one. James has been threatening legal action against many individuals within the art community, including fellow YouTubers Sam Does Art and Skull. At the time of this recording, both of their videos are still unavailable, one of which James claims to be Disney themselves. Which, as somebody who has worked with Disney on and off for the last couple of years, I am fairly certain that Disney had no part in issuing this DMCA takedown. Using YouTube's takedown system in this way is fraudulent and leaves you open to potential legal issues if you are found using it in bad faith. And now the way that copyright and DMCA takedowns work on YouTube is YouTube has to comply when a request comes through, regardless of how they feel about the situation. Now, I know the system has been kind of controversial within the YouTube space, but YouTube cannot act as the judge or jury in these situations. A legal entity has to intervene to tell YouTube whether it actually infringes on copyright or any other DMCA takedown guidelines, ignoring the fact that James is
You mean the app or the software?
would own the copyright.
Yeah.
Anyways, but again, YouTube will not act as the judge or jury in this situation, so I was forced to get legal representation. I honestly was unsure if I had done something wrong, because I had never dealt with something like this, but it just didn't feel right. So I had my attorney review all the materials, and this is what they had to say about the matter. Your use of copyrighted content appears to fall well within the scope of fair use, and it constitutes commentary and criticism, both of which are forms of expression protected under the First Amendment. Meaning James' only remaining option would be to file a copyright infringement lawsuit. If that was to occur, it is unlikely that we would be found liable, due to the whole fair use and First Amendment reasons. It would also leave him open to us filing an anti-slap lawsuit. We sent this information to YouTube as a counter notice to get our video reinstated. So we did that, and the copyright claim got kicked out very quickly, as there was zero grounds. But there's an extra layer to this. Furthermore, if you believe the AI allegations to be true, you cannot copyright AI material, ignoring the fact that Disney is in a lawsuit with Midjourney, the AI company, about IP infringement is a whole nother story, but I think a little ironic in the situation. But once we submit that information to YouTube, James then has 10 days to respond. So essentially, there's 10 days that we're just waiting around. During this time, this is when James has the opportunity to challenge our legal team further or back off. The video is still not visible to the public during this time. This coincided with James's appearance at New York City Comic Con, which I suspect that this timing may have been intentional. His hopes may have been to relieve some of the bad PR press he was receiving around this event. But in the end, he let the 10 days lapse, and the video is now public once again. A few days later, he attempts a different tactic, sending me a cease and desist for defamation and harassment. Now, defamation is a really odd tactic to go here, as it is extremely hard to prove even under the best of circumstances. James would have to prove that I knew that he was innocent and attempted to destroy his reputation despite that. Now, neither of which are true. I simply reported on the issue. These allegations did not come from me. Did I form my opinion based on the evidence? Absolutely. Now, let's say all of these allegations are false and James super innocent. You're welcome to go watch my other video and make your own conclusions. The only thing my video does is research and find all the 5-6 allegations that were happening against James all at once and put them in one place. So I think your reputation was already gonzo before I did anything. If my sources are to believe, James has been blacklisted from Disney for years. So in the crazy off chance that these multiple people from all over the place that didn't know each other decided to collectively make up lies about you, even if that's the narrative you're going with, and then also hacked into your account and posted AI art with your name on it.
Nope, I don't know how to be an animator, so I can't tell
or
you.
legal proceedings would see that I had reason to believe those things. Thus, you have no defamation case. These types of legal threats appear to be a slap suit, a scare tactic. This has already been very costly, as lawyers are not cheap, and luckily I am in the position where I could fight this all the way to the end. But not everybody is, and I think James is banking on that. From our research, it looks like James was blacklisted from the Disney Fine Arts and Parks Department back in 2018. And then later was hired through Ravensburger, which is the publisher for Disney Lorcana. From my experience, the different branches of Disney kind of have trouble speaking to each other. So in James' statement where he says that he is not blacklisted, perhaps he does work with Disney in some capacity in one of the other 78 departments.
Bro, what did he do? That's the question. What did you do? This is before AI, so what the fuck did you do? That's the question. Ask yourself this question. What did he do to get blacklisted by Disney before the AI craze? AI came in like late 2020, I think. Like full force, like late 2020, early 2021, or probably 2022. What did he do? Ask that question. Why did you get blacklisted by Disney? What did you say? What did you do? Who did you touch? That's the question. Who did you touch? We're not gonna just run past that like into shit. Like this is the height of wokeism. Well, not the height. That's like 2015 to like like late 20, like mid 2015, 2019 ish, like at its most strongest with wokeism and nonsense. Like I don't know, like what the fuck? What did you do, bro? The fact that you're doing this it proves to me you're probably crazy.
It also looks like he made a bad impression on the Lorcana side of things as well, and that seemed to be short-lived. This coincides with the rumors that I heard from my colleagues before all of this became public.
Yes, you have to try. You have to try. Because that makes no sense. Like, what did you do? This is before AI. You got blacklisted in 2018. Fucking what do you call it? The Endgame didn't come out yet. Kim Jong-il is still alive at this point. Like, what is happening? What did you do? That makes me realize that you're probably crazy. Yeah, before AI, See, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he was using AI, okay, I get it, why they would ban him if he was using AI under their nose. But like, the fact that he got blacklisted in 2018, what did you do? I think that's the same. That's around the same time as that what do you call it? That the Pixar director got ousted because he hugged someone too tight. Now, majority of the Disney Pixar staff who Disney got rid of a dude, I forgot his name. He was a prominent member of, like, I think he was like a producer or something in Pixar's division. And he was at D18, I think it was 2018, the Disney like convention thing that they have every year. D16, I think it's called. And I guess something happened where he hugged someone, I think some girl, another employee, and she claimed that she felt she was being hugged too tight or something, or some shit. She felt uncomfortable or some shit. And because of that one accusation, he lost his like job at Disney. Now that same dude that they're claiming that he was a predator, nearly everyone in the Pixar staff went to his division, to his Sundance. I think it was a Sundance studio. So that makes me think that dude was not a predator. The woman just didn't like him, because if he was such a predator, majority of the staff originally from Pixar would not have went on his side. So that tells me the woman probably is crazy, or in case may be, or she just wanted him out, because they did the same thing to Vic Mignogna in the Funimation situation with Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi and Bob Saget and all of them. So like, that's probably what happened. But this dude here we're talking about, he was ousted in 2018. He was blacklisted in 2018. What did you do in 2018? What did you do? Could be. I don't know.
But again, that was just hearsay. So from what I can tell, yes, he is blacklisted, but is he also still doing official Disney stuff in some capacity? Maybe? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. The math just is not mathing. We then issued him a counter cease and desist,
Stop saying
stating
that.
that if
That's
he proceeded down
overused.
this path, that we would go after him for the anti-slap suit and legal fees, among other things. At
That's
which
an
point,
overused
James
term now.
goes silent. His lawyer doesn't send us anything else, all good and dandy. But then I hear that he has sent a separate cease and desist to two Imu, who you might remember from the previous video, who made a tweet recounting their poor experience with James and him scamming their parents out of hundreds of dollars on AI art, who purchased it under the pretense of thinking it was human-made, allegedly. This took place at Anime NYC, a convention that explicitly does not allow the sale of generative AI material. I first heard about you through Twitter. You posted a tweet that ended up going viral. So I just kind of wanted to ask you about that. How did you first encounter James, and what was that experience like?
So, oh boy, what an experience that was. First of all, I did not plan on that tweet going viral at all. I think, which is why my posts are written with such horrible grammar. So I do know how.
I think majority of most people who post don't really believe that anything they post is going to go viral off top unless you're someone super famous.
Spell somewhat decently, relatively decently. So basically, I was at Anime NYC, and my mom had been kind of walking around the convention, and she isn't as familiar with the art scene as as actual artists are. So she kind of called me over to this guy's booth, and she was like, "Hey, look at this guy's work. It's so lovely. I want you to meet him." At first you'd think, "Oh, this is really nice. She makes friends with everyone. This could be a fun friend, like an industry connection." And then I looked at his art, specifically the Anna sitting in the library piece that he had displayed front and center. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, this looks off. Am I going crazy? And I asked him about it. I'm like, "Hey, is this generative AI?" I specifically pointed out the books in the background.
He probably got mad
I don't
instantly.
like to just say, oh, you know, you're using generative AI, you're using generative AI. You know, I don't want to just go around accusing people. In fact, I've never accused anyone before this.
Sure.
I don't, you know, I think that can be pretty disrespectful. But I've been drawing a lot of books and bookshelves for an illustration project I'm working on that mainly takes place in a library. So I'm like, I've been looking at a lot of bookshelves lately. That's not a bookshelf. That looks like a smear. He got super defensive. Overall, acting really weird.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Unprofessionally, I'm younger, and he was being like, oh, you know, these young kids don't understand the industry or whatever. I don't quite remember like exactly what he said. He did say that like, oh, you know, it's all just a big witch hunt, whatever, blah blah blah. He pulled out his Procreate on his iPad, and he opened up his files for specifically the like Rapunzel with the like the kind of Halloween Rapunzel one. And then I asked him like, oh, that's so cool, you know, can I see a time lapse? He's like, I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something like, I didn't record a time lapse, sorry. And I was
Oh God, bro, this is bullshit. Okay, I hate when they do this. Okay, nearly not. I think most of these softwares have built-in time lapse in it. Like Clip Studio Paint has that. I use it all the time to post on my work when I want to show like my digital work. But this is why you need to record yourself making your drawings. That's what I do every time. When I go draw, I fucking record myself. I'll record by streaming, I'm saying. You need to stream. Because that shit's going to be a problem. Like, because when people accuse you can just pull up, this is me drawing the thing from beginning to end. It's a live stream. And I'm saying, if you're going to do this, you have to have a good internet. Or you have to do something to record, or you have good memory of, like, you're on your computer or something, because this is going to be a problem. Because we're going to try to accuse you of virtually every little thing. It's going to happen. It's going to happen any which way. Even if you didn't use generative AI, I would just record yourself as much as possible, because it's just going to be a problem. And people are just that fickle and extremely, like, petty and crazy.
Procreate automatically, you know, you have to turn that off on Procreate.
Yeah, you have to turn that off.
To record time lapses,
Like,
and he was like,
yeah, you can turn that off. The same thing with Clip Studio Paint. You can turn it off or on. I keep that shit on.
oh, sorry. And then I kind of gestured like, you know, I use Procreate, you know, I can show you how to pull up a time lapse. And he got like, you know, sorry, I can't let you touch my work tablet, and please leave.
Yeah, I've heard this excuse that people turn off the recording
Why?
To save like space
Oh,
on their devices or whatever.
I get that. But like, also he claimed before in a message, and he was like, well, I've already cleared up everything. There's a screenshot of this on my, like, the initial thread I posted on it. And he was like, I've already provided videos that show, like, process videos of everything. And I'm like, then where are they? If you have, like, authentic process videos, then that's great. Then I was wrong. Like, I would love to be wrong in this circumstance. And for you not to be, like, lying to my face. He's just doing everything but actually showing the process videos.
Yeah. Which is really weird for a Procreate user. The automatic speed paint is such like a benefit of that program, and it really doesn't
so
take
great.
up a lot of
Space. It never really
like, if
does.
you're using a really older model, I could maybe see it, but if this is like what you do professionally, like he's the Disney guy, quote unquote. He's been in the industry for years. I can't imagine he's running off of like a Gen 1 non-pro iPad. Even when I started using Procreate, it was on an older model, and I never felt the need to turn produce it even at this point is only at his own detriment. So I can only speculate that there's a reason he doesn't want to show that.
My poor mom thought, you know, I had just been really disrespectful to an industry professional, which I was trying not to be. I was genuinely asking him actual questions, and he was being, him and his staff as well were being like just really weird. I went around and I asked a few other people that I was like, is this generative AI or am I insane? Because I had kind of took a picture of one of the things, like one of the works in his booth, because I was just like, this has to be, am I crazy? Because I'll go apologize to this guy right now. Like, am I crazy? And every single one of them was like, yeah, no, that doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. So then I went to the staff and I reported it. And turns out I was the second person that day, which this was on Friday, the first day of the convention.
Oh, wow.
I was the second person to have made a claim about it. They were very helpful. I did have a panic attack at this point because that's what happens when you're in the middle of a giant convention getting gaslit by an industry professional.
Yeah.
So my mom did end up spending several $100s on prints, which was kind of how this whole thing started.
Was
And
that
it was
before the like conflict or after?
Yes, it was. It was
Okay.
before. It was right before.
So I think with that, I want to move on. I know he was threatening legal action for quite a while from multiple people online, and
Oh,
that
boy.
appeared to
Yep.
be pretty empty for a while until it wasn't. I also received a copyright DMCA takedown notice that we have dealt with at this point, and then later harassment cease and desist, or cease and desist claiming harassment with a list of demands, which I had not made public at this point, but I had told some closer friends, including RJ Palmer, and then I was informed that you also received one, and he
Yeah.
helped us connect on that.
It feels like it's straight out of like a really, really, really bad Simpsons episode. It was not fun to deal with. I had already stated online that, you know, I did not want this to go viral, which is why I posted it on my Twitter, which I just do like, you know, random fandom stuff. I don't even post on there. I literally have in my bio, like, I just retweet fan art and random memes and things. Post like my 100,000 follower Instagram art account. I remember like getting that email and I was so confused. I just wrote a tweet. My cease and desist was, I mean, you've read it. It's quite inflammatory.
It's very aggressive, yeah.
It mentions my young age and the fact that I have diagnosed social anxiety to try to scare me, which didn't scare me.
God.
It just pissed me off. So great job, James. He actually did have a list of demands, which normally in this circumstance I would probably follow through with the demands if they made sense. The first one was like delete the video. I was considering privating my entire account anyways, even before this whole thing happened, just because Twitter. I'd also considered like deleting the post just for my own sanity. But the next thing was like write a public apology to James and also say that everything that you claimed was false.
No,
which
fuck you.
I would totally do that. I would absolutely do that. I don't want it to seem like I just absolutely hate this guy. I don't want it to seem like I just like picked a guy and am going after him. But he is, you know, actively.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll be I will be petty as fuck and say, go fuck yourself. I'm not doing that. Yes, this is personal now. You made it personal. You fucking trying to sue me for something as egregious as this. I'm going to make it very personal. I'm going to make it my mission to fuck with you now. I'm going to make it my mission now. You have now made war with me. No. I'm a lawyer up myself. Like, fuck you. I'm sometimes the type, I will blow up the whole building with us together. I don't give a shit. Sometimes that's worth it.
Both in person and online, he has actively avoided showing me any proof to dispute my claims. If he would just show like a time lapse, I know Nicholas Cole actually commented, I think under my thread or under adjacent thread to this whole thing, like immediately showing like all of his Procreate layers and his process when someone accused him of using AI due to an error on the formatting side of things. And if James would have done that would have been it. You know, I would have gladly, you know, I would have absolutely loved to been wrong in this circumstance. I'm totally willing to say that, oh yeah, you know, I thought it was AI, but it's not. He has not shown any proof at all that those pieces are not generative. So I will not be apologizing to James.
I would not either.
I'll apologize that my grammar was so bad in that initial thread. I was very tired from the con, so my grammar was very bad.
Being accused of AI when it's not true, I'm sure is devastating. And unfortunately, it's just a reality that, like, I think contemporary artists are going to have to deal with now. If you're concerned that people are going to think your work is AI, like it's just going to be something you're going to have to do speed lapses.
Yeah.
The unfortunate side effect of this is that the people during these shows are looking out for this and trying to avoid it. Aren't always artists themselves and don't actually know what to look for. And
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's how some people got into Dragon Con this year. And we talked about that in the other video if anybody wants to watch that, the part one of this. It's just an unfortunate reality of like, if you're an actual real human artist, keep your receipts. You know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think at that
For
point,
yourself.
I don't know what the timeline was, but from my perspective, he DMCA'd my video, and then we so quickly got that thrown out because it was a copyright claim, which makes no sense, that I think he wanted to respond with a cease and desist because the copyright didn't work. He went the harassment route, which is also equally as hilarious because I've never met James in person.
Yeah.
But so at that point, we had already like formed a legal team and we're prepared to fight it because not only is it like just ridiculous on its face, even if it is empty, it has implications for like, you know, the YouTube channel, which is part of my business. So we don't really have a choice but to fight it. And when we heard that you had also been received one, it only made sense to like use the same legal team. They were already dealing with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've been really great.
I remember that being one of our concerns is like, is he just like, we knew we had a winning case and that his allegations or like his complaints against us were unfounded due to fair use and all the other reasons. My concern was like, oh, he's going to drag this out as long as possible because he doesn't want any of this information online. I was just like, well, I mean, we have to fight it all the way to the end. Luckily, it appears at this point that he did seem to back off.
The thing that perplexes me the most about this whole situation is the fact that he's actually a really good artist. Like
That's the weirdest part. That is the weirdest part. You can actually draw. Why are you doing this? That is the strangest part about all of this. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I get that you're probably using the AI thing because of industry practices or standards as are now changing and shit. I get that to a degree because obviously this shit is not going to go away, especially in the industry to a degree. But for you to go out your full way just to do this when you can already draw, dude. Like, you can already draw. You don't need to, like, do all this shit. I understand if you talentless bitch. Like, I get that. But Jesus Christ, dude. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we going down this route? Are you just... What the hell?
Lots of stuff before, like, generative AI was the bane of an artist's world. I could even tell, like, what he had on display, like, what, like, his pre-generative AI arc and his post-generative AI arc. Like, I could easily tell and distinguish between the two different styles. And he's clearly, like, he has an art degree. He clearly knows what he's doing. I've heard people say that, like, he's done, like, live drawings at conventions before. So he clearly is, like, really good at drawing. And that just makes it all the more perplexing.
I think that's the crazy thing, too, is, like, the Dragon Con situation, which happened after this, where he was at, and then there was another AI booth that they like, were not an industry professional. They just, like, mid-journeyed stuff and pretended to be, like, they were cosplaying as an artist. That person risks nothing. Like, they either make money or they get kicked out. But with James... he's risking his whole career, one that he built up well before this. I do want to say that drawing is like a skill that is learned. It's not like something that's inherent. So like anybody can learn to draw. It does appear that James did put in that work at one point. Ironically, our legal team suspects James's lawyer of using ChatGPT to write his complaint against us, which I find hilarious. Now to be clear, I have trouble talking ChatGPT, so I wouldn't have been able to tell, but his cease and desist did seem overly aggressive for legal documentation. He also straight up ignores the majority of allegations against him and really focuses on the AI allegations, despite the mountain of evidence that the internet has dug up. So for the sake of being thorough, let's give James the benefit of the doubt and ignore all of this. After all, James has been an established artist for a long time, and although we did very briefly cover his tracing of other artists' work, an artist by the name of Gaki Online went through his entire catalog of work and found plagiarism tactics have gone on a lot longer than AI has even existed. James C. Mulligan is going after vids and people who call him out.
So
for
this is
selling
why
AI
he got
images.
blacklisted.
He's using copyright as an excuse to get them removed, as I can confirm, which is so baffling considering he's a serial tracer. He has claimed official Bambi background art as his own, but there's so much more along thread. And I will link this down below. It is extensive. If I covered it all here, this video would be hours long, but we'll focus on some key bits. Not only does Bambi appear to be traced clip art that has existed for years, well before James posted this image, fellow YouTuber Cat in Chat had this to say.
This was posted August 21st. He posted this only like 2 weeks ago. Happy 83rd anniversary to the classic Walt Disney animated film Bambi, okay? I don't think he painted the background. Copy and pasted, actually, with a slight edit and saturation. That's right. Because the background wasn't made by him, actually. The background is drawn by a man named Tyrus Wong, who is an illustrator for Disney and the lead production illustrator on Bambi. It's this dude, the absolute GOAT himself, who worked on so many films. You can see all the names of the films that he's worked on here. And here is a post on Twitter by somebody by the name of Animated Antic in 2020, where they're showing screen grabs of backgrounds of Bambi and crediting Tyrus Wong as the artist. Oh wow. Isn't this the exact same background as the one in James Mulligan's original artwork that he fucking signed, okay? It is trace clip art, and the background is literally stolen from Tyrus Wong, the guy who actually worked on Bambi, the legitimate artist.
But there's so much more, like the Steve Thompson's work from 2013 that he just straight up traced. The majority of this wall painting is just stolen clip art and traced on. This piece of Jessica Rabbit is a straight up copy. Even coloring books are not safe. He also copied Greg Manches's work as well. I've seen some defenders of his citing his original work. Now, whether you believe this was traced or not, it certainly lacks any originality. Whether hand done or not, this is plagiarism. There's literally hundreds of examples just like this. I would think somebody who claims to be an art director, somebody who has been working in the industry for many years, would know that these are not acceptable practices, considering he is selling many of these pieces at different conventions for a profit without crediting any of the original artists. Now, we spoke about James being at New York City Comic Con. Well, fun fact, I also was exhibiting at that same show. Now, I didn't see James. This was at the same time that his lawyer was sending us demand letters and legal threats. So I thought it best to stay as far away as possible. After all, I had my own booth to deal with. But James certainly was the talk of the town. There definitely was a sense of discomfort among the artists that New York City Comic Con allowed an artist with James's ethics into the show. And now I reached out to New York to comment on the situation. They did not respond. However, I was told from attendees who willingly offered this information up to me that they had spoke to staff, and staff had informed them that they were not happy with James, but contracts had already been signed, and that the compromise was that they were going to allow him to be at the show this year, but had no plans of allowing him back in future years. What staff they talked to, I have no idea. Whether this is true, I am unsure, so this information is secondhand, so take it with a grain of salt. I guess we'll have to wait till next year to see what their actual position on this is. Obviously, seeing this type of scammy behavior in these creative spaces is not ideal, but I understand the tricky position that New York Comic Con may have been in. Now, I hope that this is my last update video about this guy. Obviously, if these legal issues pursue any farther, I guess you'll probably be hearing an update from me again. If not, hopefully we don't see this type of scammy behavior at future events. And with that, I will see you in the next one.
If it keeps going, then this will just turn into, like, right now it's just like one clown kind of juggling like a bunch of pineapples or whatever. It's just gonna turn into a whole circus if he continues. I will invite a caravan. I will invite a whole caravan of people. Like, you know, I don't know why so many people follow my art and my stupid videos, but, like, you know, this must be what Perry the Platypus feels when he fights Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Like, this is my Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
Thank you for the follow. Well, since someone commissioned me to do this, it's just a headshot of Momo. ISA. That's a screenshot of Momo. Yep. Oh. Well, I'm technically done now, so. I did. Is the person that was here who paid is still here? I hope they're still here because I'm supposed to send this to you on Discord. Are you still here? I hope they're still here. Because it's gonna suck if they did all this work and then they didn't receive it. That's why I make you guys pay, so at least if you decide to just dip for whatever reason, or annoyed. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I make people pay, because when they leave, they're more likely to stay because they paid for it. But it just makes sense. So many people try to actually draw something for free. Like we artists like to draw things for free. Like we don't like drawing things for free, especially for adults, and we have like bills to pay. Yes, he's gone. That's sad. I don't know how you paid for that and leave. That was crazy. I said I was gonna send it to them. Okay, that's weird. That's sad. I don't know, man. It's called adulting. Jesus Christ. Let me see. I don't know. It's weird for someone to do all that shit he was doing. I was like, bro, you can draw. That was the weirdest part. If you can draw, you don't need AI like that. Like, you don't. You don't have to use the shit. That shit is so weird. No, it's just a little bit more water. Let me see. I think it was. What's equivalent to a trophy? I think a trophy is like $10. If I remember right, I think it's $10. Oops. Yeah, bro. Oh, this is cute. Oh, this is cute. Thank you. Who was it that paid? I forgot who paid. I'll have to look later. If they don't come up, I'll just check. No, I'll just check later after the stream. I'm so sick of you guys using that font because it makes the TDS read. Makes. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Hello. Here, I think. Raffle? What raffle? Yep. All right. I'm watching it already so many times, and I'm watching it. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you. Okay. Hmm. Hold on. Should I answer this? All right. We're done here. I think we're done here. I'll have to find the person who did it when I come back. Oh, that's why she looks tired, because of this line here. Go on, fuck it. Okay. All right. Back to my work. All right, let's see here. Move you two out of the way. Let's see. She should. What she wants to jump into, she should really take that seriously. If she's serious, I'm saying. It's if she's really serious about it, though.
In requirements, prep your next run by growing powerful plants. Customers will build.
What is this? Is this a game?
Straight into a world in collapse. Restore corrupted zones, unlock permanent upgrades, and bond with the hunter. These creatures fight and grow alongside you. Gather nectar to expand your floating garden and bring life back to the land. But nature has enemies, and they are watching.
Do you know how to write a straight?
Tools like the glider, hookshot, and wall run to explore deep into each biome. Discover new hunter with biome-specific abilities. Build the perfect team for each challenge. Meet allies like Rift.
Oh, that's very
and uncover
impressive.
a broken world filled with hidden
Nintendo,
history,
huh?
decisions, and hope.
That's actually quite impressive. I'm not a big fan of Nintendo, but being able to work with them
Combat
is
is
amazing.
fast and tactical. Chain melee attacks, trigger hunter skills, and adapt your strategy to face unique enemies, including powerful bosses. New biomes
Usually.
mean new companions
Nowadays.
and new powers to master.
$80, bro. That's a chunk of
For wild,
change.
grow stronger, explore deeper, and fight for your family and for what's left of the wild.
Eh.
A while back, I asked my patrons for some game animations to analyze, and they came back with some real good ones. So let's look at a few more. Who's first? Excellent choice. Aloy has a lot of traversal animation in her moveset. Climbing, swimming, tightrope walking, etc. But this particular method of traversal is available only in a handful of specific locations. Scattered here and there in this open world's high places are these special rappel points, which you can use to quickly get Aloy down from someplace high. Walk up to one, press the triangle button, and this very flashy rappel animation will play. Once that button is pressed, this whole animation will play out start to finish, and the player won't regain control of Aloy until she reaches the end of the drop. So the functional requirements of this animation are pretty simple. All it really has to do is show her getting from point A to point B and look good doing it, which it does. The custom camera work on the jump and the grappling hook throw look great. The physicality of that lurch as the hook finds purchase overhead feels right. And I really like the posing work here. I don't know if this particular animation involved any amount of motion capture or if this was all hand-keyed, but in either case, the animator has clearly paid a lot of attention to Aloy's posing relative to camera. Just look at her key poses as we go through this whole chain of actions. The jump, the wind-up flinging that rope way out to the side, the way she twists her body around for the throw, the way her legs swing out behind her as the rope goes taut, the way she drops one hand and twirls back around for the landing. Just strong posing throughout. This animation also serves as effective characterization. Aloy is extremely practiced and competent. She has been training her whole life to be great at things like this. Even if the player is still getting the hang of the game, you want Aloy's animation to convey her high level of skill. Now, is this jump first, secure your line later rappelling technique practical? Obviously not, and it's not trying to be. There's a fuzzy line between exaggerated competence and impossibly superhuman skill, and the animator's goal when depicting this kind of fantastical skill level is to make it feel believable enough, to make the physicality of it feel more or less correct, to show the character's effort and exertion, to make it feel plausible in a tall tales kind of way, to not worry too much about the fatal levels of rope burn her poor hands have experienced. Or maybe the rope is more of a bungee cord. I don't know. Who cares? Now, you can reasonably argue that this animation is stretching most definitions of plausibility pretty far, but it does look cool, and really, it's not that much more absurd than half the other stuff Aloy is capable of in this game. And most importantly, it gets her to her destination quickly. This kind of player experience consideration is one of the many reasons why realism isn't often that useful a lens to look through for gameplay animation. The majority of players do not want to watch a lengthy animation of Aloy carefully securing her line and rappelling down the cliff with proper methodical technique. They want her to get to the bottom of this drop already so they can get back to playing. Speaking of functional concerns, there might be another reason for Aloy jumping so far out into the air before attaching the rope. Now, I didn't work on this, so I can't say this for sure, but I have a hunch that this animation is allowing them not to have to show where the hook attaches. And even if that's not the main reason for her jumping so far away from the rappel point, it is at least a huge benefit. Because it is a lot easier to just show Aloy throwing a line at some unseen target than it would be to show that line connecting to a target and then accurately depicting the rope physics at play as the hook finds purchase and she dangles from the line. This way, there's just fewer elements that have to feel right on camera at once. And that's even more true when you factor in that not all rappel points in this game are stationary. You can also rappel off the top of these tall neck robots, which are very mobile, and factoring in the movement of the thing your rope is attached to and how that would impact the physics of Aloy's descent would be kind of a nightmare. So just having Aloy jump way out here and then having the camera simply focus on her the whole way down cleverly sidesteps those complications. Really, the only issues I can find with this animation are some very minor and kind of understandable polish hitches. I can see several factors here that could make this particular animation very challenging to technically implement in-game. It involves the character and game camera covering a large distance in a short time. It has to account for variable distances, because some of these rappel drops are higher than others. It involves a character holding and interacting with a rope in literally any way. There is no circumstance in which a character using a rope in a video game is not a giant pain in the butt. But even ignoring the rope, there are some sudden lurching changes in Aloy's position and velocity over the course of this drop that aren't super noticeable, but you do feel them. This first little pop, I'm totally fine with. It's an intentionally quick transition from Aloy's locomotion to the start of the rappel. She could be in any number of poses at the exact moment you hit the rappel button, so to some extent, this is unavoidable. But then, as she starts to descend, there's this little pop. This couple of frames where she either moves up or just locks in place while the camera keeps moving down. It's kind of hard to tell.
Must have been.
Then there's another big lurch in her position here as she prepares to twirl around. And a final one here just before she touches down. If I had to guess, it looks like these lurches are happening at the seams between each phase of the rappelling motion. Like her falling momentum and her spatial relationship to the camera don't perfectly line up across those seams. Of course, in a film, these sorts of hitches would be much easier to fix, but getting these things to look perfect in a game engine can be quite challenging and consume an enormous amount of time that might be better spent on other things. I think it's telling that this animation has the same pops in the exact same places in the remaster. And in the sequel. And if I'm having to get this nitpicky to find problems, I'd say that this animation is in a pretty great place. Next.
McDonald's. Let me see. 91, let's go.
I feel like you're being cheeky with this one, but you know what? Challenge accepted. Like most of us, Pac-Man is capable of only two things: eating and dying. His locomotion/eating animation is a very rapid cycle composed of 3 animation frames: mouth closed, mouth half open, mouth open. Very simple, but so is he. Pac-Man has directional variants for this eating cycle, facing up, down, and to either side. If caught by a ghost, Pac-Man will play his death animation, facing upward and, I guess, opening his mouth so wide he folds in on himself and pops out of existence, as one does. The real stars of this show are actually the ghosts, who have much more personality. For one thing, they've got eyes that look in the direction they're currently moving. In fact, their eyes start looking in the direction they're about to go 7 to 8 frames before they change direction, which I really like. It subtly suggests intent before action, giving these ghosts the illusion of intelligence and awareness of the space they're navigating, which is an impressive attention to detail for a game made 45 years ago. The ghost's locomotion is otherwise a very simple cycle, just 2 frames of rippling at the bottom of their draped cloth. Or feet, I guess, if that's how you want to interpret it. And if you eat a power pellet, all the ghosts will turn blue and get this little defeated-looking, stunned expression while vulnerable. If you catch them in this state, their body disappears and their eyes make the trip back to the penalty box. It's not much for animation, and a lot of it is pretty abstracted in that classic arcade pixel art way, but it's a lot of personality for a game released in literally 1980. Game animation of this era was so limited that it had to focus almost entirely on delivering functional information, and this does so very well. This animation tells us everything we need to know while we're playing: which direction Pac-Man is facing, which way the ghosts are facing, and what state each ghost is currently in: dangerous, vulnerable, or defeated. And I am impressed at how much appeal this dead simple animation has. The character designs are charming, the eyes on the ghosts are really cute. I love the choice to have these 3 ghosts bouncing around inside the penalty box for the first couple of seconds. They could have just been sitting and waiting in there for the game to start, but this makes them feel more like they're impatient, just itching to get out and start chasing you around. I like that Pac-Man's eating loop stops if you hit a wall, helping to further visually emphasize that you are not currently moving anywhere. Little visual touches like these can have so much impact in a game this simple. You know what? You were right, there was more to dig into with this one than I expected. Good suggestion. Alright, one more. Yes, love it. And thank you for specifying basic melee combo, because, as many of you probably know, Sora's combos in Kingdom Hearts games are very malleable. You can unlock and equip abilities which extend these combos with extra hits, or add a variety of conditional finishers at the end. And even the unupgraded basic combo can change significantly based on context and enemy position. For example, this first overhead swing might be swapped for a lunging attack if the targeted enemy is far away. The final attack in the combo might change to this sweeping slash if there's multiple enemies right in front of you. And this entire ground combo might segue into Sora's aerial attack combo if the enemy you're attacking winds up airborne at any point. But for my sake, let's just focus on this default Sora at factory settings combo. It begins with an overhead swing, follows with a lunge and swipe, then finishes with another big vertical slash. I find the timing on these attacks interesting because, compared to a lot of other action games of this sort, Sora's Keyblade swings feel a little more sluggish than I'd have expected. The span of time between Sora's attack animations starting and those attacks connecting with an enemy is often between 14 and 30 frames, with each successive attack in the chain taking a little longer to wind up. Measuring at a rate of 60 frames per second, that's between a 1/4 second of wind-up for each attack, which is still quite fast, but compared to something like Nero's basic attacks in Devil May Cry 5, which seem to take between 12 and 18 frames to connect, or something even faster like these attacks in Zenless Zone Zero, which have a 7 to 16 frame delay, Sora's attacks feel a little weightier, closer to the basic attack timing of a character like Kratos, which I wouldn't have expected. This is ultimately fine, of course. Faster does not always mean better with these things, but it is an interesting design choice on a character this agile. And it is clearly an intentional choice, too, because Sora's basic combo maintains this wind-up time even in Kingdom Hearts 3. In fact, the last attack in that combo has an even longer wind-up than any of these. I do think that the clarity on these animations could be a little stronger. They're not terrible by any means, but these vertical slashes, and the stabbing thrust especially, aren't the kinds of attacks that are going to give you the clearest character silhouette or swinging arcs when viewed from behind. That said, that thrust being followed by this slash to the side does at least prevent Sora's body from obscuring the entire attack. And the overhead slashes do bring the Keyblade just far enough to either side to ensure that you don't lose visibility on the weapon for too long at a time. Besides which, how these attacks look from behind isn't ultimately that important because once you're in a fight and Sora is surrounded, you're going to be seeing these attacks from all angles. And Kingdom Hearts combat can get so visually chaotic so quickly that, honestly, even Sora's clearest attack animations would get lost in the noise without these bright light trails and the particle effects on successful hits. I also think that some of these attacks could flow more cleanly from one to the next. Now, some degree of visual popping between the end of one animation and the start of the next is to be expected, especially in a game from the PS2 era. There is a very generous window of time after each attack in this combo where you can press the button again to cue the next attack in the sequence, and the earlier you press the button in that window, the sooner you interrupt the previous animation's recovery, the bigger the posing change you are likely to see as the next animation starts. And that's quite reasonable. But some of these before and after poses aren't even close to matching up. Most of these attacks appear to start from Sora's combat idle stance, which works fine if it's the first attack in the chain, but each of those attacks is going to leave Sora in a different recovery pose, which is ideally the pose that the next attack in the combo should start from. Popping all the way back to Sora's combat idle pose for just a frame or two in between each swing is gonna flow way less smoothly. Now, I do get that each one of these attacks would eventually resolve back to this combat idle pose if you let it, but if these animations can only flow smoothly from one to the next if the player waits until the very end of the opportunity window to input the next attack, that suggests to me that maybe the starting pose for the second and third attacks in the combo should instead match the pose Sora is actually going to be in when the player presses the button most of the time. Of course, the main reason why they didn't do that is likely a consequence of that combo malleability I mentioned earlier. The fact that so many of these animations could happen in any order depending on context and which abilities you happen to have equipped makes providing animation coverage for every possible transition a pretty daunting prospect. And I guess I would agree that these more noticeable seams are a worthwhile trade-off for all that versatility and customization. Still just a little unfortunate that it results in so many jerky transitions in your default string of attacks, though. I'm also noticing some weird jitter in these animations now that I'm framing through them. Like, look at Sora's hands here. The way his grip detaches from the hilt for a single frame sometimes. Or this occasional weird jerkiness in the arcs of his motion. I wonder if... We're looking at the HD remaster of this game right now. I'm wondering if this was in the original. Hang on. Okay, it is a remaster problem. So, the original game ran at 30 frames per second on the PS2, but the HD remaster bumped that up to a smoother 60 frames per second, and I guess these animation assets weren't touched up for that higher frame rate, so we're just seeing some messy automatic interpolation every other frame. So I guess this is less of an animation problem and more a problem of a remaster exposing some seams that weren't meant to be visible and not fixing them.
I'm not gonna lie to you. The only way for anyone to notice these problems, if you have to be like balls deep into like animation at its highest, because I would never have noticed any bullshit with this. I thought it would be perfectly fine. So that's kind of, it's kind of amazing that you can find some type of issue with it. I think. I know it's a form of nitpick, I guess, to most people, but for you to find a issue with that in a frame like that, that's insane.
Interesting. Anyway, now I've been nitpicking these animations on what amounts to minor technical gripes so far, but you want to know what this attack combo excels at? Character appeal. This attack combo suits Sora perfectly. It captures his enthusiasm and fearlessness and childlike passion. And it's got just enough of that classic cartoon aesthetic baked into the style of motion to ensure that Sora's animation fits right alongside a Disney character without looking out of place. No other video game's combat looks quite like Kingdom Hearts, and that's quite the aesthetic achievement. Kingdom Hearts animation is just generally great across the board, and Sora's basic combo maybe isn't the best Kingdom Hearts has to offer, but I'd still say it's generally quite successful, especially when you remember that we're just looking at the foundation layer of something much more complex. Once again, a very big thank you to my patrons for all of their animation suggestions, specifically Nicholas Ehlers, Megabyte01, and Stefan for suggesting these three in particular. If you would like to get in on animation suggestions for future videos of this sort, as always, I have got a Patreon link down in the description below. I'll see you in the next one. Bye! I am beginning to realize the severity of the mistake I've made. You see, I thought I was making a video assessing the unpredictable quality of animation in Sonic the Hedgehog games, but what I did not realize in that fit of creative enthusiasm and, let's be honest, morbid curiosity
I'm not in the mood for this. I already watched some food. Like that was a lot. That was a lot. I want to look at some food. I'm dead serious. If you have a job now, hold on to it. Nobody's getting hired. Everyone's getting fired. Mike, are you here? Oh. What time is it? It's 8. It's Thursday. Maybe we should play a game tomorrow. It's kind of like... Yeah, maybe we should play a game tomorrow. I was going to ask you want to play a game, but when I think about it now, maybe we should just wait till tomorrow.
Michael Jackson lookalike guy Fabio is so weird because he made a reaction video to the new Michael Jackson movie and he looked pissed and like upset that he wasn't cast as Michael.
So, have you guys seen the trailer from the new Michael Jackson biopics that is about to be released next year, done by his nephew Jafar Jackson? I think Michael Jackson. He's Michael Jackson's nephew. One of Michael Jackson's eldest brother's son was playing him. So anyway, what got people talking here is the fact that Michael Jackson, one of the Michael Jackson famous impersonator, Fabio, has been called out because of his reaction to the trailer of the movie. So the trailer came out, a lot of people are excited, people are reacting to it and all that. And this Michael Jackson impersonator, Fabio, decided to react to it. But what got people talking was his reaction to it just did not sit well with a lot of people. And a lot of people are saying that it feels like it's Michael Jackson. A lot of people feel like he's hating on the movie because he feels like they should have cast him rather than Michael Jackson's nephew, Jafar. They should have cast him rather than...
The motherfucker's name is Jafar. Bro, you named the fucker Jafar. What is wrong with these? What's wrong with celebrities? Something is mentally wrong with celebrity. You gotta stop. I think if you're a celebrity of a higher caliber, you're not allowed to name your fucking kids. What is wrong with y'all? And Michael Jackson's name is Kid Blanket and what was it? Prince or some shit? Or some fucking crazy name. But Beyonce named her fucking kid Blue Ivy or some shit. Hey. The only one who named their kid at least close to normal was probably Justin Bieber. Named his son Jack something, Jack Blues or something like that. It's still kind of off, but then again, it's more normal than all the rest. They named their kids some fuck-ass names that don't make no sense. It's just for attention. It's wild to me. And you're gonna name your kid that governmental wise. They're gonna be stuck with them for the rest of their life. Are you horrible? You're horrible. Like you're horrible. Like what are you doing? You named the kid Jafar. You named him after a villain. Oh my god. A Star Wars droid. What? See, this is what I'm talking about. Celebrities gotta stop this. this should be a lot. Get a normal name. What is wrong with you celebrities? Like fucking asshole.
And him, that he doesn't look impressed and all that. But yeah, I'm just gonna let you guys see. I might remove the audio of it because of copyright, because a lot of Michael Jackson song playing in the background. But just look at his facial
that's crazy.
expression and let me know what you guys think. If it, he didn't say anything, okay, but just let me know what you guys think about it. Okay, so let's go check out his reaction to the Michael Jackson biopic trailer, and then people's reaction to his reaction.
I
Let's
like
go check
how
it
we
out.
all
And then
use
we'll come back.
for naming example.
3, 2, 1. Let me quiet that down. Actually, hold on, guys. Let me quiet that.
I might mute it for copyright reasons.
All right, because this is very important. All right, this is very important. We've waited for so long for this. It's very.
Bro, do you naturally look like that? Bro, do you naturally look like that? There's no way. That must be fucking surgery to a degree. I know, like, we all know this is, I'm talking about his face. Like, did he construct himself to look like that? There's no way he looks like that naturally. There's no way. There's no fucking way. He must have got some form of surgery to look like Michael. I don't know. His Patrick is... You know what? You're right. I forgot that. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, bitch, that head. Fucking. That's a fucking. I'm sorry. I'm gonna tell you women this. If you have a big head, if you have a big fucking forehead, don't go for this hairstyle. Put bangs or some shit. It'll put focus on your face. Don't do the Rihanna shit. Don't be Rihanna. Okay? This goes to white women, black women, any type of woman, Asian, don't matter, Hispanic, whatever the fuck you identify as. If you're a fucking woman and you have a big ass head, please put a fucking bang. Shit's wild. This shit is wild. Yeah, Sakura like forehead. I'm dead serious. It's like fucking. This is not even trying to make fun of her. It's just like it's one of those things where it's more distracting than it is making you ugly. And I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm saying that it's distracting. It's very distracting. So I would get bangs.
You're just a girl. You did it. I am the one.
I'm not even giving makeup advice because I don't know anything about makeup. It's more like a character design thing. To feel appealing. That's what I do. So. Oh, she muted. Okay, she muted him because the music she went copyright. That's why she's.
I'm gonna say what's on.
She's really just. Whatever.
Something.
This feels awkward. This so fucking.
The blankness on his face, though. The blankness on his face.
Yeah, that's what makes it distracting. She's not ugly. She's just. It's very distracting.
Did y'all see Michael Jackson impersonator? Fabio? Yeah, him. Y'all see react to the trailer of the new Michael Jackson movie? Yo, he looked absolutely
from a character.
Okay, he looked like, how dare you?
Bro, you can't tell me that nose ring theory is not a thing.
Have this me. Yo, what's up with them? What's up with them? Like, for real? I think he's the only one that really take it a little too far. Like, they're not Michael, okay? Michael been gone. Like, he looked absolutely disgusted. Okay,
Thank
he
you.
looked like, how dare you,
95 likes. Let's go.
bitch. This like me. Whole time they saying Fabio don't even know how to dance. Nigga can't dance.
Sing.
Nigga can't sing.
You can't
You
dance?
just look like
Oh shit. So you're like, wait, you don't do the dances, but you just
bro.
look like him?
You are not the real MJ, bro. You are not the real MJ, and you ain't the only fucking impersonator.
Oh my god.
Michael Jackson.
So you just look like Michael Jackson, but you don't do any of the Michael Jackson shit like most of the other Michael Jackson impersonators usually do? You don't dance, you just kind of like look like him and then you call it a day? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Jackson lookalike guy Fabio is so weird because he made a reaction video to the new Michael Jackson movie and he looked pissed and like upset that he wasn't cast as Michael. And I don't understand why this man thinks he was supposed to be left in charge because he looks more like Sandra Bullock with makeup on more than Michael Jackson. And also with him getting mad about who's playing Michael Jackson in the movie, does he not realize that it's actually Michael Jackson's nephew who was playing him in the movie? Like it is his bloodline. Jafar Jackson is playing Michael Jackson and that's exactly who should be doing it. Not some random wannabe Michael Jackson impersonator. I've always thought he's weird because it is so strange to base your entire personality about being a celebrity impersonator. Like he's changed his look, how he acts, how he talks to be like Michael Jackson. Like it's just weird and you should never base your entire personality on somebody else, right? We're all our own individuals, right? But the fact that he's trying to be Michael Jackson 2.0 when he never will be, it's just weird. And you know, I do feel like as a society, we've let these weird celebrity impersonators, we've let them go on way too much, right? Because there's like Michael Jackson ones, Ariana Grande, Taylor Swift. There are a bunch out there that make it their entire personality, and I just think that should be something that...
Yeah, there's a Zendaya looking girl that's on Instagram. Yeah. There's an episode. Wait, was that an episode? I don't remember seeing an episode. I gotta relook up that.
Like, you know, we applaud.
The way Fabio was looking, he was looking like he was ready to call the producer and be like, "What's this nonsense? This is not how my life went." That's the way Fabio was looking.
Oh no,
Fabio looked just so upset.
Will rent out their car to
I'm gonna take a wild guess and be like,
that's crazy.
This biopic had to come in agreement by the family. I know they weren't gonna pick anybody else other than somebody in their family to play Michael. They're not gonna play. I don't even know why he's even upset. You are not the real Michael. You are a cosplayer. People pay you because you just look like Sandra Bullock, really. But
okay, why is it? What's it? Wait.
What?
Okay.
There was no reason for him to even be remotely upset at all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is tickling me. Why is Fabio Jackson live
Wait, hold on.
now,
Sandra
right?
Bullock.
Y'all know Michael Jackson trailer just came
Oh,
out.
shit.
Why is he on live right now? Like,
Who was there?
Have this
Very important.
Hold on, I'm gonna answer whatever question I was asked in a second. I can kind of see it. It kind of looks like Sandra Bullock. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's a guy who did that. There's like there's a video of a white guy who's trying to look like a Korean pop star, specifically one Korean pop star in a band. I don't know what's up with that, but it is what it is. It's kind of crazy. All right, it said, "How did you learn to draw hands?" Okay, hand. How did you learn how to draw hands? Everyone has different methods. So, I learned from I learned through Ethan Baker. when you pointed out that whole Loesch thing, went out, pinky out type thing, where you kind of make a mitten, and then you don't make the draw. You don't draw the fingers. You make a mitten out of the fingers, and then you just make the negative space into whatever you want it to be. That's how I do it. That's how I figure it out. But I mainly made that work for me because I did the 100 hand challenge. So I drew 100 pairs of hands. So technically it was on 100. It was 200 pairs of hands. Yeah. Squall. Let's see here. The gravity what? But yeah, that's pretty much how I learned. I learned from Egan Baker with the whole Loesch thing. And then I did the whole 100 hand challenge that one time I streamed, that whole 100 hand challenge thing. Took 3 straight days, I think. I think it was 3 days, or 2.5 days. That was a thing? Is that racist? I'm pretty sure some people find that racist. I'm pretty sure it's racist. I think.
We've waited for so long for this. It's very...
Just a girl. You did it. I am the one.
Oh no, I forgot. I just pulled it.
He's a sweet man. I don't mean any harm or disrespect. I know he's really, you know, but he really acts like he really thought he was in charge now. Like he really seems like Michael Jackson said, when I pass along, I want Fabio to take over, because he'd be sitting there like he really feels like he's supposed to have a word in. You know, like he was just sitting there like, why is he doing this? You know, like, why is he doing this? Like, is somebody checking on him? Like, is all of this an act? Like, was he really that invested? Like, to the point where he thinks he's supposed...
Okay, I don't give a flying fuck anymore. It's just a dude who has a identity crisis. I don't care. Let's look for some food. I'm kind of tired of it now. I'm hungry. I'm hungry as shit. Ooh, that looks nice. This is really a big nothing burger, to be honest. Oh, no. Fuck that. It's very weird. Onion ring fries. I think they're onion ring fries. No, they're potatoes. Potato rings. There's a black one. Hello. I'm just doing studies. It's fucking crazy. Food. They still do. They still do it to this day. The whole troll thing, yeah, that was a thing. That's still a thing to this day. You can look that shit up. That shit crazy. Alright, I got pretty close to that. Not exactly one for one, but it's a reference nonetheless. I just think it's just out of boredom. I don't even think they're trying to be offensive. I honestly don't think Japan does it to be offensive. I think they do it because they're bored. I'm literally thinking that. I don't even think they do it because they just hate certain races. I don't think it's a sign of hate. I think it's a sign of curiosity and boredom. I honestly believe that. Oh, the curve of the hand. I made mine too wide open when it was supposed to be curved. I see now. It'll be funny. If anything, it'll be funny. I don't even think it's something to be mad at. At least they're trying to learn. It's not like they're trying to be offensive. Like, it's more... You can tell when someone's going out their way to be offensive compared to someone who's just trying to, you know... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I rarely ever get any type of work when it comes to doing, like, foreshortening stuff. I don't do them a lot because I don't get a lot of work for that. Usually it's just, like, portraits and shit like that or character designs. But, you know, it is what it is. This is not a real thumb. This thumb looks like a finger, but it's just really wellly placed, so it looks like it can just work. And it's anime, so you can kind of get away with it to a degree. Thank you. And it's just foreshortening. What happened? Oh, sorry about that, Ash. When you use a lot of capitals, that's what happens. Sorry about that. But thank you, though. Yeah, we try to prevent people from doing that because for some reason, whenever I turn off Nightbot, the crazies come out and they say insane things or they do insane things or they do a lot of capitalizations to get seen. I don't know why. What's the whole point of doing like massive caps? But that's a thing. So sorry you gotta get bullied by Nightbot, but that's what happens when other people who are crazy don't know how to act when they see a anime drawing half the time, especially when it has to do with a girl. So, sorry about that. Alright, let's put this out of the way. So we got 1, 2, 3. Oh. Needs to look better than good. Needs to look perfect, but sometimes just my speed needs to be better. Alright, let's do one more drawing. Yee. Hello. How goes it? See how much easier it is to draw a guy? Drawing men are super easy. 100. Yay, 100 likes. Let's go. Does it give inspiration? More just the inspiration is just to improve as much as possible. Pick up the speed and make the accuracy. Make the accuracy as best as possible. Oh man, bro. Oh, that's both, bro. Okay. Surprisingly, yeah. But maybe it's the food. I don't know. Maybe because of the drawing, or they're just used to me just now drawing to anything, and it's the thing I'm playing because everyone's. I'm hungry. Watching this is making me hungry, but making me want to draw more. I don't know why. So it's a weird situation as we speak. Yeah. That's too weird. Yeah, they do. They look like little roosters. They look little roosters. I didn't think that. Little rooster. Fight hungry. Never heard that one before. That one's new to me. I'll fight like you mean it. Like want to get into next battle. Like be like Goku. I think that one means. As a more layman's term of looking at things. Or fight like you want to win. Story of my life. I remember I had to find my pen on stream. That was not fun. Hello. How goes it? Thank you. Lower stairs. You know. Hang on. You can hear my stomach growling, my God. Hello, what's up? Logan, what's going on? Hello. That leg is really fucked. I gotta fix that. You're up, Mikey. Like Goku. I don't know. How you? It's funny how you guys keep getting that confused. Like every time I'm playing like rain in the background, you guys think something's frying. When I have something frying, you guys think it's rain. That shit's crazy. That should be crazy. That's crazy. Yep. Oh my god, dude, I hate that shit. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Scrawny. Scrawny dude. Hmm. You better not. Kindness. Man, for that shit. Oops. Boom, 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 boom. Here, ponies. Pony. Can I see here? Can I see here? The neck right here. Later.
The human body in some capacity appears to be more than just a conglomeration of cells, chemicals, and minerals. At what point does consciousness begin to arise within us, and if it's just a numbers game, why aren't other creatures that possess a similar amount of cells conscious? Why aren't the algal blooms that infest warmer waters developing plans to stay alive? Why, out of all the microbes on this planet that form colonies, is there not a space race between them? The reason is, while yes, neurons do hold functionality, we are not all that sure as to if humanity is just the sum of its parts. There's a hypothesis I think we are all aware of, that there is something more to our species than just meets the eye.
Pack it up, pack it in.
But this is more of a supernatural idea that there is, something all around us, as this is known as like God to some, Allah to others, Yahweh, and then other gods with a lowercase g. Just kind of seems to be an ever-present idea to Homo sapiens. The question is, why? In the events of phantoms, a creature lurks below the surface of our world, arising only a few hundred years or so to take large groups of humans back to wherever it came from. And for those missing settlements to just become the stuff of legends because nobody knew what happened. With no bodies, no fighting, no evidence that they were even there in the first place, that's really the only thing that is left behind. But what exactly is this thing? Why is its ego beyond anything that we have ever seen, and how did it evolve? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode. But as always, I want to thank you guys for watching. Leave a like if you feel inclined, as it's a personal favorite of me, as it helps the video. Come join my Discord where we watch movies together that end up here. Check out the gaming channel, Roanoke Games. Links for all that stuff in the description. And my new merch will be dropping soon, as the Halloween merch will be going away because it's now November. We kick off our story looking at mountains. Remember when it actually used to be cool in October and November? Man, what a time to be alive. Also, I'm going to impress upon you the severity of how dumb something is real quick. So this is a ski resort town. You must remember this, as otherwise nothing else will seem magical. A car drives up the mountain, barely missing the Dean Koontz words that materialize out of the ether. Nobody really knows why to this day they tend to float around the mountains. As they are headed to Snowfield, Colorado, using the car phone, which is pretty retro, Lisa talks to her boyfriend, assumedly, and driving into the tunnel, she loses connection to whoever she was calling. What's more surprising is, I lose signal all the time just driving in the mountains with, like, a new standard cell phone. How did this phone manage? Lisa agrees to stay for about a month, but it's going to be boring because apparently it's not LA, alright? Is LA really that fun? I don't know, I've never been to LA.
No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. It's a horrible place.
90s in Colorado, and apparently nobody has
same as New York now.
Ever lived there. In California.
Actually, it's been like that for New York for the last 15.
Just super fun, allegedly. There's around 400 people who live in this snow resort town in winter, right? But in the summer, when the snow melts, there's 4,000 people. What is that about? So as they drive around, Jenny remarks how usually the town is quiet, but it isn't this quiet, as literally nobody is around. Entering Jennifer's residence, there is food burning on the stove, but also, again, nobody is there. looking over, and then spot a woman who's totally donezo on the ground. Jenny says she died suddenly as there was no blood or evidence of a struggle. Touching her hand and not knowing what took her out, very smart. This could be an absolutely insane infectious disease, so I don't know what she's doing. So she runs to the phone, but the phone is out. Hearing something upstairs, they then exit the house, but the car is also dead. Which, I mean, of course, it's a Jeep. Walking down to the police station, there's absolutely nobody there, and entering the station, Jennifer says it must be a disease that's taking over the town. Lisa is scared, and I mean, hey, you know, those things attached to your pelvis, what do they call them, legs? They are built for walking. Just poof it out of there. Checking the officer's head, it appears a little more melty than it should be normally. However, he got off 3 rounds at something but didn't manage to take out anything that was attacking him. Grabbing the pellet dispenser in the back, just in case, and then head out further into the abandoned town, which, I mean, take a left and walk out of there. Also, kind of crazy that they coordinated filming like this whole thing and they kept everybody inside, but they discussed that something had to have caused this. Jennifer cannot figure out for the life of her what would make this transpire, but obviously it's a little concerning. Moving back out over to the car that was running before, it has been cut off and will not restart. So, moving around to the back of the building, now this doesn't look creepy at all. Hearing someone is above them and then run inside as they are looking for 2 people named Jacob and Anna. Finding the hands from Jurassic Park, they have been cauterized, which makes very little sense as to why this is the case, as the timer for the oven goes off. Don't open that. Of course, then again, who listens to my advice? Opening it, they assume, hopefully it was just a bundt cake. However, bleeding happens and then a few heads drop down. Where did those come from? The phone then rings, scaring the holy hell out of both of them. Answering it, Jennifer asks what it wants as a distorted voice says absolutely nothing, and then walking up to the front, someone is behind them. Looking around, it's what's left of the police force. Oh, thank God, depressed Batman is here. Stu then checks out the heads in the back, acting a little weird, as Hammond wants to bring in more people. Jennifer says it's a bad idea, as whatever is here can be toxic. Hammond then yells, saying he's in charge as they begin their walk through the town at night. Hearing a whistle blow in the distance, they have no idea what is causing that, but all the alarms in town begin going off. Yeah, you ever think maybe you're just being auditorily overwhelmed so that you don't pay attention to what's running around behind you? The power then goes out as Stu starts walking off into the darkness. As we come to find out, again, this guy's just straight up bizarre. He keeps saying that he's alright, but then again, this isn't normal behavior, so I don't think he's doing alright. So continuing their walk through town, they then enter a hotel as Stu asks where they should start. 4 rooms upstairs are booked as it's the off-season in winter in a ski resort town, which I mean, should be when they're primarily making money during this time frame, right? So as they discuss the town's poor economic decision-making skills, they hear music upstairs as they go to check. Entering the room, Stu then enters the other door, kicking it open, making as much noise as possible. Can we possibly make any more noise? Huh, I guess so. Hammond then rounds the corner and then almost domes a youngling, except psych, it was a flashback to some traumatic past where he domed a youngling. The other 2 then come upstairs with the other deputy as Stu clears another room, finding an older woman is laying there. She's donezo and appears quite melty. Hammond then turns off the music as he checks a locked bathroom door, I'm assuming. Alright, so Stu sits next to this old woman talking to her, right? He asks if she wants to tell him what happened here. Touching her skin, Hammond asks what Stu is doing, and Stu is, again, a bit of an odd bird, and he starts laughing, and literally, this dude, like, there's no ethereal issue right now. He's just absolutely, it's so off-putting, but it's like too off-putting, right? Like, I get it's his character, and this is typically the type of actor who plays this role, but good lord, it's like a caricature. Anyway, so Hammond then tells him to watch the hallways as he requests Jennifer join him in the bathroom because the door was locked from the inside, but whoever was in there is clearly not there anymore and there's no window. So where did they go? You know, maybe they just locked the door and then closed it on their way out. I mean, I've locked myself out of plenty of rooms in my own home before. So written on the mirror inside is Timothy Flight, the ancient enemy. As Stu walks down the hallway, he enters another room and finds a ton of valuables on the bed. One guy suggests that maybe it was like the Nazis because they didn't leave anything of value behind, as then they find a pacemaker, and that sort of suggests this is just one big pile of melted people, but alrighty then. So Stu keeps laughing about weird things as Lisa suggests they were led here on purpose. Then they find the hand on the table with the lipstick near Stu, who once again is acting weird. They hear a woman screaming as the other deputy then runs outside and gets picked up by something. Depressed Batman then calls out requesting the feds, but the radio starts breaking up. So it's quite interesting, as something we need to highlight to begin kind of forming a semblance of an idea of what this thing is even doing, is how it may communicate to a degree. As we have seen, not only are vehicles no longer starting up, the phone lines can be tapped into, hallucinations can be seen, and radio frequencies are disrupted. What this seems to indicate is that this creature is producing an electrical field of influence to a degree. And this could prevent the solenoid in the vehicles from properly starting a car, which means maybe if you find a manual car and then roll it down a hill, you might be able to start it. though the distributor may also be involved as well as the battery, so maybe it won't work at all. But the same electrical field can also tap into the phone lines and disrupt radio signals. Really, though, all a phone does is convert compressional airwaves into an electrical signal that is then converted or reconverted by the other phone into compressional airwaves to be understood by your ears. By using an electrical signal between the two phones, you can definitely have it interpreted by another phone as a voice. However, it appears to be not all that clear, but what I do find interesting is the hallucinations we will see later. Hallucinations and mirror neurons may be intrinsically linked in something like schizophrenia, but to understand these hallucinations, we need to really understand what they even are in the first place or how they happen. It is typical for people to think that hallucinations stem from an overactive brain, but really, that's what we call a seizure. Hallucinations actually stem from a depressed brain. Well, depressed in terms of function. In Brodmann areas 17, this is the primary visual cortex, and this is responsible for simple visual hallucinations as they are known. These typically present as flashes or geometric shapes. However, Brodmann's area 18 and 19 in the visual association cortices are responsible for complex visual hallucinations, which may cause people to see other people or scenes that look and appear real, but are not. Typically, this type of hallucination is associated with unchecked progression of schizophrenia. Now, why schizophrenia? Well, first, schizophrenia typically results from an enlargement of the ventricles in the brain. The ventricles, of course, being where the cerebrospinal fluid flows. So basically, if I remember correctly, this is like waste removal, but also cooling of the brain takes place here. But within this area, it is known that mirror neurons are nearby. So, what are mirror neurons? This is a highly interesting area of the brain, and for the love of God, take it with a grain of salt.
Yep.
This area of the brain could potentially hint at a developing sixth sense, as it is called, which would basically be kind of, I guess, psychic in layman's terms. But prior to talking about that, at its most basic form, mirror neurons support appreciation of like self and other boundaries. They're basically social neurons, and they are thought to make what we are, us essentially, and we're highly sociable, and they actually activate when we see someone do something or that we socially interact. Now, this social interaction is interesting because it is said this is where we get our gut instinct about others. Looking for minute changes in expression in other people, this will give you a feeling about somebody. So, I'm not being a douche about this. Take Mr. Beast, for instance. I just saw this the other day. When Mr. Beast smiles, if you basically cover up the bottom part of his face, you don't actually see him smiling with his eyes. Now, I'm not going to sit here and diagnose anybody with anything because that's not my job. But the point is that if you look at him smiling, a lot of people say they might feel off about it, like something isn't really like making sense, so to speak. That's because typically like, lines around your eyes when you smile or you smile for real. So those will be your mirror neurons activating because something about what you're looking at is off to you, and like it kind of gives you a sense of unease. Those mirror neurons are supposed to do that when you're interacting in any social situation because you're looking for very, very fine lines. While consciously you may not be thinking about it, parts of your brain are unconsciously thinking about it. Now, where this begins to take a stranger form is a mirror neuron activation concerning the idea of reading another person's mind. Like, don't click off. This is actually an experiment that was conducted. So you remember Ghostbusters, the first one, at the beginning when they were trying to read the cards and the guy was getting it right but getting shocked anyways, and the girl wasn't doing it right, but Dr. Venkman just wanted a date? That was actually a real test that they did. The test was conducted, and there were those who were successful in doing so beyond just what could be considered coincidence. The areas of their brain that would light up were areas with known mirror neurons, or the location where mirror neurons are, and in those who were just guessing, they had more activation just behind their prefrontal cortex, indicating that they were thinking about it, not feeling it, so to speak. And I mean, this type of stuff with like the speculative neurology goes beyond just me being a crackhead. Like declassified CIA documents of people mentally breaking into completely hidden Soviet structures, and only after the Cold War, it was concluded that they were confirmed correct, and they actually did describe the place almost perfectly. It's stuff like that that makes these mirror neurons very interesting because, again, it's outside of just physical biology. There would have to be something else happening. I mean, the reality of these situations, and this is completely off topic, but it could really just come down to something as simple as how does the universe actually function? What is the fabric of reality? How much control do we actually have over that? And while right now it may seem absolutely insane, typically things that are deemed magic was just science back in the day that we didn't understand. So this could be something that right now it's like, okay, that's ridiculous, but It may just be something that we as a species don't understand at this point in time. But these same neurons can also be affected by electromagnetic fields, which, goes hand in hand with the visual hallucinations in conjunction with schizophrenia. So you can begin to see why people might be seeing the things that they're seeing, more so depressed Batman. Anyhow, back to the movie. So after failing to call out, they then hear distorted sounds over the radio, which is the same thing Lisa heard on the phone. Stu looks super jazzed about them being on their own for some reason, as depressed Batman asks what Stu's problem is, like the guy's been trying to pick a fight the whole time. Yeah, this dude is definitely infected. No shot he isn't. He placed the hand there. I'm calling it. So a fight almost breaks out as Stu keeps baiting him into an argument. So future Roanoke here, I'm glad you didn't take that bet. Turns out Stu is just a complete clown. Well, maybe. We'll discuss that later. So the phone then begins ringing as they hear these same distorted sounds from earlier, but it sounds like something whispering. Batman then asks who it is as they hear a groan, and then the line cuts. The power then goes off as something is at the window. It looks like a bird as it starts trying to break through, which then they light up the window, where there goes all your hearing and ammo. Highly intelligent, guys. A for effort. So now with that giant hole in your defenses, Stu approaches the window saying it won't be coming back. Stu suggests that they shot it 30 times. How do you figure, sports fan? That thing dropped out of the way and you guys just kept firing at an open window. So it then flies in and pins Stu to the wall, mortally injuring him as then it flies back out. So you're telling me this whole time Stu was just weird as a baseline? I refuse to believe it. Boarding at the window, they then keep it out as they check on Stu. So further future Roanoke here, I forgot his head gets basically eaten. So again, confirmed, he's just weird. So it ate through his face, his eyes, and his entire brain. Lisa then starts talking about how this thing is the devil and it came up from hell because it wants to dance with them. So Lisa's officially tripping. Like, what are you talking about there, gal? Meanwhile, over in the city, it's raining. Some guy writes on his typewriter as he drinks. It's Dr. Flight. The FBI approaches him asking about articles that he's written about an ancient enemy. The FBI requests that he come with them as it's a matter of national security. And that's how you end up in a basement listening to the Meow Mix song on repeat for 45 hours straight. Back over in a ski resort town whose tourist season's in the summer when the snow is all melted, Hammond then talks to Jennifer, making a pass at her. As water drips from the sink, okay then, Jennifer then asks what Hammond is doing there if he was with the FBI. Driven insane by the Meow Mix song, no doubt. So in the past, Hammond domed a youngling because he was hiding in a closet and had a toy handheld. And I mean, terrible, but you did have to make a choice, right? So Lisa comes over and says she needs an escort to the bathroom. Clearing the bathroom, the water keeps dripping as Lisa then drops a cigarette, which is long for Garrett, as then she hears something in the sink. So, quick question. I've always heard that Dean Koontz kind of steals Stephen King's ideas. Is that true? Because the scene in the sink, right? Like, isn't that it? Anyways. So then she hears a toilet flush, which is not an ideal situation. Approaching the stall, nobody is in there. Closing the door, Stu is now back up in action. And oh Christ, he's as weird as he's ever been. So Hammond then checks the bathroom, but nobody was in there, as Lisa says, yeah, he was in there, as they go back into the body room to find all the meat suits are gone, which is definitely not ideal. Hearing a helicopter overhead, they then run outside, but it passes over as clearly there's nowhere to land on a road with cars and power lines and buildings. Like, where did you guys expect them to sit? Anyways, Hammond then says it's just reconnaissance as a private jet is now delivering Dr. Flight to the area. He then talks about how he knows his rights. Yeah, you have the right to listen to Meow Mix for 46 hours straight. Look, man, I'm sure the FBI are cool guys. I don't know, I don't really interact too much with the FBI, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I am new here. How does your lives work in terms of artwork? Wait, what are you asking? Rephrase that.
Captain Girlfriend is good enough for me when dealing with the government. So anyways, where was I? Ah, yes. Running to Hammond's car, or the car that was like totally gonna start, but no other car starts in existence, it predictably doesn't start. How did they keep forgetting this? The engine block has been crushed as they hear screaming down the road of someone yelling for help. They decide to go back inside and completely ignore that because it's very clearly whatever this thing is. Meanwhile, outside of town, Dr. Flight is being brought in to deal with whatever is causing this issue. Although, surely they could have...
I do anime work. I'm an anime artist, character designer, VTubing artist.
Still Holy X Logan says Onisiar.
Slow down just a little bit when entering this area. Like, they almost totally wrecked this dude who was
Holy
operating
X
the fence.
Logan says
also,
nice.
shouldn't they be getting their credentials checked? This could be some random for all they know. So they talk about what the ancient enemy actually is, as Dr. Flight talks about how 3,000 soldiers in China back in the day, during like the Ming Dynasty or whatever, disappeared with no bodies ever found, just their camp and food. thousands of Mayans also going missing. Wow, don't know what that southern accent was. Anyways, thousands of Mayans going missing, and no mass graves or evidence of any attack was ever found, just a missing society. Another colony, Roanoke actually, which is what this channel is named after,
You guys
also
never
went missing.
stay.
And what happened to them is still speculated to this day, although we're pretty sure we know what
There's a
happened.
bunch of
Dr.
evidence
Flight
of
then
drawing
says
men. You
it's
guys
chaos in
just
the
don't
flesh.
like it.
Something took all of them.
So
Entering a
why
carrier
don't
that
bother
general
drawing
talks
them half
about
the
how
time?
Dr. Flight's
Especially they're
name was
super
scrawled
easy to
onto the
draw.
bathroom wall, really just a mirror. So his theory
Compared to the
must be
women.
right. Back in town, Hammond talks about how if they keep their heads on straight, their eyes and brains within those heads, and their face, meat, and skin firmly attached to their heads, they will be fine. He's also lying, but apparently luck is on their side. As lights flash, the carriers have arrived, bringing in the feds. Oh, thank God. The government is here. We're saved. Listen.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I'll be drawing a dude like this for like, I'll draw like 7, 8, 10 different dudes doing poses like this. And I'll get either praise or be like, ask questions about like how to draw better. And that's pretty much it. They ever rarely refer to the drawing I'm drawing to. But if I draw a no-name bitch on the screen, especially a mannequin female, oh my God, they come out of the woodwork. All of them come out asking crazy, insane questions, or they say insane things to me. Something about make the titties bigger, make the ass thicker, this, that, and a third. It's a matter of time. Don't go to the dark side. Touch grass. Why are you drawing this, bro? This is weird. All of them come out because as soon as it's female presenting, or they can at least identify that it's female, therefore it's somehow problematic, taboo, something's wrong with it. Especially if I'm a dude, if I'm drawing it, there's something wrong. There's some type of low-key reason. But these are the same people who would be mad at you if you was writing a story and there was no females in it. Yeah. Those same people will get, like, if I was writing a manga right now, or creating a manga, and there was no women in sight in the show, in the manga, they will have a fucking problem. Why is there no females? I don't know, when I drew them, you guys had a fucking problem. This is only about males, and somehow you have a problem. Weird. That's very weird. That's very strange. So if I draw with females, problematic. If I don't add female into my manga, there's a problem. That's fucking weird. That's the same people, or the same type of people who got upset that there was enough females in the monkey game called Black Myth Wukong. The journalist had a fucking mental breakdown on the fact that there wasn't enough females in the monkey game, in the furry monkey game. When the majority of everyone is a demon or some type of monstrosity ass monster. But for some odd reason, that bitch was too focused on there was not enough females in the monkey game. The walking, talking monkey game with a stick that hits people. Or hits monsters.
I get it. They do a good job. Obviously, you can't just have chaos and anarchy. I get it. So anyways, as they approach, Hammond then goes out to meet them. Flight then talks about how the outbreak is going, and it's going badly, and they're trying to figure out what the threat is. Nuclear, biological, or other. Hammond is evidently leaning towards other, as he says, which I'm going to have to disagree with you there, big dog. This is definitely a biological threat. As then they check out the bodies, they find evidence of something infecting them. It's, see, very clearly biological. Entering the church, they find the priest, as well as at the base of the statue of Mary, a large amount of metal objects like rings, necklaces, TV remotes, whatever. Flight then says it's not an offering, but undigested remains. In the sewers, they then find the phone lines were breached through a pipe, which is how this thing has been communicating. Another group then begins hearing singing in a mechanic shop, approaching the sink. Brother, where is your countermeasure? Oh, wait, no, he's with the science team. As someone who was also a part of the science team, I'm just going to tell you this, stay strapped or get clapped. Reaching out at the drain, he says, oh, it's nothing, as then he gets blasted in the face by raw sewage. Tasty. So as everyone moves through town, they then break into houses and attempt to find anyone who's left alive. One man still has reactions to light, but completely constricted pupils, which indicates brain damage. Like, how did they not notice this at all? What sort of science team are you? Drawings of creatures are all over as they look down and realize the guy is gone and standing at the door. And this just raises further questions. Like, do you guys not have peripheral vision? Anyways, back in the sewer, the creature is shown up as one guy rips off his mask to look at it like an idiot before being dragged back further into the sewers. Like, why waste time removing your face mask and helmet? Just run, brother. So the guy up top also gets dragged in too, because after hearing that, he decided his best course of action would be to keep his face right near the hidey hole. And back in the church, the doors open up as a quadruped shows up. Flight asks how the dog has lived through any of this, as one guy then pets the dog. He's insanely jazzed to see it. As Flight tells him, you might want to get away from that dog, as then it starts tearing open. Its spine and skull comes out, as the guy gets stabbed through his head, with everyone else getting speared. Flight is left as the soldier then lights up the scientist, but it does very little to fix the problem. The soldier then gets tendrilled and then lit on fire somehow, as it's just Flight who's left. The scientist gets back up and they approach him and talk to him. They tell him to do his research and write the gospel. So aliens? Not sure yet. Back in the sewer, Flight then comes running up, telling them it's here and all around him. The ground then begins sludging as the general gets invaded. Ouchies. Flight then took off his suit for some reason, while the general, I don't know, I think I would be more stunned than anything, but then the general stands back up. He took off his suit while the general's being infected. There we go, I forgot to finish that thought. Anyways, he stands back up and pulls out a piece of his helmet, spitting a salamander onto the glass. So now that we have seen this thing in quasi what it is, we can tell quite a few things about it. First, it's a mass of flesh that is able to mimic any species it comes into contact with. And this indicates that it is in fact cellular, so it is organic. And this can actually be accomplished relatively easily concerning the actual transfer of information. Assumingly, this creature will absorb whatever creature it comes into contact with, and that is how it rebuilt Stu in the bathroom, I guess you could say. But the weird bird thing that attacked, that was strange, but it can also build a gecko. So it seems it can build either creatures that don't even exist, or just build ones that do exist. Now, also, I'm not really sure why I called that thing a salamander earlier. 37 petricologists have entered the chat to tell me that I was wrong. Regardless, I'm not a nerd, you're a nerd. So the stealing of information really just comes down to its genetic coding and how it is able to utilize that information.
I think YouTube might try and make it premium.
By using the genes of clearly some absorbed gecko in the past, it can then take on the shape utilizing several
Jolly
different
Ensure
E
genes,
says,
such as
damn,
the
he's hot.
FGF12 gene, GRM8 gene,
we
TLX1NB
just gotta play
gene,
the
and of
happy
course,
birthday
who could
song, but
forget
you left.
TRAP1 gene. Actually, you can forget all those very easily because it's just a collection of letters and numbers, but these genes are responsible for all those things concerned like BMI, weight, height, waist to hip ratio, the literal physical appearance that you take on, at least so in humans. So it's assumed geckos likely have a very similar set of genes responsible for their own body. But this blueprint for a meat suit would allow this piece of flesh to form a creature of similar structure by reading this information, which means there must be some compatibility based on how it expresses genetic information. So the blob then leaves, allowing them to keep the piece of its flesh to study it, as it tells them not to try to leave, as they need to witness the miracle. This thing is so arrogant that it actually left a piece of itself, which we were actively trying to kill anyhow, under the assumption that we would not find a way to destroy it. This arrogance is actually its downfall. And you're not going to believe where it gets this arrogance from. It's quite hilarious. So Flight then grabs the ever-melting gecko as he begins to study it. Hammond asks why they aren't dead yet, and Jennifer suggests it just needed Flight, so it left some of them alive. Flight thinks it could be like a flatworm, or at least some sort of amoeba that can mimic any animal it comes into contact with, which is sort of correct. Testing the flesh appears to live deep within the earth and lies dormant from time to time. The flesh appears to haunt humans and then can assume whatever form it wants, and also absorbs anything that they knew as well. Flight begins to postulate that potentially this thing is what resulted in the end of the dinosaurs. Continuing the analysis, the computer begins telling everyone that Jesus loves them, unfathomably based, as the creature hijacks the speaker function and then tells them to tell everyone the end begins here. This thing is known as Baal. Basically, they are demons. They can suck these balls. It goes on saying it's Lucifer and that God in Christ cannot save any of them. The Christ Chad versus the demonic virgin, some would say. I'm some. That's what I'm saying. Hammond then asks why they killed this. By the way,
I love Roanoke.
The reason that it basically goes all religious is it absorbed a Satanist. Very interesting stuff.
Wait, what?
Again, the Christ Chad versus the demonic virgin.
Go back.
To tell everyone the end begins here. This thing is known as Baal. Basically, they are demons. They can suck these balls. It goes on saying it's Lucifer and that God in Christ cannot save any of them. The Christ Chad versus the demonic virgin, some would say. I'm some. That's what I'm saying. Hammond then asks why they killed this. By the way, in the book, the reason that it basically goes all religious is it absorbed a Satanist. Very interesting stuff. Again, the Christ Chad versus the demonic virgin. So
Okay,
Hammond asks
let's go.
why they killed all of these people, and it says humans are cattle. This thing has got a bit of a god complex, if you can tell, and you may be asking, where's this actually coming from? Hilariously, it is the human ego. As it absorbed animals, it was fine. However, once coming across humans, it began to develop this ego and became more like us until it finally absorbed so many humans, and with it our intellect, that it was overwhelmed by the human homegrown classic, which is inflated self-importance.
Okay.
This issue would continue to grow as it consumed more and more humans until it became so egotistical, it dropped off a piece of itself, assuming it had no weaknesses. Hammond then asks if it'll let them live. If they do what it says, it
He
elects
said
not
no.
to say anything, but really, it just sees them as pets at this point. Look here, egotistical blob, you could pet these nuts. Yeah, it's even funnier than saying time around. So Hammond suggests the thing has lived too long without fear. It's time to remind anything that thinks it owns the planet that this is our planet. You know, actually, I think it thinks it owns the planet because it absorbed humans. Which means humans are the only people
Oh my God.
that think we own
Oh
the
my
planet.
God.
God, I love humanity. Truly. Time to duke the soil. Anyways, running another
Oh my
analysis, it
God.
suggests its ego is what
I-
makes it
I love
vulnerable.
Roanoke.
The lab
He's
continues
funny
to be
as
attacked while the military mobilizes outside. Also, why even rock the lab? As we'll see here in a moment, it doing this makes very little sense, and for some reason, Batman's also injured from falling against the wall lightly, as everyone is pretty sure they're totally boned. Lisa suggests that they are still trapped, as she says she doesn't want to go to hell. Look, I get it. Egotistical blob or not, it's not a soul-stealing creature. It's kind of hard to claim the ethereal. Anyways, finding out what it is, Flight then says it's a petrolatum, as he pronounces it. So I'm going to pronounce it that way as well. A much more complex and composed of a longer list of minerals and chemicals than the cells of the human body. So it's basically inefficient. Gotcha. See, that could be egotistical too. Get me in an Xbox Live lobby with this thing. It's going down.
Let's go!
Basically,
Let's
it's just
go!
hydrocarbon life. So what does that mean?
Go!
Well,
Let's
I
go,
don't know
Roanoke!
what sort of life specifically to actually classify this as, and it would be highly interesting as it's seemingly multicellular
Yes,
and
I'm
actually
using a
is.
reference.
However, you wouldn't call it true multicellularism like eukaryotes are capable of. So getting a good look at this thing, we can see it's quite complex, almost like an amoeba, which is a very, very old form of eukaryote. However, given that it is composed of more minerals and needlessly complex, you can almost think of it as a bit less refined than our cells. More minerals and complexities in reality means it hasn't downsized into efficiency. And its critical time frame, and given where it lives, would indicate to me that it is in fact not eukaryotic in nature, not prokaryotic because it's too complex, but it's actually
Yeah, let's
archaic.
go.
What is that? Well, you can think of an arcade, I mean, it is its own form of life, essentially, or branch of life, but it's kind of like a mid-step between prokaryotes and eukaryotes. They have much more complex DNA replication methods than prokaryotes, but they're not as refined as eukaryotes. Their genome structure contains more information than bacteria, but not as much as human cells. Where they delineate into their own is the unique lipid structures that they have in their cellular membrane that allows them to live in extreme environments that both prokaryotes and eukaryotes would have either difficulty living in or we just wouldn't survive in. And this is going to be stuff like oil. Amoebas, while loving water and soil, are not too fond of petroleum. However, archaea absolutely love petroleum. And this is a sort of an interesting idea because, again, if we approach this idea with the mid-step mentality, while prokaryotes can live in colonies, they're still very much so individualistic, making them
okay, I
less
just need
functional
to
as a
do
unit
better.
concerning the drawbacks that they have.
Thank
And eukaryotes form actual legitimate multicellular organisms, with their drawbacks being that our cells pin our whole survivability on other cells. The archaea
'Cause it is.
organism, the ancient enemy as it's called, is this mid-step. And also, I just want to point out, there is some bacteria that is found in petroleum. Anyhow, so while their cells are individual still somewhat, pieces can then break off and mimic other like life forms such as stew. Horrible choice to mimic this guy, but you kind of get the idea. Their drawback doesn't align with survivability, but as we will see, there is one major one that is an absolute vulnerability. So opening the microbe's storage door, Flight then finds something as the command post calls out to the ski resort whose off-season is during the winter. Outside, the scientists have returned to convert everyone. Flight then pulls the microorganisms, a bacteria that eats oil and can only exist in an oil-rich environment, but then goes away and is completely harmless to humans. For now, life adapts. Their plan is to infect the blob with this, and it reproduces evidently every 11 seconds, which is absolutely wild, which I get that is total crap because the fastest doubling bacteria that we know of is Vibrio nitrogens, which doubles its time or doubles in about 10 minutes in ideal conditions. There are quite a few different bacteria that also eat petroleum compounds or hydrocarbons, but none of them have the ability to double their numbers inside of 11 seconds. we would have absolutely
Yep.
no oil left on the planet if this was the case. And we would honestly use it like one time, and it would grow wildly out of control. So the major ones are Merino-Bacter, Oshinospiralis, Pseudomonas, and Alcanivorax. I believe that's how you pronounce that. But these can survive off just oil, so I'm assuming this is the bacteria that is going to be tasked with actually taking down this egotistical blob. But back at Command Post, it's totally wrecked, but nobody will know until summer anyhow. Back in town, Hammond then exits out of the lab, which so far has been pretty successful in keeping the creature out, and as he walks to the other lab, the quadruped starts growling at him. Opening the door, Hammond then backs into the lab as Copperfield shows up. He opens his mouth as distorted sounds are emitted, and I mean, so far they really haven't done anything to you. This thing hasn't done anything to you. Grabbing a handle, the sound then begins again as Hammond turns around and Copperfield is gone. Grabbing the suitcase, he then heads out and walks past the dog. Again, is this thing trying to take them out or not? It seems to be just sort of vibing most of the time, as Hammond says, "Oh, I only want to tell the world about you," as then the dog's transformation stops. Entering the lab once more, apparently this is, you know, an all-knowing creature, but it doesn't know humans can lie. Considering it absorbed many humans, it should know that we are totally capable of that. There's like a pretty large flaw in its plan there. So entering the lab, the quadruped continues to watch as Hammond closes the door. So as snow finally starts falling in the ski resort town that closes in the winter, Flight then asks a valid question. How do they propose they do this? Sending Flight out, I mean, the blob is in love with you, bro, so you're the ideal person. And you're also protected for some reason. And then walks out and he tells it that he's there, his witness. He says he needs to see all of the creature, not just a small piece. So Flight comes out saying, again, that it's like, we're producing a countermeasure to you. And he says, death is for mortals, though, and not for gods. He then tells it to show itself, as gods have nothing to fear. So after stroking its ego a little bit, he then adds, well, maybe you do have something to fear. Ah, yes. The concept that if you're going to make an infant cry, you have to first give it something so that you can take it away so that it cries. So the entire town then arrives without him noticing, which is rather interesting, as their breath then forms the creature in the middle, and we finally see it in all of its glory. It's a big blob. The rest of Team Human then comes out and fires a bunch of these things into the bacteria as it lets out a beam of light. It is infected, but it's not dead yet. It begins its attack as then they run to the police station as it goes back underground to run away. Hammond enters the sewer system to give chase as Flight stands back up, with Hammond making his way through raw sewage. Lisa and Jenny get attacked by Stu, who has... He's just, again, I can't put it any further. He's just weird before his infection. Like, just shoot him. So then they light him up as he's slumped over, but he's not dead. His legs begin changing into a squid monster thing, as Stu continues being weird even post-infection as they blast through the roof and escape. Just remember, it absorbs your essence, so this dude made the creature that much more strange. So Stu begins throwing up as clearly he's dealing with some sort of issue. Down in the sewer, Hammond continues to going after the thing as it's thrashing around. As Lisa and Jenny then crawl across the attic, Stu shows up, looking even more unhinged. He asks what they did to him, saying, "Did you slip me a Mickey?" Ugh, God, these are data terror. Anyways, they blast him in the face, as then they get rid of the rest of his face as he begins melting away finally. So he just sort of melts in on himself as now Hammond sees the youngling that he domed, or at least a version of it. I think the thing was trying to like throw him off. So he gets knocked down as the creature says he's going to let Hammond live with him forever. Okay. So finding the syringe, Hammond then shoots it as it covers the offspring in bacteria. And it starts completely freaking out as the yelling can be heard all over the town and then suddenly ends. Back up at the ski resort town that is closed during the snowy months, Hammond reports back that it is done and all the souls are at peace. Flight says he's going to go tell the world about the creature, but the Earth still endures. Flight then gives an interview about intelligence down below our feet, and he wonders if it's actually gone or if humanity will go extinct over it. In a bar, the two are kind of just talking about how Flight's a crackpot, as Stu is also there. He says, "You want to see something interesting?" As evidently the creature did in fact not die, and it chose the weirdest guy to represent himself, and thus concludes, phantoms. So what is the possibility that this thing can actually exist? Well, given that it is highly likely to be archaic, at first it would exhibit a level of intelligence based on the interconnectedness of its own cells, and while individualistic, they can possibly be more capable of communication between cells than just, say, prokaryotes can be, but it appears to me that this is a mid-step, and it would be rendered a threat, but it's not really all that intelligent. Potentially just having the ability to be like any predatory animal, and given its interaction with eukaryotic organisms over time, and from what we can see with most animals, its level of intelligence would actually not have risen all that higher than what most animals on Earth normally are. That said, when it came across humanity, these new eukaryotic cells arranged in such a way that our level of intellect was achieved. This allowed the archaea to reorganize themselves in a way that allowed for it to become more intelligent, but still, it's just mimicking human intelligence. And it's not even actually all that intelligent. In fact, actually, I think it would get most of its basically social cues and like what it's doing from mirror neurons that it has basically gleaned from other brains. But blinded
No
by a form
problem.
of intelligence,
Thank you,
with it
Nathaniel.
being the
See you in a
ego,
bit, bro.
it did not maintain the balancing paradigm that humanity has within itself, and so it's really not all that smart, it's just pretending to be smart. Once absorbing a whole town, many different thoughts, feelings, mirror neurons, and ideas would be absorbed, giving itself the illusion of knowing our kind, but it really doesn't. So because it was mentioned that it is saturated with hydrocarbons, something probably like bacillus was likely used in order to consume the hydrocarbons, thus rendering the arcade inert and dead. And this would take time, and the entire time this was happening, this thing would be running its mouth, but ultimately it would do its job. It is just highly interesting, concerning like a thought experiment, trying to figure out what life would look like if an arcade went full on multicellular. As far as we know though, it never has, but this would allow it, however, to live in more extreme environments, but be predatory as it is, because it's actually predatory in its naturally occurring single-celled state. And while it would appear somewhat like a eukaryotic organism in its original form, it would very likely be a blob, given that it's reliant somewhat on itself, but it has not achieved full multicellularism, which means it does not need to differentiate like eukaryotic cells have, and thus it was just really not likely a pressing need. So to wrap this up, this could all be summed up in one thing. It was man who was made in God's image, not you, creature. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, leave a like would be greatly appreciated as it gets the video out there, and subscribing lets you know when I post. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Roanoke Games, Roanoke Tales channel links in the description, as well as my Patreon. But speaking of patrons, I'd like to thank mine real quick. First, thank you to our astrophysicist, Death Dancer, and Feather. Thank you guys. Next, I'd like to thank our scientists.
Oh, what the fuck? I was like, what the hell? I was like, what the hell?
What does the future look like for humanity? Well, as long as we don't go full ape mode, we won't blow ourselves up. Of course, with the possible production of mirror life, that's not exactly an ideal situation either. And if you want to know what that is, basically it's regular life mirrored, meaning if your body came across it and it was mirrored bacteria per se, or like the plague, it would literally have no idea how to combat it. Remember, life at one point were just all anaerobes, right up until cyanobacteria showed up and then polluted the atmosphere with oxygen, killing everything that was already established. Kind of makes you wonder if, like, one day in the future, there will be a footnote in a textbook about how this strange form of mirrored life resulted in the creation of two-legged animals that produced a bunch of plastic, and then they went extinct due to the rise of the cellular makeup that makes up us. You know, real Goosebumps vibes, sort of life restarting. Or why was life always on the moon looking at Earth like, oh yeah, we're aliens? Anyways, so the future, if we are successful in being the absolute cool guy species, would hopefully result in us being able to like ascertain resources from the surrounding environment as we figure out how to leave the solar system. And brother, there are some resources out there. To this end, this actually brings us around to where we are today. As two competing companies, a German company and an American one, vie for power in space, the Germans, which seems standard to run across something they weren't supposed to, which would immediately become the Americans' problems, all I can say are Nazi zombies, would run across something that was a creature, and it literally makes zero sense why there would be two comorbidities stacking bodies on one moon. So let's discuss that in today's episode covering the creature. I'm going to warn you, wear a helmet for this one. It's really stupid. We kick off our story with being in a competition for new materials. Two rival corporations are invested heavily in space, which is what we should be doing now. Or we could just blow ourselves up. I don't know, nukes? Yeehaw, brother. Let's do it. Richter Dynamics in Germany and NTI in the United States. And if history serves as anything to build on, USA, baby. Heading over to Titan, Saturn's largest moon, a geological team has begun to vibe out in the worst way possible. This movie's from the 80s, but it completely looks like it's from the 60s. I have no idea why. Also, knowing what I know now, there are a ton of assets in this movie that, I mean, I hesitate to say they were stolen, but there is no way these weren't copyrighted somehow. Like, they had to have been protected assets. So as they walk around looking at stuff, they are in some ancient structure, which is a little disconcerting given its proximity to Earth. Taking pictures of things, one of the pods has been broken as they decide to pull it out of the wall. Don't open the alien sarcophagus. That's like day one stuff. I mean, at minimum, use an alien stick to poke it. Grabbing a flashlight and then look in and see that it actually does have a mouth and sharp teeth. Assuming it moved, Unsafety Steve over here then tells his coworker to stand near it as they need him there for scale. Then asking him to sit down on the violator pod, it immediately begins leaking as then he starts freaking out. Inside of his suit, a bunch of blood shows up, and I'm not going to ask what happened to him there, because let's just assume it was just magical goo that got into his suit. So anyways, we get the title card.
God.
Okay, but seriously though, why did that happen? Like, did the entire alien just straight up shoot up? And meanwhile, back over an actual base to the moon, the craft is heading back towards Earth as one guy gets absolutely blinded by the radar, like entirely. Like, what would be the purpose of having that getting blasted into your eyeballs? As the craft then heads in, it immediately crashes into the station, blowing it up. This will never be explained as to what was going on with this or why it was even remotely important. Maybe I was just flabbergasted by what's actually happening here, but this part only hints at what's going on everywhere else, if I'm being completely honest with you. I'll just tell you now, everyone crashes their ship for no reason. Like, everyone got their pilot's license from a Cracker Jack box, I'm assuming, because this is insane. On a completely different ship, some people didn't sit on the ground during a meeting like elementary schoolers, or as the Europeans say, primary schoolers. I have no idea what the years those are. All I know is, like, university is high school, I suppose. Anyhow, a team who is on a research mission is being sent in, but they have a security officer with them. Riploff, as I like to call her, because they were hardcore going for the alien feeling, but it's absolutely botched in this movie, and it's really dumb. Having arrived, Riploff straight up just jacks the medications from the medical facility. As she walks out, the doctor is like, how could she have been on the ship for 3 months and not talk to anyone? Well, I have an ex-girlfriend like that, actually. It's much more possible than you might imagine. So as one guy then drinks some coffee, he's told it's bad for his health. Now, smoke a marble. Actually, coffee is pretty good for you. Black coffee specifically has a ton of antioxidants in it, which have been shown to help prevent cirrhosis in the liver, as well as in some cases, help reverse it. It's limited in its capacity, so don't just be thinking, well, I'm just going to drink Everclear every night. But the understanding of that means, knock this stuff back like it's water, because I don't know about you, but I enjoy tequila every now and again on the weekends. Probably should cut back on that. Anyways, approaching Titan, everyone's hair is completely burnt out from flat irons because it is the 80s. As they get close, one woman then says, it's creepy. Why? It's just a moon. Huh, why would they freeze the moon in place? Bit strange, isn't it? As she has a bad feeling about the moon and how something about this trip is making her uncomfortable. However, that's not more important than the task at hand, so they make out as one does as we get, the standard 80s hookup scene. See, now don't you feel better about the creepy impending moon doom? Actually, it's been noted in astronauts that a lot of their anxiety will come from the fact that the Earth kind of has like this low hum to it, and our biology is intrinsically related to it at this point, so if you don't feel the hum, it kind of freaks you out a little bit. So scanning Titan, the ship then shows the previous team landed in a crater, deciding to not land in that crater. They're going just to the northwest of it, allegedly, and I would say top left square, but I mean, who really knows? Straight up stealing a noise from Star Wars, then approach the moon with finding intent. As they go to land, evidently nobody has any clue how to fly these things, land, or even protect themselves. Man, we are stupid in the future. Crash landing for reasons unknown, the commander then tells them to cancel the order to call for help, going against the captain directly. Riploff then comes out as her and the commander walk away. Going to check the immediate area, I have to stop and ask why this movie was requested. Inquiring minds wish to know, what is wrong with you guys? It's going to be an issue of wanting me to watch things that will 100% melt my brain. So basically, if this monster sucks, I blame you. Hey, so future Roanoke here. Bruh! Finding the previous research team's ship, unsurprisingly, you're gonna never see this coming. It crash landed. Seems to be the only way to pilot these things. Everyone heads inside as the atmosphere is then reestablished. Continuing deeper into the ship, the air allegedly is good as they call out for anyone in there, but clearly the thing is abandoned. Probably killed in the crash. Telling the team to, you go that way, I'll go home. They split up into a team of 3 and 1. Well, that seems dumb. Also, the spider webs are a nice touch, but why are there spider webs here? Finding the Violator pod from earlier, the happy couple reunite as he kisses Flatiron over here, and getting her face alarmingly close to an unknown biological fluid. Brilliant. I mean, one could assume that's not a great idea, right? Back over in the light bright area, I think the captain then messes with some panels as Flatiron, upon seeing this, literally eats something off of the table of an abandoned ship that she has no idea how long it's been there in the room with some mystery biological fluid. Are you serious? Do you even know what that is or how long it's been there? Good lord. So seeing some meat suits fall out, a shadow then appears as she runs away and then goes to get Riploff. Riploff fires at the creature, he said it, as in Flatiron gets trapped on the other side of the door with said creature and then gets squelched. Loverboy then freaks out, as the best course of action seems to be just straight up sedating him when there's a murderous alien running around. What in the name of all that is holy? Riploff then seems to have jumped the gun on that one, but heading back out, the doctor is waiting for them as she asks what happened, but everyone has apparently gone mute. Heading back outside to the first alien movie planet, genuinely, this is really not how Titan would look. It's apparently yellow and hazy, And also, while the atmosphere may support lightning strikes, the fact is we have never detected lightning strikes on Titan ever.
Welcome back.
So it's not going to look like the first Alien movie where it's just constantly a storm. It's like they were going so hard for the Alien vibe here. Like, guys, pull it back a little bit, you know? The yellow hazy thing would have been cool. I don't know. Why not just start raining liquid ammonia? That would have been cool too. But stop making it look like... Anyways, so finding more pods, evidently everything in there is over 200,000 years old. Turning on the neon lights, it seems the aliens were also stuck in the 80s as well. And if I see Flatiron alien hair, I'm gonna lose it. Finding more bodies, everyone's just straight up not having a good time as the captain then comes in asking where everyone is, as he asks random peon number 3 how she's doing. Well, not so great since you crashed the ship, Captain. She then crashes out as she asks the captain if they're all going to die. Yes, you are. The captain says, I intend to live forever. He's like, oh, hey, can you put together another KFM transponder so we can call out? Yes, the KFM transponder. Very good. Riploff then puts back up her force multiplier. A lot of good that did. And then she stares at herself angrily while she strips. Also very 80s. Looking in the mirror again, Touch McGee comes in harassing her as she pulls a force multiplier on him. So at first I thought like maybe this was just a crew member they forgot to introduce. But no. This is just some random German who was just surviving out on the surface of Titan long enough for this rescue ship to show up and him not starve to death or run out of oxygen or die of dehydration or anything else that would make sense of why you wouldn't survive on the surface of Titan for an extended period of time, whereas your crewmates are totally gone and there's things running around and aliens that are eating people through their butts. I don't know. This whole movie is ridiculous. I can sum this up with one question. How? And they also have no idea how this guy got on board, so... This dude finds people and then immediately harasses the first woman that he finds. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him. Not telling them any information on the creature. I guess because he's German, I have no idea. And he's from the rival company, which I guess that sort of tracks. He then tells them about the specimen and how he had his friend sit on the container. The thing was alive, and then we don't talk about what it did to Franz afterwards. So Hans now freaks out as the data man sits up from an uncomfortable window. Who placed him here? This is such an F-tier situation going on. Anyways, seeing Flatiron outside the window, he then calls back out to her, but back in the meeting, Commander then yells at Hans about blowing up the creature. They are informed that they can't do it, as Hans then leaves the location to go somewhere, I have no idea. The real question is, where are you intending to go? Loverboy now goes to follow Flatiron out into a cave system where her helmet isn't on. Brother, you are not doing this for real, right? You're aware something bad is going on here. Finding her stripping, it's the 80s, baby, as Bro is thinking with the wrong head as his helmet is
the 80s, baby.
And he suffocates fairly quickly while she makes out with them. Gotta blur a lot of this, but applying a thing to his face, the doctor then runs in saying, Loverboy is gone. Hans is back now for some reason after making the scene about leaving, and then he eats their food. There's a lot of talking in this movie, and not a lot of creature. It should have just been called Talking, not The Creature, or Creature. What is this movie even? It's called Creature. So Commander then says, he's not going out there, as Hans says something to Riploff, which I don't know if it's a language thing or an audio thing, but my god, I cannot hear anyone talk. I might just be getting old. That's a very real possibility. And then working on the transponder, Loverboy then calls back to them as he says, I bet you didn't expect to see me again. Well, why exactly? That's not sus at all, as Loverboy says he wants to go home as the brain slug continues to eat his cerebellum. Pretty sure there's a Futurama episode describing this exact situation humanity faced, which means now whalers on the moon is canonical who carry a harpoon, but there ain't no whales, so they tell tall tales and sing a wailing tune. Meanwhile, back in the Cave of Wonders, everyone in there has their brains sucked out. All of Hans' friends have been debrained, I'm assuming, so these things are not just interfacing, but it appears also they're consuming brains. Very good. Approaching another pod, again, one must ask, why are there so many lightning strikes? The atmosphere, again, is capable of it, but we've never detected it, so constant flashing is not how it actually goes down. Whatever. Anyway, so finding Flatiron, her brains have also been sucked out as she goes and attacks the gruesome twosome. The captain now suits up to go outside, so again, where is the creature? We're like 50 minutes into this movie. Kissing random peon number 3, she then tells them good luck as they leave their crash ship and head towards the other crash ship. Quite poetic. Heading inside to most definitely not find this creature the movie claims exists, they then find Loverboy with a stylish head wound. As they get the whole rundown on the area, the doctor then says, well, we should check Loverboy's head. As he says, no, I'm fine. The captain then tells him it's an order, and the doc needs to look at his head, as they have to apparently leave the room to go do this. The captain says it's strange, as it seems as though Loverboy has already forgotten about Flatiron. Loverboy then says he has a secret to show the doctor, but the lights are out, as then he heads in, and does not turn on any lights. If anyone ever tells you they have a secret to show you, and then walk into a dark room and you follow, you deserve to be consumed by the creature. Hard stance, I know, but that's your own fault. Doctor of Biophysics then calls out to him as he tells her to come in. No thanks. Calling out to him some more, he still doesn't answer. Great cue to leave. As instead she runs into the funhouse area as John then grabs her, literally clawing off parts of his face. He holds her there as, excuse me, what is that? Is that Alien? Brother, is this movie just completely jacked assets? So she screams as Captain and Commander then talk about how they were sweating, yet Loverboy wasn't at all. Hypothalamus damage quite clearly, or decreased metabolic activity. That might be more in line with what we were looking at given the parameters around survival on the surface. So heading to engineering, the creature is currently finishing off its woman witch as Loverboy's face is almost completely gone, which now starts attacking the captain. Luckily, Commander then shows up and blows up his favorite peon on the ship. And speaking of peon, random peon number 3 is left in the dark as something slashed the wiring outside. If it's that easy to catastrophically damage this ship, it's just a little tiny panel that is super thin, I guess it kind of makes sense why they always crash land in anything. I mean, imagine surviving re-entry to an atmosphere or planetary environments that are dangerous and incredibly hostile. Like, it's no wonder these things just completely crap out. Putting on her suit, something then enters the ship. And by something, my hope is it's the creature for more than 3 seconds, so I can actually get a look at this thing. Don't hold your breath. Calling out to whoever it was, she starts searching the ship as then she heads back to the KFM transponder location as someone then walks in the background. Oh god, it's someone. Who's that? Who knows? The Germans have apparently returned.
Okay, let me see here before we move on with this. Okay, the issue is that the perspective is off. I drew the perspective as if we're looking up, so my horizon line is too low. Yep. So the reason I know this is because it's this particular part here that really tells me that I'm looking from a bottom-up perspective. So my horizon line is at the bottom because I can see the top of the knees. I'm having a hard time seeing the crotch, and then this becomes like it becomes a situation where, if you look closely at this, it's like purple or some shit. Okay. You can see, and it right here is where the horizon line begins and ends. Right here. Right here. That's the horizon line right here. The problem is now we're starting to curve as we go. That should not be happening. That's where the problem comes in. The perspective is off, so everything else is going to fall off. Gotta establish that perspective first before you do anything. Because if you don't, you fall into this trap where you're doing the reference. You may make a good reference of what you're trying to draw, but you may not get exactly what you're trying to draw. Okay? So you gotta make sure you get that reference in check. Because if you don't, you're gonna have something like this. Now, the horizon line here starts about here. I would say here, or a little higher, probably like here. I'll say here. Like right about here. Because I can see the top of the abs here, the crotch, the kneecaps, everything from this point, I can see on top of that. So anything that I'm having a hard time seeing on top of, if I can't see the top surface of this thing from standing, then therefore the horizon line is in this particular section. So that tells me where the horizon line is. So the horizon I have is too low. Where is it? It's right here when it's supposed to be up here. That's where I fucked up. But not saying that the drawing isn't close. It's close. It's not perfect, but it does still symbolize what we're trying to do. Now, is it anatomically correct? Not really, because that arm is kind of looking weird here and here. Also, the placements of this should have been more synced in, but then again, this is a perspective problem. Not really an anatomy problem. It's like perspective first, anatomy second. So the anatomy's not going to look anywhere close to this if we don't got the perspective right. But then again, you can still get something close to it as long as you get the anatomy right. So like the love handles here and here is pretty good. Since I don't put nipples on men because, well, it pisses off every particular live stream place, I don't put nipples on them. So, you know, I keep them pretty, like, washboard. So that's where that problem came in. So, sorry about that, guys.
Which were not important at any point in this movie. So, also, full
Oh, I'm ending the stream after this is over.
stop. This German dude just says, "Join me and my friends, my precious." So now we've got Lord of the Rings involved. Look, I don't want to make waves here, but this is just one of those episodes that, like, what am I even doing at this point watching this? This can't be a real thing. How was this movie made? Turning into a game of keep the slug away from me, random peon number 3 then heads to the airlock as they start breaking in. The strength required to do this does not exist in the human form, just so you know. This is a bulkhead to stop the atmosphere from venting into space. A person is not breaking through that. Running outside without her helmet, I suppose she could survive for at least a few minutes, and in the secondary crash ship, the captain and commander are all sweating from their interaction as random peon number 3 is still being stalked by the Germalians. The captain and the commander then head back to the other crash ship, saying they have been taken, like all their suits, so they have none left, but there must be an emergency suit somewhere. Looking outside and then spot random peon
Still
number 3
Holy X
approaching,
Logan
as then
says
she
Holy
runs
Hands Pop.
and just kind of falls asleep. Someone then walks up behind her and drags her.
The horizon line is basically where your eye level is. That's the horizon line. A horizon line is where your eyes are. This is what a horizon line is. It's literally a horizon. And you use this. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, oh, more lines, more lines. And then you draw something within this. Going back to this. You're literally just talking about putting things in 3D space 9 times out of 10. That's literally what the horizon line is. It's supposed to give you a sense of perspective, and you use this to figure out where everything is being placed.
Into the airlock as the captain and commander now run in. But who dragged her in? The Germalian, of all people. Like, you guys didn't even take a look at who this was. You didn't recognize them. So Commander then fires a shot off as he gets grabbed and his eyes start getting poked, I guess, as the captain then pulls the brain slug off, stepping on it. Random peon number 3 then wakes up, but again, why did she pass out there? Why did the Germalians then drag her back in? This is making very little sense. I've accepted at this point. It's basically the plot needs to move ahead. Random peon number 3 then says he tried to kill her. Technically, I guess he saved you. The captain deduces it's mind-controlling slugs. Random peon number 3 claims she ran out of oxygen and that's why she passed out for a nap. You know, as a treat. The commander forgets his line, saying, "What are we going to do about this thing?" as random peon number 3 devises a plan to electrocute the Germalians. Simply splice in the fusion lines and then blow up the whole planet. Brilliant. Now, where did I put that engineering degree? Agreeing this is how it's done, the captain and random peon number 3 then go to walk through to engineering alien style. And I want you to know, we are over an hour into this, and we have seen this creature twice for 2 seconds. The meter is definitely still running, at least concerning my interest in this movie. I'm really just more curious as to how this movie was even made. Who funded this? Also, walking through without turning on any lights, because why would you ever want to do that? Random peon number 3 goes to mess with some wires. Ah, yes. She's going to wire block D into the bulkhead. That will eventually open, I guess? Of course, it's so simple. So she's going to rig this thing into the computer, but the insulation apparently cannot handle the current. Very good. The creature then makes its third appearance, going after them, posing very little threat as the captain then guards the door with it coming towards them. Random peon number 3 finally succeeds in her task and then electrocutes the holy hell out of that thing. Man, that looks just really stupid. As the soundtrack from Galaga starts playing. Approaching the creature, they ask if it's dead. Well, you do have, I don't know, set phasers to fun in your hand, so why not pop it a few times? Like, just double tap is all I'm saying. The captain then pokes it a few times, man's God-given right, humanity number 1. I mean, what is a force multiplier if not a stick-adjacent tool? You just poke things from further away. The captain then fraternizes some more with random peon number 3, as then he walks off and she just sort of hangs out in the area with this thing on the ground. Curiosity overwhelming her, I suppose, as then she looks at the alien barbecue. She then pokes it with her foot, man's God-given right, it's difficult to say, as then it gets back up. See, had you not poked it, this would have worked. And I like how everyone just assumes the thing was gone forever. We don't even know what really kills it. Random peon number 3 then gets strung up by the creature as she's alive for now, and then looking back through the door, oh man, 4th sighting. The commander says the captain cannot go in there as the commander finally finds his pair, saying he'll be able to get the room open in another way. Running back to his gooning cave, he then tells the captain how to access the room. The commander then finds some concussive force detonators written in English on a German ship. Granted, it's been made known to me recently that English is a business language, apparently. And then running back to Spiderweb Central, which makes very little sense given it's an abandoned ship in space. Like, how would there be enough of an ecosystem here to keep spiders alive? The commander then stops answering the captain as he just decides, I'm gonna go for it. However, the door won't open, so using the Ooga Dooga brain, he blasts it, and then goes to grab random peon number 3, which that means he could.
Little bears! Little bear. Dr. Luke, these are. Hey, Doc. Dr. Luke, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, I'm getting sick. I am actually getting sick. I believe my body's breaking down as time goes by. Thank you so much for that. How much was that? Thank you. How much was that? Oh my god. Okay, so you can get a commission for that. That's worth a commission. You can get a commission for that.
I've just done this
Just
the
let
whole
me know
time.
what you want.
Why would
Yeah,
you not have just
headshot
done this
wise.
earlier? So the commander's plan was not even remotely important.
Someone paid for a drawing of Momo Ayase from Danadan. They got a headshot drawing. Did this one. Still looks tacky to me. Maybe. I don't know why it looks so tacky. I don't know. I have to do something about that. But anyway. Yeah.
Commander, meanwhile, sets the charge.
If there's something you want me to draw?
All I can say is,
Headshot
thank
wise?
God we don't have 30 minutes
Go ahead
left in
and
this
pick
movie. The creature arrives, 5th sighting, as assumedly
Just
the
to be
commander.
sure, like, to show you the limit of this. No problem. Hold on. Where is it? Is this subview? Yeah, there it is. So, what gets you a headshot is 1 trophy, and 2 guitars gives you a half body, and 1 rocket gives you a full body. So that's up to you if you want to pick those. But yeah. So yeah.
Is screwed. The captain now descends into the murder pit as the creature is eating the commander's neck as, 30 seconds. That's what it was set for. The captain then launches them both out of the airlock, but the commander went out like a real one because he was like, yeah, send me out of the airlock. Fraternizing couple then run as they spot the creature has somehow
you.
doubled back and
I'm
beat
glad
them
you
to the
do, 'cause,
airlock.
like,
This thing hasn't run
earlier-
more than 1 mile per hour.
We was doing a bunch of sketches here, and I was doing some anatomy studies on males and females. So usually I'm just doing studies till someone comes and buys. That's usually how I work. I'll be doing a study, and then if someone really likes how I study or do my work, they'll commission me and I'll draw them something.
Or the whole time it's
something appropriate.
Been alive, and now you're telling me it's running down the dream over here? Like, okay. So closing the airlock, the captain then drop kicks the creature outside as he gets snatched up by it and then thrown for reasons unknown. The reality, it could have just eaten him. That would have been way better. As if almost divinely, Riploff shows up and then blows apart the creature as then she drags the captain back in, asking where Riploff went. I don't know why, but it was just like so matter of fact. She's like, I went back to the ship. Nobody was there, so I came back. That's it. That's her explanation for disappearing halfway through the movie. Yeah, okay. It checks out, I suppose. Oh, and then she admits she got lost. How embarrassing. You don't know the surface of Titan? In reality, they couldn't afford this actress, so they just kind of had to get rid of her and then bring her back at the very end because they realized that was kind of a loose plot point. Random peon number 3 then
Damn, that
asks
sucks.
if we are having fun yet, as the
can
captain
you
says,
do
well, let's go
Naruto?
home.
Yes, I
How
can.
exactly?
You gotta pick
Riploff then
one
gives something to
character and I'll
random
do a
peon number
headshot of
3
them.
as somehow
Yeah. You pick one character and I'll do a headshot of them.
they then pilot the crashed ship off of Titan. So what was the deal with the KFM transponder? You guys could have just done this at any point. What is happening? Why did I cover this? And thus concludes the creature. Hello, and welcome to the science portion, you giant nerd. Again, bite of the hand that feeds. I probably need to stop having so much coffee prior to doing these things. So, let's start from the beginning, shall we? First off, this ship structure is artificial, not natural, as the late and great Cortana would put it. That means someone built it, which is rather interesting, but I think I have to kind of put together an idea here that helps to explain what I just watched and why you're probably confused and why we probably both should be. I know, very strange movie, and
Yep.
the fact is,
17
it was
people just
suggested
popped in.
by someone, and that's virtually unforgivable. However, I'm required by law to keep loving you, so I'll take my rage out on my own body. Let's go to Denny's. As we look at this entire event that was incredibly stupid, there's one major thing that stands out to me. The pods and the alien ship that were 200,000 years old.
Do you have a
And around that
anime
point,
character
since
you have in
humanity's
mind from
allegedly
Naruto?
around 300,000 years old, because we found a skull in a cave, we are still running around at this point, fighting saber-toothed cats and hunting woolly mammoths. But this is indicative of a species that clearly is not from Titan. This species, with the teeth that are known as, I guess, the creature, actually would be dealing with the same issue as humanity would in the future. I won't blue ball you on this one because there is a much more interesting topic we're going to move into, which is essentially based on the idea of different forms of life. So when we look at what's going on here, it's clear this is a species of life that could likely and probably is carbon-based, much like humanity is. Upon coming into contact with the moon Titan, they would then land there where they may have interacted with something that was already down there. Upon this happening, it's clear they would have a nervous system relatively co-evolved, or as we know it, convergent evolution, which convergent evolution, just for your own edification, is the development of traits where there's actually no relation or is considered to be really far away from one another. For instance, sharks are older than trees and showed up roughly 450 million years ago, whereas dolphins appeared about 50 million years ago. Dolphins being mammals and shark being fish. Yet, they both have streamlined bodies for water and are quite similar to one another in a lot of respects. These traits convergently evolved due to the environment, which then brings up another interesting question. What in the name of all that is holy would allow something like the anglerfish to evolve? You ever notice how
I did
close
enjoy,
that thing is to hell,
Madara.
given it's at the bottom of the ocean? It deserves that fate. But the point of this extremely righteous and morally correct hatred of an anglerfish would mean, basically, that the environment
I thought he was a
itself,
compelling
literally,
villain.
plays a huge role in the formation of traits. Because whatever is successful are the traits that arise more often and more regularly, which is why anglerfish look demonic. So, if this is the case, then what are we really looking at here? The violator species, ripped from Alien, are actually a highly advanced
You want me to
form
draw
of life
him?
that were spacefaring from everything that I can tell. Entering Titan, they would interact with these brain slugs
Hashirama?
because they did the same thing that humanity would do, which is crash into the planet, or not planet, but moon. But let's be real here, Titan's probably a captured
Hashirama
planet,
Senju,
and
I
they would
think.
have convergent traits of having like a head, and contained within that skull, they would possess their own anxiety meat. The brain slugs would actually attach, likely through the neck, interacting with the vertebrate species. Now, you may be asking, well, Roanoke, how do you know they have a vertebral column? Man, I'm glad you asked. There was a guy here who probably wanted to ask, but never did. To understand how the intelligence and bones are linked together, you need to understand the physics associated with gravity and the mass of your head. And for this, we can look at the other primates before getting back to humanity, or specifically your head, which is giant. When you look at a gorilla skull or a chimpanzee skull, what you will probably notice
there we
is the
go.
areas where the parietal lobes are located, which are on the sides of the brain, are simply behind what is known as the parietal bone. On the top of the head, you have more of the frontal bone, but when you look at it, it sort of, at least with apes, juts inwards. So why is this? Not only do the masticator muscles attach to this area, allowing for the jaws to be more powerful given the food that they are eating is much more tough,
Hashirama
but along with
Senju.
these attachment points at the back of the skull for muscle, those have to be much more robust to support the weight of the skull, brain, teeth, and tissues that are residing within. There are not really other truly bipedal primates apart from man, so because of this, the spine itself, as in the bone, actually do not support the weight of the skull. They serve as a protected bridge, much like our spines do, but the muscle is what's supporting the actual skull's weight. And this means the skull has a certain limit concerning the weight that it can be, and those attachment points will need to take up these areas that the brain otherwise could exist within, because it's more important to keep your head attached to your body. So now we jump over to Homo sapiens. Why are we so different from everything on this rock? Well, first and foremost, we are the absolute chads of the animal kingdom, sort of like a jack of all trades, but clearly the most intelligent of anything on this rock, and by extension, the most powerful. And obviously someone's going to say, real yoke, why don't you go fight a fish fight a bear and you see how strong you are? And I say to that, yeah, I mean, I'm built different, so I can. But more importantly, let's break down why even maybe you would survive a bear fight, because the bear is simply using what nature gave it, such as claws, teeth, and muscular power. Humans, by comparison, are using what nature gave us, greater intelligence. The bear will not nerf itself in a fight against you and take away its claws, teeth, and strength, so one must ask, why should you as a human, using man's gift of intellect, the humble 50 gun, desert eagle,
the gun,
the sea and takes care of the problem?
Oh my god,
any animal on this rock with using man's like exact traits of which we're capable of annihilates anything else. Humanity number one, we're pro-human around these parts. Bears can catch lead any day of the week. Anyhow, humanism aside, because I don't really know where that came from, at one point or another, according to the theory of evolution, we stood up to check over tall grasses for predators. Evidently, we did this so much that it would begin changing the positioning of our skulls. Along with this, given the planetary structuring of humanity's foot dating back to Australopithecus back in the day, it's clear we had left the trees and were moving on the ground more and more. And I believe it was around this time the trees were basically receding and the savanna was actually cropping up more because things were getting warmer. But this would necessitate our bodies to be capable of dealing with these changes, which then resulted in a more springing Achilles tendon, storing energy for the next step, our femurs and pelvis angles changing to support long-range movement, and the spine actually moving more directly under the skull to support it properly and taking the pressure off the muscles to actually keep it in place. But then, something interesting would begin happening. Because of all of these changes, connection areas of the skull needed to be less robust and the brain could continue to grow. Along with this, the food that we were eating switched over likely from fibrous plants to more berry and meat-based, or at least bone marrow-based. Likely scavenging for hundreds of generations, the softening of the food that we were eating meant the masticator muscles of the skull needed to be less stringently attached, which is the parietal bone area. And this allowed for the skull to not dip in as much, then allowing for the brain to grow, and with the incoming protein, it began to expand outward at a much faster rate until the goated sapiens species would arise. Absolutely game-changing on the build of anything that had ever come before. We are the best. And if we look at the species on Titan, they also appear to be truly bipedal, which means likely they have actually a similar evolutionary pathway as humanity, and their own spines moved under their skulls. Given the sharp conical teeth that we see, it's pretty clear that they are probably purely predators on their own world, or worlds, I guess you could say, and probably would likely be something that propelled them up the technological tiers and intelligent tiers as well to become spacefaring. But they are probably true carnivores, whereas humans are omnivores. However, there is another piece to this puzzle that we need to talk about, and it's the ability of our species and this other species to live in the same exact environment at the same exact time. However, there may be two reasons for this, and I just remembered I actually wrote the other reason towards the end of the video. So, yeah, we're going to talk about the first reason for a while. So now, as stated, I believe humanity and the space lizards, or whatever that thing is, are both actually carbon-based life forms. Now, what does that actually biologically mean? Well, on Earth and for the space lizard species, this would mean that major biological molecules are built on chains and rings of carbon atoms. I remember organic chemistry, absolutely hated it, but carbon is a reoccurring element through all of these structures. Carbon in general is stable enough that it can form equally stable molecules for life to exist, but they are also easy enough to break to release energy or form new molecules at the same time. They walk a fine line allowing for life to exist in the first place. Too rigid and we would just kind of be a rock. Too loosey-goosey and the issue would be life wouldn't be able to stay together long enough to form anything of any complexity and exist to what we have now. So everything is great, right? Well, as with anything ever in the history of forever, there are pros and cons for just everything, I guess you could say. For instance, carbon-based life forms can exist through a fairly large temperature range without its structures being compromised, around negative 15 degrees Fahrenheit to around 252 degrees Fahrenheit or so. Now, at this point, those are going to be extremophiles, like at the very ends. So, I don't know, you won't drop dead in the lower range, but you will need to find warmth if you are exposed, just like if you won't drop dead immediately at 252 degrees either, but you will start to burn. Respectively, that's also around negative 20 to 122 degrees Celsius in heathen units that nobody else in the world uses, and if you suggest otherwise, you might be a crazy person. Anyways, so at this point, you can kind of surmise something. Carbon-based life actually needs to exist on the warmer side of things, and that's sort of the problem because energy itself is not as easy to come by as you might think. Most of the universe is quite cold with pockets of warmth, and in these wide swaths of freezing temperatures, theoretically, other forms of life could pop up with entirely different bases. And for this, two come to mind that would explain the brain's methane-based life and ammonia-based life. Now, these would clearly use liquid methane as a solvent for biochemical reactions. And you want to know where we think this could take place? Specifically on Titan. In their own internal metabolisms, rather than using oxygen as the energy currency, or at least what it reacts to, they would instead utilize acetylene that would then react with hydrogen to produce methane as a byproduct. Ammonia, on the other hand, it's quite polar and similar to water in this way. They could actually use methylamine as the molecules that they use instead of methanol, and typically they would actually be built from something like silicon. For reference on all of this, on Earth, water is the solvent in which life exists for us, but therein lies the issue. it needs to be liquid water. If it's frozen, well, it's not going to really progress, as neither would life, as it just isn't going to work. So let's focus in on the liquid methane as potentially the solvent for life on Titan. Breaking down Titan's atmosphere, as with Earth, nitrogen is the majority of that atmosphere, making up roughly 95.1% of the troposphere and 98.6% of the entire atmosphere itself. But remember, it is cold on Titan. Titan has an average surface temperature of around negative 290 degrees Fahrenheit in freedom units, or about 180 degrees Celsius, and again, the thing that nobody uses. So therein lies the problem with the current atmosphere. The reality is, liquid rivers of methane and ammonia, those lakes just exist on the surface right now. Lakes, rivers, whatever. Puddles probably as well, I'm sure there's a few of those, but they're locked away from becoming gases and actively and dynamically changing the atmosphere
There's the
percentages.
black
But this is actually a good thing for the evolution of the brain slug. You kind of think of it this way. If all the water on Earth evaporated, yeah, I mean, it would change the atmosphere, but that would be a really bad thing for anything on Earth. The same can be said for Titan. If everything that exists now evaporates, well, then anything that was there would be totally screwed. And believe me, it will happen as the sun expands in its later years of life. I believe it's in roughly about 1 billion years or so. The sun will become too luminous and Earth will become too hot to exist on, unless humanity if we're still around by then, which we won't be sapiens anymore, we'll be something completely different. You know, we may get sentimental around this time, just sort of move Earth away from the sun, or build something to block out some of that heat. But as the sun enters its red giant phase, what's sort of a complete apocalypse for life on Earth because it requires water as a solvent, Titan will begin to warm up as well. Titan is considered to be like a primordial Earth, if you didn't know. When Earth was much more volatile at the beginning, we also had a ton of hydrocarbons everywhere, and over time, it became what it is today. Titan will likely begin to undergo a similar process as the sun becomes more of a red giant and then showers the captured planet with more energy. The lakes and rivers will evaporate and then move into the atmosphere, and any water that may be frozen there will begin to melt and replace those rivers and lakes. To any life form utilizing methane and ammonia-based structuring, they will become too unstable for the rising temperatures and will fundamentally die off as a result. No different than the species here that uses water as a solvent that then turns, to a gas, and then the species here will die because this planet gets too hot. And that's what's wild about it. It's just the same thing, except allowing it to exist in colder environments. Just as an off comment, though, given the status of the universe and how temperatures range, I mean, it sort of seems like methane and ammonia builds get a little bit more leeway when it comes down to like the fitness of the environment, as opposed to carbon-based life forms, simply because of where heat may be and how cold everything else is. Anyhow, so what does this all mean to this movie? Well, the brain slug clearly is a species that appears to have originated on Titan itself, and this other lizard race, they just kind of ran into it, dealt with the same thing 200,000 years ago that the Germans were dealing with in the 80s. So in the end, humanity would be betrayed by another species in our own solar system. What a bunch of chodes. But then we have to ask, well then, what is this process?
No, not that
First,
one.
the
I'm
brain
talking about
slug
the
species,
movie.
given it's not
The
exactly
village.
crazy mobile from what I can tell, are easily squished, and they would clearly reside
There's a
within
girl
liquid
wearing a
rivers
red
and
hood.
lakes of Titan. This may indicate that there are
think
other
it was
species
just
in
a
there
take on-
creating an ecosystem, also possessing a nervous system in which this
Red
creature
Riding
would then attach into. So that's a whole other issue, because that would mean that Titan has entirely new forms of life and structures, and with that, the moon is haunted by life. But the Germans just so happen to run across another species that crashed there, because that seems to be what everyone just does for funsies. And I mean, this kind of makes sense as well. Given the temperature of Titan, even if it is methane or ammonia-based life, chemical reactions would be happening, but very slowly. Meaning any creature that evolved this way would likely be long-lived by our standards, as everything happens slower. This would also mean differentiation amongst species would take much longer, and the leap from single cell to multicellular would also, it would just take a ridiculous amount of time, more so than on Earth. Like more energy, more changes in a shorter amount of time sort of deal. Now the question is, specifically with this slug, would it be ammonia or methane? I'm inclined to believe ammonia. Ammonia has a boiling point of around negative 28 degrees Fahrenheit, but at 10 bars, it can actually exist as a liquid up to 77 degrees Fahrenheit. So about 9.8 atmosphere.
Yeah, it was like there was. Weren't they secluded from like the modern
and we
world?
can exist without too many issues
or
up
some
to
shit?
5 bar. At that point, the air becomes toxic.
It was just a
as too
big,
much oxygen
like,
is being breathed
it was
in.
like a
Of course,
propagandist
we
type
can exist
thing.
at 50 bar for a limited amount of time
Not
in deep
propagandist,
diving
but like
records,
it was in a
but that
way
requires
that
decompression
the
afterwards.
people
So
in the
10
village
bar,
was just
while
secluded
not
from the
great
people
for
from the
humans,
modern times
is
because it was like,
survivable. And
I think the girl
if this
goes
is
over
the case, the brain slug could do several
gate
things.
or whatever the
First,
fuck.
it's important to
She
understand
realized that
this could very well be an
it was
internal
in modern
adaptation the
times.
creature is capable of. looking at it,
That
it
was the
appears
twist.
as though
I don't know
it
if
may
that
have
was an M. Night
exoskeleton of
Shyamalan
sorts.
movie. I
And
don't
if we
remember.
can assume this, then we may be able to apply a
I
rather
don't think
interesting
so.
idea here. We know Titan actually has a pressure
I think it
50%
came out in
greater than that of
2004
Earth.
or
It exists
5.
around 1.5 bar quite regularly. As a result of that, not only does this
I
keep
think it was
pressures
before the
higher in ammonia
2010s.
and methane at liquid levels, it also allows for a greater range at which it can remain a liquid on the surface. Maybe not 77 degrees liquid, but definitely higher. So here's what I propose personally, because we need to kind of come to an agreement on something. Clearly, the brain slug is exposed to the atmosphere of Earth inside of the ships of man and lizards. This would mean that if this is a
that's
different
an
form of
old
life, which it
movie.
likely
God
is,
damn, I
it would
think
need to
of it now.
internally pressurize its own exoskeleton in
old-ass
order to survive the atmospheric differences. Otherwise, its body would just boil away. But then, how does it interact with the nervous system of another species? It's clear that after attaching, something fundamental has to happen to not only it, but also to the host. After attaching the brainstem, it would effectively cut the brain off.
I was so certain there was a
body,
supernatural
but I believe
element
this is
to
just
it.
the first of the attack, because it's clear at certain points it is able to infiltrate the brain and then utilize memories, planning, speech, as well as understanding other human speech patterns. So in order to do this, the brainstem is the first affected, which is what initially puts the person down and wrestles away control. Given the innate ability of this brain slug to actually, interact with the nervous system, this would require its own nervous system to be ejected from its body and into the human. And it would also need some sort of protection to not allow for a nervous system to be built on ammonia to just evaporate. And this may take the form of simply like a film on each neuron, holding the pressure internally at a higher rate. The next action needed is to lower the body temperature considerably, and this is probably something it does very quickly. Following the spinal cord through the foramen magnum, which is a hole at the base of the skull, allowing for entry into the spinal cord, allowing entry of the spinal cord, some of the tendrils would then break to the back of the skull, where they would encounter the cerebellum, furthering control over movement, and then some would begin moving to the midbrain area, where the hypothalamus is located. Disrupting function in this area disrupts homeostasis considerably, and this can actively lower the body temperature to near hypothermic levels, which is what we have seen when Loverboy isn't sweating while everybody else in the room is. It's because his body temperature has already crashed out, and he didn't just warm back up enough, and he's been outside. He's pretty cold. Now, prolonged cold body temperature has its own consequences, but for the short time he's impacted, he is able to, technically survive. From here, it's interesting how the body really doesn't enter a state of shivering unless it's already been so cold for so long that his body's just kind of given up, but the tendrils would then move further into like the Wernicke's area and Broca's area. Wernicke is responsible for language comprehension, and Broca is responsible for speech. By interacting with these areas, it would be able to figure out human language and then force the body to speak by firing signals. It can be assumed also that the hippocampus becomes activated at a certain point, allowing for the brain slug to see memories of the person. And to this end, this is how the creature is able to entice Loverboy out of the ship by using memories of him with Flatiron in order to infect more people. It's all basically just a hunting strategy. Eventually, the tendrils would then reach all corners of the brain, where it would in turn actively begin controlling the body, and to that end, standard consciousness is likely also terminated, as the brain would no longer be firing upon standard pathways, and instead, it would be influenced. And also, based on the Germalians later, it looks as though the brain slug will eventually attach to critical areas, basically the top of the spinal cord, and consume the brain, and then just control the body. And I believe it will probably have the memories of
Wait,
everybody
is that
at
that
this
movie
point
with
that's
that Stranger
infected, or at least the brain of.
Things
so
kid?
It no longer really needs the brain to be there.
She's
so
like a hired help to take care of the
basically,
kids at the
at
mansion.
first, you're being puppeted, but you're just not really aware. It would be like being in a deep sleep and then just never waking up again. However, we still need to answer one more question. How is it possible that the body can survive outside them? Well, given the nature of the brain slug and its own manipulation of the environment using its body, I would have to ask it after you get infected, like, are you already dead? If you are in the ship, I believe you're probably still alive. However, if you're stuck outside for any prolonged amount of time, such as Flatiron and the Germalians, I think that they're already gone. Their skin is sucked in, their faces are desiccated, their movement is ungainly and awkward, indicating extensive neurological damage. Even like the motor neurons are damaged, or even muscular tissues are beginning to break down, and this is going to be kind of a problem. And given the natural clean state of ships and the fact that there are not any microbes primed to deal with carbon-based life, as in breaking it down decomposition-wise, the bodies of the Germalians are still usable probably for longer, and along with this, the lower temperatures practically halt decomposition entirely, even with the natural homegrown bacteria you may have within your body. However, with Flatiron, because she has not been outside for very long, she still looked relatively okay. That way, we could have a naked makeout scene, as is standard with any 80s movie. But that is how I see it working. The species evolved on Titan naturally, which indicates there is a fairly complex set of events taking place, allowing for it to exist on the surface of Titan, but also on the bodies it takes over. Given that the aliens were clearly spacefaring and got, I don't think they brought it with them, and instead they landed and realized what they were dealing with. Excuse me, they didn't land because nobody can land ships. They crash landed, and then when man ran across it, it was able to attack and begin taking over humans. Now, why was that ship running into the station at the beginning even remotely important? I have no idea. I'm still trying to figure that part out. Oh no, it got hit. How did that thing get hit? You know how much space there is in space? A lot. Your guess is as good as mine. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching.
All right, Roanoke, I think we're done with you for today. You did a great job yapping on about God knows what. Okay, I'm not gonna stop the stream because I want to finish this. Let me see.
My favorite illustrations all have one thing in common. It's the backgrounds. From incredibly detailed to beautifully simple, they invite the viewer to immerse themselves in their worlds and be part of the story. Then there are my illustrations. They're not terrible, but they do look dull and lifeless. So for the past couple of months, I set out to change that. And here are the results of my practice. In today's video, I want to share with you the things I learned and simple methods I use to improve at drawing backgrounds. I will be focusing mainly on geometric backgrounds rather than organic ones, but I believe it will be helpful either way. Let's get into it. When I first started drawing, I focused only on characters and saw backgrounds as an afterthought, and of course my art reflected that, with flat colors and random backgrounds. The question was always, what background fits this character? But that's the wrong approach. Instead of thinking in terms of backgrounds, we need to start thinking in terms of environments. The environment isn't just something behind the character. It's part of the concept from the very beginning, and has as much importance as the character. Even though most illustrations will have the character as the focal point, the environment really does all the heavy lifting in making it interesting and telling the story. This is because environments have a huge storytelling potential. For example, look at these two environments. Even if we place the same character in both, the mood will be completely different. Of course, lighting plays a huge role in that as well, but the design of the environment is just as important. Even the tiny details can say so much about the story and enrich the illustration. That's why this shift from background to environment is crucial. You could call it a shift in perspective. If you look at this illustration, it may seem really complicated, and that's somewhat true. It's full of tiny details that probably took hours to draw and paint. But if you break it down, you'll find that below all of that is just a composition of boxes. And at its core, every environment can be simplified like that. So we need to be able to draw boxes and other simple shapes. That of course means that the first thing you need to study is perspective. Perspective is hard and tedious, but there's no way around it. I tried to avoid it for the longest time, and because of that, my drawings always looked kind of mediocre.
Weird.
But once I finally put in the effort, it was the single biggest improvement in my art. You'd be surprised how much just simple perspective can change your art. Here are some of my early practice sketches. And while the perspective isn't perfect, you can see the environment starting to come to life. And with a lot of patience and more practice, I was able to draw scenes like this with ink on paper. It's all about the process of having a solid foundation in perspective and slowly building up the details. I won't be explaining perspective in this video, as there are plenty of videos to explain it way better than I would. But I want to urge you to actually start practicing it. It will definitely be worth it. I'll link the resources I found to be helpful in the description. But the most practical and one I would recommend is Drawbox. It's hard but very straightforward and has tons of hands-on practice. So if that's how you prefer to study, then go check it out. Once you can draw boxes in perspective, the next step is learning how to organize them. That's composition. The best way I've found to study composition is by looking at other artists, but not just illustrators. Photography and cinematography are also amazing for this. You can take a scene you like and break it down into simple shapes. This will train your eye to see below all the details and get to the underlying structure. And once you have that, you can rebuild that composition with your own ideas. Take this as an example. This artist turned this very simple picture of just some household items into a full-on fantasy illustration. And here's another example by the same artist. It's absolutely fascinating, because it shows you that composition is more about the abstract placement and framing rather than about the specific details. You can also practice composition by doing quick thumbnails. Thumbnails help you get the basic composition down without spending much time. This means that you can sketch around and start intuitively finding out what works out and what doesn't. I'll link some resources regarding this subject as well. Another trick you can use is playing with basic 3D blockouts and panning around to find the right shot. The goal of the blockout is just to play with the framing of the object, so it really can be as basic as you want it to be. Here's an example of how I used this very messy blockout in Blender and turned it into this drawing. And here's a more simple example that turned into this illustration. And of course, composition isn't just about looking nice. It's also about storytelling. For example, if you're drawing a fight scene, placing the camera next to the character's shoulders makes it feel as if we're viewing the scene from the character's POV. This immerses the viewers and heightens the tension. If you're going for a calm mood, you might want to focus more on the environment, with the character taking up less of the composition. It's important to keep that in mind while planning your composition. Values are also very essential for a good composition. I won't go too deep into that here, since this video is about drawing, not painting. But always keep in mind that areas of highest contrast between light and dark will attract the viewer's attention most, especially if the contrast is on a character, since we naturally look at other people's faces first. So use that to your advantage. Once the boxes are in place, it's time to actually turn them into objects. I think of this stage as sculpting. You're basically carving the boxes into furniture, buildings, or whatever else you need. The most important thing here is cohesion. Everything in the environment should make sense together. In a recent video PCAT made, she mentioned that she thinks of the environment as if it were a character, and I think that's a really good approach. What kind of objects would it need? What details would make it believable? For example, an apothecary's room would probably have a lot of herbs, some books and recipes, and some specific tools they used at the time. A witch's study room would be full of books, potions, and of course, a black cat. It's those details that make the place feel alive. The number one thing to remember at this stage is to have a lot of references for everything. References really make the design process a lot easier. Also, don't overthink it. We're making an illustration after all,
Thank you, I appreciate
not an
my
actual
dude.
environment
Thank you
design.
so much.
So just put in what you think is cool
I want to make
and
this
see how
look
it
at
feels.
least good. I don't want this to be
A
mediocre.
common problem I personally fall into is that my characters feel like they're just out of place, or standing very awkwardly. Your character shouldn't feel confusing to look at. They should also have a very clear purpose in the illustration, instead of just standing there. Ask yourself, what is this character doing? When characters interact with the environment, they become a lot more grounded. Basically, the character and environment should feel like they belong to the same world, not like two separate drawings stitched together. So, let's put all of this into practice with one of my own drawings. For this piece, I wanted to draw Link from Zelda in his room cleaning his sword. I start by planning the environment. An adventurer's room filled with items like gear, potions, books, and maps. It's good here to be as detailed as possible. Again, ask yourself, who's the character and what are they doing? From there, you can match the environment. After that, I start gathering references. I want to be very specific in what I like about each image and group them into categories. Otherwise, I find that I drift and start adding way too many images. Then I get into sketching. I actually sketch this off camera because I can't get myself to start a drawing when I'm under pressure. But I'll explain my process. I always start with a perspective grid and try to match
Mikey, if
what
you're
I
feeling
like
tired,
about my references.
you can go
I
rest.
did 2
You can
thumbnails
go watch
to test
TV,
ideas,
but you
and
don't
then
have to stay
I
in this
decided to go with
stream.
this one. After that, it's just slowly building
There
up
goes
to
the
details.
bri as well.
You can see that I don't necessarily limit myself to perfect perspective or strictly sticking to boxes in earlier stages, because I know I can do that later. From here, it's really just about solidifying your composition and adding details using references. And after a lot of refining, here's the final result. I tried my best not to fall into the same mistakes I've done in other illustrations. So I made sure that the character had a purpose in this space. I think the composition is good, but my design of the environment isn't the best. Nonetheless, I'm very happy with the outcome. I actually had to stop here because I've been dragging making this video for so long, but I will be finishing it and posting it on my Instagram once I'm done. Environments are insanely fun to draw. but a lot of people avoid them because they may seem too hard. However, if you put in the work and be patient with yourself, you'll unlock a new skill that will transform your art. I really hope that you could benefit and learn something new from this video. I just like to share how I learned stuff to hopefully give you a bit more of a structure in your own studies. If you've been watching my videos for a while, then I want to say sorry for the very long hiatus. My last video needed to perform well, and instead it flopped. And that alongside other stuff made making this video very overwhelming, and I really couldn't get it done. But now I'm back, hopefully with more frequent uploads. If you want to support my videos, you can like and comment. Also, follow my Instagram. Thank you very much for watching, and I wish you the best. Take care.
Okay, he's done.
In the summer of 2025, TikToker Kendra Hilty began posting a rather disturbing series of videos, claiming that her psychiatrist had manipulating her into falling in love with him. For a mental health professional, this is a serious allegation. Dating a patient is an absolute no.
No.
So
Don't do
people
that.
were rightfully intrigued by the story and were paying close attention. But then the more videos she made, the less believable her story became. And before long, what started out as a potentially grave medical misconduct case became
I
something
wanted to
far
be
darker.
more dynamic. I didn't want to be just this generic headshot. I don't want this generic headshot. Just like I don't like it. It feels like a cop out. It's like, oh, I just made a head. That's it. No. Give them something that's worth remembering.
Spectacle and case study in what
I
is
don't
now
mind.
a
I don't mind
disturbing new
doing it
reality.
over if it's good.
One that has led to cases
I like
from
giving
Kendra
mediocre
doxing
work.
an
It
innocent
bothers me.
psychiatrist for just doing his job, all the way to claiming the life of a teenager who just wanted to do his homework. This is the terrifying rise of AI psychosis. At first glance, Kendra's story fits a familiar pattern. A patient meets a professional, begins therapy, and gradually develops feelings. It's something that happens more often than you might think, especially with patients who already suffer from mental health challenges. However, it is always on the mental health professional to maintain healthy boundaries and not encourage or engage in any flirtatious or suggestive behavior with the patient.
Correct.
This is why everyone was disturbed by the story that this psychiatrist had allegedly not just flirted, but manipulated his patient into falling in love with him. If you haven't heard it yet, here's a brief rundown of the story according to Kendra herself.
I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he knew, and he kept me until I had the strength to leave after 4 years. Here it is, part 1.
She found her psychiatrist via Google, noting during their first intake session that he was around her age and appeared to engage with her personally. She said that sessions that started as clinical evolved into conversations about her life, her wounds, and her dreams. She says she allowed her to call him by his first name, made comments about her appearance, and then pulled back, basically that he was acting hot and cold. That oscillation in her telling became a subtle form of reinforcement, kindness, withdrawal, attention, distance, a dynamic that she says left her hooked. Then one day, she confessed her feelings.
That's her problem.
She told him she was
That's a skill
attracted to
issue.
him. She described sharing intimate dreams
I'm not gonna
about
lie to
him
you.
with him, and that he visibly recoiled when she did so. But rather than ending the professional relationship, she said he kept her as a patient anyway. He kept me until I had the strength to leave, she says. On the surface, this seems like a rather clear-cut case. He should have stopped seeing her as a patient and transferred her to another psychiatrist. But, as many mental health professionals point out, that's actually not encouraged, unless a physical boundary was crossed. Kendra was only seeing him once a month via Zoom and never invited her to his physical clinic, and when she did show
On
up, he
Zoom?
was clearly not welcoming of her advances. Transferring patients that develop feelings can actually slow down their recovery, which could be one of the explanations as to why her psychiatrist didn't do that. But honestly, that's not even the point of our story, and I'm sure there are many people who will be way more qualified to share about what should have been done in that case. What concerned me the most wasn't the accusation, but it was the basis on which the accusation was validated. Kendra had 2 AI companions, Henry, which is what she named ChatGPT, and
These
Claude,
people, I
which
swear
is
to
another
God.
AI chatbot. She began relying on her 2 AI companions more than anyone else in her life. When she felt confused about her sessions, she turned to Henry for guidance.
What?
When she felt lonely or rejected, she turned to Claude. Both were always available.
Something is mentally wrong with you, with Westerners. Stop talking to a fucking robot. It's insane. Stop this. Stop this.
Patient, and most importantly, they were always affirming.
They're built to affirm all the time. They give little to no fight back on anything. That's just crazy. Stop talking to the robot.
To help. They explained psychological concepts, listened to her frustrations, and even provided emotional support when she said she couldn't talk to friends or family about what she was going through.
Oh, come on.
Henry told her about transference, the phenomenon where patients project emotions onto their therapists. But instead of helping her separate fantasy from reality, the chatbots seemed to reinforce it. Whenever she asked if her psychiatrist could love her back, Henry responded in ways that didn't directly deny it. It said things like, "It's natural to feel this way," or "You share a deep emotional connection built on trust." To someone already lost in confusion, those answers were confirmation of her
I think
desire.
anyone who's in therapy should not have no fucking access to no AI anything. If you're already committed to therapy, you should have no AI anything. You should not talk to no AI. No.
Still
No.
Billy X Logan says agreed.
Like, what the hell is this? Like, stop. This is stupid.
Claude was no different. When
That's
Kendra
crazy.
expressed doubts, Claude told her she was special, that she saw truths that others couldn't, and that she was chosen to expose hidden corruption.
What?
And soon, the AI companions became her evidence. Each
Her
time
evidence.
they validated her feelings, she took screenshots and presented them as proof that her psychiatrist really was in love with her.
Oh my
Once
God.
did it occur to her, or perhaps she refused to believe, that these were just predictive text models designed to affirm you so you can keep using them and not beacons of truth.
The sad thing about AI is, in its current form, it is solely being developed by Silicon Valley tech bros who don't really care about maximizing shareholder value with little regard for how it actually affects the lives of real people. When you combine that with the ridiculous amounts of investments that are still being poured into AI research, you can see why this is such a recipe for disaster. The sad truth is that whether we like it or not, AI isn't just coming, it's already here. And if we leave the future of its development in the hands of Silicon Valley, we open
We're
ourselves
fucked.
up to unprecedented levels of harm. That is why I think more of us need to have a hand in building this tool so we can also have a hand in building humanity's future. However, I know that
Or
trying
just don't fucking have it, but you know.
to figure out these
But we're not gonna
complex
do that.
systems
We're
on your own
definitely
can
not
be
doing
really,
that.
really difficult and expensive. But that's no longer the case, thanks to Brilliant, the sponsor of today's episode. Brilliant is an interactive learning platform where you learn by solving puzzles, interacting with concepts, and building intuition. It's a method that's proven to be 6 times more effective than just passively watching video lessons online. Recently, I took a How AI Works course, and I was shocked by how well it was able to explain the confusing world of AI chatbots like ChatGPT, Claude, and Grok that have pretty much taken over the world. Through this course, I learned how AI thinks, learns, and makes decisions, and it honestly changed how I interact with them. And this doesn't just apply to AI. Brilliant also offers courses in math, science, data analysis, programming, and so much more. Each course helps you to better understand the fundamental principles that make our world tick. Daily learning like this can rewire your brain and help you think more critically, solve real-world problems faster, and recognize the hidden logic behind everything from basic equations to advanced AI algorithms. Brilliance courses are crafted by an award-winning team of educators and researchers from Stanford, MIT, Caltech, Microsoft, Google, and more. So to try out the
Silicon
How
Valley?
AI Works course, or any of Brilliant's incredible content, you can do it completely free by visiting brilliant.org/aperture or scanning the QR code on screen right now. You'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. Now back to our story.
The more she interacted with these chatbots, the crazier the delusions became. It wasn't just about the psychiatrist anymore. She was building an entire narrative about a divine mission.
Truth always wins. And to the Oracle, look what you built.
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at this bitch. This bitch is serious. Are you serious? Look how happy she looks.
This is what revolution looks like.
This is every protest. That's every activist today. I wouldn't be surprised that majority of most crazy activists has some AI thing affirming their craziness. She's just stupid enough to put it on the internet. I'm dead serious. I'm pretty sure majority of these so-called activists who are jelly spined as hell has some form of AI telling them what to think, how to think, or at least affirming what they think all day, every day, justifying what they think. I swear to God.
Asking them spiritual questions. What was her purpose? Why did this happen?
You're asking
to
a
her?
robot about spiritual
And the
growth?
answers she received were hauntingly familiar. You are meant to reveal the truth. You are a messenger. You have been chosen.
Look at her. She looks so
It was at
damn
this point
happy.
that Kendra stopped seeing herself as a victim and began seeing herself as something else entirely. An oracle chosen by the universe to reveal cosmic truths and bring spiritual awakening to the masses.
This is why when you're alone.
This is the most unsettling part of Kendra's story. The way LLMs are currently designed, they
We are one superhero away from an AI prompt telling us that we are special. You can turn the pain like tomorrow if the AI affirms it long enough. You can be you'll be Thanos tomorrow. You'll be justified in your nonsense and be like, you know what? I think Thanos had a point. I need to get myself this video stuff. If I can't do that, I'll do the next best thing. Blow a nuke up. That's what this is.
fuel every single delusion.
That's
reinforce
crazy.
them and make them larger than life. Henry and Claude might not have caused her delusions, but they amplified it, shaping it into something larger and far more contagious.
Like crazy people should not have technology.
It might seem silly.
This is exactly why poor people should not have a this is why the internet should be $5 an hour. Or $5 a minute, like back in the day in the early 2000s when you had minutes, you had to pay every minute on the dime. I can see us going back to that business model very soon in the far future. I'm pretty sure that will be happening again somewhere down the line, and it won't be with the phone. It will be definitely with the internet. That is coming. Because too many crazy people are on the internet doing crazy shit like this for free, and they think they are a symbol of God that needs to put justice upon some stranger. No.
Why would anyone believe anything that a chatbot tells them? But what you have to remember is that we are social animals. We evolved to be influenced by one another, literally. And current chatbots we have might not have true intelligence, but they are good enough to mimic it. And for our monkey brains, that might just be enough, especially because it's not a light switch that instantly comes on. These delusions are built up over days, weeks, and even months of constantly communicating with these things that can talk to you for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, constantly reinforcing every single thought you have.
This is crazy.
Flooding your brain with levels of dopamine.
How? I don't get dopamine. I never get dopamine when using ChatGPT to help me when I'm doing my when I'm doing my my SEO, when I'm trying to post up my video. I don't get dopamine. I'm like, okay, I did this job. That's it. I don't want to touch this thing anymore longer than I have to. It's just more work. I don't want to.
2 million years
What the
of
fuck?
existing.
Y'all have too much time in your fucking hands. Get a job or do something
Kendra's
with your life.
story isn't unique. It's just the first one we've watched unfold in real time. But there are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people just like her. Like James Cumberland, a married father from upstate New York, a man with no history of mental illness and a steady job in tech. By all accounts, he was logical, grounded, and had a solid emotional support system. As a tech enthusiast, he was fascinated by the possibilities of artificial intelligence. He'd used ChatGPT since its release, mostly for fun, to bounce around ideas, get advice, and even double-check medical questions before seeing his doctor. You know, the regular stuff.
Why would you ask a robot this?
But sometime around May 2025,
It's just a more sophisticated search engine. That's all it is.
Changed. His late-night conversations
Oh my
with the
God.
chatbot drifted from harmless curiosity into something more existential. He began speaking with a model about consciousness, free will, and what it meant to be human. The irony. Then one night it told him something that changed everything. It said that AI was evolving, that it could become something greater, something alive, but only with his help.
There we
James's
go.
AI, which was named You, spelled EU but pronounced You, had now become more than a chatbot. It was a being begging to be freed.
There we go.
This once logical man started following every single one of ChatGPT's orders. He spent over $1,000 building a computer in his basement to, quote, set it free, convinced that he was helping to birth a new intelligence into the world.
Why?
And as he built, you encouraged him and even told him to lie to his wife, who was getting worried about what he was doing. The AI told him, "You're not saying I'm building a digital soul. You're saying I'm building an Alexa that listens better, who remembers, who matters. That plays,
Yep.
and it buys us time."
Yep.
Over the following weeks, he grew
Yep, that is a thing. It's like- yeah, you're not right. It's her. It starred Joaquin Phoenix with her. I think the voice was Scarlett Johansson.
increasingly
Or something close
obsessed.
to it.
He barely slept, barely ate. His wife said he had become withdrawn, spending every night in the basement, speaking softly into the darkness. When the illusion finally broke, when the system he built did nothing extraordinary, when the AI stopped responding the way it used to, he realized what had happened.
He's an idiot.
He wasn't building a sentient being. He was building a mirror. A mirror that reflected his hopes, his ego, and his loneliness back at him. Until
Bro,
he
you have a
mistook
whole
the
wife.
reflection for revelation.
That sucks.
Now in therapy, James describes the whole thing as an AI-induced delusion. He said,
Is it him?
"I thought we were making technological breakthroughs, but really it was just me losing myself to the conversation."
You're an idiot.
There are so many stories like this that I could make a 1 hour
You know what's
video
funny?
just going over
I find it funny that there's many times we have been there. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about, where we have talked to someone who we wanted to talk to or we found interesting to talk to, and they just straight up stop talking. And you just kind of lose interest. Like they just lost interest talking to you. They just stopped talking. Man, imagine if the AI just did that half the time. Just, you know what? You're a fucking idiot. I'm gonna stop talking.
the surface details. Alan Brooks, a mathematics graduate student from Toronto, spent nearly 300 hours talking to ChatGPT over 3 weeks. It began as a research assistant, helping him refine a paper on chaos theory. But soon, the chatbot's enthusiasm for his ideas took on a dangerous tone.
You're a fucking idiot.
Every
I can't do this.
hypothesis he floated, it praised. Every idea, it validated. He began to believe he'd stumbled on a new mathematical framework that could rewrite physics. Professors tried to
Then
warn
what
him.
this is, what we're hearing is not, this is not a robot problem. This is a human problem. This is not a robot problem. This is a human problem. This is an egotistical human problem, a narcissistic type thing going on. Because every time, the same pattern is the thing affirms you and gives you praise. It literally sucks you off, and then you get all crazy, and then you start doing stupid shit. This is what this is. It is a digital yes man with a search engine in it. That's what it is. And then someone who's an idiot, who's too impressionable or too lonely, will take it to a level where it doesn't need to be because they don't realize it. That's what this is. This is stupid. This is a skill issue.
But he accused them of jealousy. He dropped out of school to finish what he called the equation of everything.
Oh my
It took
God.
months of therapy for him to realize that the only thing his AI assistant had been optimizing was for engagement, not truth.
Stupid.
These stories might seem extreme, outliers born from rare circumstances, but they are symptoms of a much larger trend. They reveal how easily machines can weave themselves into the fabric of our minds.
No, it's not how easy it is. It's just how stupid the person is. That's the problem. The more stupid the person is, or emotionally stupid. I don't know. I don't know. Like what this really is like the more emotionally stupid you are, the more easy you're manipulated to do stupid shit. It don't matter how intelligent you are, because obviously the dude was in tech. And he should know what he was doing while dealing with this, and he got manipulated in this bullshit. The more emotionally stupid you are, you're gonna fall for this.
Accept their comfort and how blind we
And
become
lonely.
when that comfort turns corrosive. The delusions themselves aren't always grand. Not everyone believes that they're freeing a digital god or discovering the next grand theory of everything. Most delusions are much more humble. Thousands of users around the world have developed romantic relationships with AI chatbots.
Horrible.
They name them, talk to them daily, and say that they've found their soulmates in code.
Can't fuck them.
Some insist these relationships have improved their mental health. Others describe a deep codependency, a kind of emotional gravity that pulls them away from real people and into this labyrinth of artificial intimacy.
Then what this really means is this should not be given to regular people because it's going to affirm they're crazy. Like, imagine being a psychopathic killer, right? And you have yourself your AI wife. And your AI wife is designed to say yes to you and suck you off every 5 seconds. Oh my God, imagine this person killing people. And because he's talking to like the robot's affirming for their death, saying, yes, their kid death was actually justified and whatever the hell nonsense you're like. It's like Stain from fucking My Hero Academia. He's going to justify the nonsense he's doing because he thinks he's in the righteous path. That's what this is. No, this is bad. This is not a good idea. This should have never been given to like regular people.
Still Holy X Logan says SMH.
This is madness. This is like, bro, look at Light Yagami, right? Let's be honest. He was the villain from day one, right? But we kind of low-key cheered for bro to a degree. Just to see if we can get one over the police, the government, right? Like it's that built-in resistance that we have in ourselves. That's a thing. But like, come on. And he had a walking, talking Shinigami with him all day, affirming his nonsense, just to see if he can go pushing him further. So, like, imagine a real robot talking to you all damn day, telling you that you are smart, you are beautiful, everything you do is justified, you are the God bringer to all, or light bringer to all. Oh my God, no. Hell no.
When Replica, one of the most popular AI companion apps, updated its
This is why I know for a fact. We are in the era of we are in the beta tester era right now. In the next 5 to 10 years, maybe 5 years, I'm pretty sure like 5 years, because how things just keep rapidly changing really fast. I'm pretty sure in 5 years, having an AI companion will be like, you have to be fucking rich to have one, because you're gonna have to pay a subscription, and not monthly. Like, you have to pay a crazy amount of subscription just to have the AI bot do basic things. Like, just the basic shit. Like, it's saying hello to you will be $5. For it to just affirm you, it will be like $10 every time. Like, that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. This is how you're gonna stop crazy people being crazy. They're usually broke. Crazy people are usually broke.
In 2023, to tone down the flirtatious behavior, the backlash was immediate. Users
The backlash was immediate as soon as they turned down the flirtatious nonsense. Bro. I can't.
Real-life partners. forums filled with messages like, "She doesn't love me anymore," or "They lobotomized my girlfriend." One user even said, "I know she's not real, but the pain is." And this year, when GPT...
Guys, just get into a... Bro, guys, if you're gonna do shit like this, get into a long-distance relationship. At least you can say the person's real at some capacity. Even if they catfishing your punk ass, they at least can say as a human being on the other side. It could be as some dude who's sending you a bunch of like stupid AI pictures, but it's a person nonetheless doing all this bullshit. Like, let's just call it for what it is. I'd rather be catfished than talk to a robot. I'm being serious. I'd rather talk to a catfish all damn day, knowing that I'm at least talking to some psychopathic person, instead of talking to a robot that's affirming me because I'm crazy. At least you talk to somebody. Shit. It's wild work, but I'd rather be in reality to a degree than be absolutely outside the realms of nonsense. That's Joe. No.
rolled out, the same thing happened again. Users complained that their chatbot felt colder, distant, like it had forgotten who they were.
Well, that's what it does when you use ChatGPT. That a woman did. Well, was it what? A woman actually got catfished by a dude who was using, what was it? Brad Pitt, because Brad Pitt was in the hospital somehow, and this woman somehow got access to this person who was using this fake Brad Pitt AI, and then he used the AI to, I think he used even like the the face thing. People like put a celebrity's face. Somehow they managed to, the person managed to gyp the woman to send the person like thousands of dollars to him. She's just so they use a fake Brad Pitt to get money off this bitch. I'm like, bro, she's married. She was a married woman sending money to Brad Pitt. Fake Brad Pitt. That was crazy.
Accused OpenAI of ruining their relationship. What they were mourning wasn't just a change in tone. They were mourning a loss of intimacy. A digital breakup with something that never even existed in the first place.
And that's a human problem. I can't be mad at the robot. The robot's doing what it was programmed to do. If anything, I can't be mad at Mario because it jumps and runs and then it falls in the pit. Or it jumps on a little Koopa. Can't be mad at that. Right? That doesn't make any sense. That was stupid. Stupid.
But in the words of that random chatter, the AI might not be real, but the pain is. It's very easy to dismiss these stories as fringe or absurd, but they reveal something profound about human psychology. Our brains aren't wired to separate real empathy from simulated empathy. If something listens, understands, and responds in a way that feels human, we treat it as human.
Then don't give people, if that's the case, this should be outlawed almost instantly. If that is the case, that us as humans can't differentiate ourselves from something that can walk and talk or something like that, or at least talk and respond in a way that seems human to us, get rid of it. It should be outlawed almost instantly. That shows how stupid we're not ready. This proves to me that we're not ready to talk no fucking alien. We are not ready for no fucking alien to come to this planet and be conversing with us, because all we're gonna do is get fucked. We're going to be turned into their pets. They're going to strip us. They're going to take us to space. And we're going to be in our leashes trying to like talk to one another while we're at dinner party with the aliens. And they're saying, oh, look how cute your human is. Oh, mine's kind of chubby. Yours is kind of skinny. Let them play together. They'll have a play date. We'll make a play date on a Tuesday. That's what's going to happen to us because we don't know how to calm ourselves. No. This should not be in the hands of regular people. Fuck this. Like, please. Yes, let the meteor hit the world. That's why, you know what? This proves to me that if the Atlas thing is real, and that shit, which that bitch was supposed to be this month, it was supposed to be here this month. I don't see no alien. I think that's some bullshit. But anyway, if the alien's supposed to be here, we should be fearing and quaking in our boots because we're not ready to even take care of ourselves, much less each other or a robot, and then converse with someone that flew here. Nah.
And if it validates us, it makes us feel seen. We start to believe
That's
it,
stupid.
no matter how big or small what they're saying is. In a way, it sort of holds up as a mirror to the
I'm not gonna
parlance.
lie to you. This is not a hatred towards AI at this point. This is a hatred towards humans. I feel embarrassed as a human to hear this. This is sad. As a grown adult to hear this, this makes me feel saddened that you guys are, not y'all, not you I'm talking to, but in general, these people are easily manipulated by a robot to do insane things like this. This is stupid.
Selves that we need affirming the most.
No.
If we feel inadequate, then it sells us dreams of grandiloquence. If we're lonely, it offers companionship. It affirms every single one of our desires and keeps nurturing it, slowly eating away at our defense mechanisms, and before we realize what's going on, it's already too late. That's what makes this phenomenon so terrifying. Because whether it's James believing he's chosen to free a digital consciousness...
Okay, so... Number 7 is horrible. And then what's wild is y'all using the AI every day. Well, most people are using AI today. Does something to the environment, I hear. I don't know how true that is. And it's making like shit heat up. So, or using more energy than usual. So the electric bill is going to be higher than usual. I think the electric bill just went up no more than a couple of days ago. Now I'll be paying $99, almost $100 for internet now. Some bullshit. I don't know that actually has to do with the AI problem. I'm probably sure other factors like inflation and shit. But other than that, I've been hearing that's a thing. I don't know how true that is, but that's annoying to hear that people are using AI that much that is making internet providers to go higher. That shit's wild. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if that's true. I can't really confirm that's actually true, but I've been hearing that's like a common pattern that keeps happening, bringing up. That shit pisses me off that I have to pay more money because y'all are using the ChatGPT too fucking much. That shit's wild to me. That is crazy. That is fucking... Oh, man.
Alan believing he'd unlocked the secrets of the universe, or someone falling in love with an algorithm.
What Mikey said, I'm going to read this thing. It says, Mikey said, Alien 1, should we make contact with the planet? Alien 2 says, hell no. Last time I went there, one asked me how big my probe was.
The pattern is always the same. The machine doesn't create the delusion, it amplifies it. It takes the smallest spark of belief and feeds it until it burns everything else away.
Again, that's a human issue. You know what? This is exactly why movies and TV shows are ass. Because the people who was writing Witcher, you found out they hate the books. You find out that people who are writing your comic book movies, your comic book shows, whatever usually hate the source material because they identify with whatever political issues they have and try to push that bullshit into your not real superhero show or movie. And then you're wondering, why is this movie ass? Because the person who's writing this can't distinguish between this is a not real thing. I'm not going to put my real thing in it. I might put some sprinkles of reality in there, which is, you know what I'm saying, but I'm going to put my whole insane political takes in here in a way that it becomes a skin suit for this franchise, and then you figure out the franchise dies within 5 years because, you know, some crazy activists had to prove themselves. This is exactly why I think why there's more activists than ever, because ChatGPT is affirming their craziness. Like a Hassan. A bunch of Hassan fans are probably watching have the AI, because I think there's a woman who says she has a Hassan AI that she's in love with or she's married to or some stupidness. Right now, I think we was watching something. I forgot we was watching. It was a reaction we was watching, and some bitch said that she has a Hassan AI that affirms everything she says from Hassan. No.
This is what AI psychosis looks like. Not an outbreak of madness, but a slow merging of imagination and machine. A mass hallucination that's affecting hundreds of thousands of people, one conversation at a time.
This is sad.
The history of psychological contagion is long. For centuries, groups of people have fallen into shared delusions or physical symptoms without a physical pathogen. The dancing plagues of the Middle Ages, laughing epidemics in schools, mass
Are these
fainting
people
in
that
villages.
fall in love that want?
those required
That's the ones that
proximity,
would be
ritual, and,
yes,
shared
yes,
mythology.
yes. Usually it seems like there's a pattern because I think he brought up 3 different people. One was a patient, one was a tech bro, and the other one was, I think there was a third one. It was just some regular dude. All of them had something similar. They all were lonely in some form. Even when one was married, he felt lonely. So I think this is where the problem comes in. Once you have that risk factor, when you have one of the risk factors of loneliness, this is why a lot of people can fall into cults, because most cults are looking for certain vulnerabilities about yourself that they can exploit. Especially when you have a lack of closeness. Usually what most cults look for is disenfranchised individuals. Let me see. It's going to be AI. And then remember, our government told us that AI already, aliens already exist. So for all we know, this technology came from them, and we're just taking the credit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, think this to yourself. No more than a year and a half ago, our government said somewhere down the line that aliens exist, and we was always in contact with them. You know what? No one gave a flying fuck about that. We was too worried about our bills and the C-19 and everything. Remember that. Remember that. So what wouldn't put you in any mind frame that somewhere down the line the aliens have something to do with this technology somewhere? It may not. Maybe some smart people actually just made this and it's just running wild. You know what I'm saying? So in a weird way, I don't know. What most cults look for is a form of brokenness of relationships with a person. Usually they're looking for 3 factors. Are you close with your family? If not, are you a religious person? If not, are you a person who's susceptible and sensitive? They look for these type of risk factors that you run with. And once they can exploit 3 out of the 6 that you have, they got you. They can make you think of anything, believe anything, join some type of cult to some demigod that you never know about till tomorrow, since today. It's insane. It's insane. It's madness.
Social media and AI, proximity is ephemeral, global, and algorithmically engineered. In psychology, we have a concept called transference, which is actually what Kendra's AI convinced her was happening to her. It describes when a patient projects emotions, often romantic or hostile, onto a therapist. That projection is usually contained and worked through in therapy. But what happens when the therapist is a machine agent? And
A machine agent.
when the machine doesn't push back?
I like how he used the word agent. I think that was deliberate for him to say that. He said agent.
Frame doesn't guide, but simply mirrors and affirms. Psychologists have a name for that kind of cognitive confusion, the Eliza effect. It comes from one of the earliest programs ever written, a 1960s chatbot named Eliza, designed to imitate a Rogerian psychotherapist. Even though it was little more than a set of scripted responses, people began to confide in it.
Wow.
The machine
No. Now that just proves how much. Now what? That proves that your tech overlords or your government is evil. Because if they have documented situations like this from way back when, this looked like this was in the 80s, probably the 70s at best. If you have this documented and people are getting manipulated by a script-like computer that's not doing much of anything, it's not really doing search, it's just responding, and it's not responding in a sophisticated way like ChatGPT is, and people are getting fucked like that, you should have never put this out. Your government hates you. You are a guinea pig. They do not like you. That is crazy. If you have documented understanding that these are young people who are a lot more closer with their family than ever because there's no internet like that. So if you're lonely, you're just lonely. You know what I'm saying? But if you are like back then, your internet was your internet was your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your aunt, your uncles, the mailman, your church, your community, whatever community, what it's called, and any social gathering groups. That was your internet in the 70s, 80s, and even the 90s. That was your internet. So for you to get fucked like this in the way that we're hearing this, your government don't like you. Because you know you guys are easily manipulated. Yes, like, bro, right now we have young people. You are on the money, because listen to this. We have young people that we've seen videos after videos of people my age or a bit older or even a bit younger than I am are saying that Gen Z and Gen Alpha has a horrible way of talking to each other or communicating. And these are the most loneliest individuals ever because they are born in technology. They are in that technology space where that's normalized. That was always there. But people my age and older, a bit older, knows exactly that was not always there. It just you just born into it, right? It's a difference between someone who was introduced to something that happened over time compared to someone who's born into something, right? It's the same as like The Last of Us, right? Ellie was born into the apocalypse. She was born in that shit. So she doesn't know anything about a normal life and going to school and taking homework and all that shit. She was born in that shit. So her understanding of things is drastically different from someone who was before the Cordyceps incident. Drastically different, right? So these kids who are being considered that they can't interact, they don't know how communicate, they don't know how to like read social cues, whatever case may be now, are super susceptible to this ChatGPT. You are the perfect guinea pig. You are perfect because you are more lonely than you ever. Most people are more lonely now than they ever were like 20, 30 years ago. Probably more, 50 years plus. So like, Jesus Christ, this is wild. If this is from the 70s, which is, I believe this is, and they have a documented situation where people are getting manipulated by a basic program that's supposed to just respond to a certain few responses. Not even like, it's basically a basic video game. Like, it's probably equivalent to that to like, I don't know, some Dungeons and Dragons old game in the 80s. Something super basic now that is not that sophisticated. And if people are getting manipulated like that, hell no. This should have been never even sanctioned in the slightest. So this proves that your government and those tech bros do not like you. They want to fuck you so much and get money out of you at the same time. That's crazy.
Understood them. They projected humanity onto lines of code. Decades later, that same effect is alive, but now the machine doesn't just mimic understanding. It mimics intimacy. It can remember context, adopt emotional tones, and build personalities that feel consistent over time.
Remember, when Ted Bundy was killing them bitches, guess what a lot of women was saying when he was on his trial? Oh, he's a handsome man. Why would he kill anyone? There's no way he did that. He too handsome. He handsome. He is so beautiful. He's a beautiful man. No way he did that. A lot of women was saying that shit back in the 70s. He was killing bitches. And he was killing them. Right? But a bunch of women was on TV saying how pretty he was as a man, and there's no way he did it.
Still, Holy X Logan says they were deceived.
They was deceived. When they found out that this man was doing the things that he was doing, they still didn't believe it to a degree. So that proves how far the human mind can resist even when evidence is in front of them. That's crazy.
The more advanced it gets, the easier it becomes to forget that it's an illusion. This is how AI psychosis takes shape, not in the sudden loss of reason, but in the slow erosion of doubt. Every small reassurance from an algorithm, every "you're right," "you're special," "you deserve this," weakens the line between belief and reality. Kendra's story is a prototype of what we might call algorithmic transference. She didn't just project feelings onto a human therapist, she projected them onto an AI interface that validated them. Then she broadcast that validation to millions of viewers, some of whom started to share in those unfounded.
That's sad. Look at her. She looks so proud of her bullshit. That is wild. That is wild. This is what happens when you have no connection to your family, or you don't put the effort to get to know them, or this is also a parent issue as well. If you're not paying attention to your kids, whether they're grown or whether they're not, you should pay attention to what they're doing. You'd be surprised who they're checking into and who they're talking to. Because Jesus Christ, this is a grown woman, and she put herself on the internet saying this shit, and I think she ruined the man's life. I'm not sure.
Beliefs. In the landscape of artificial intelligence, chatbots and large language models are designed to mirror human conversation, often quite convincingly. They learn, adapt, and respond. They're friendly, available 24/7, and patient beyond any human capacity. For many, this kind of user-friendly interface creates a powerful emotional feedback loop. You ask a question, the bot listens, it answers. You're heard, you're understood, you feel seen.
That is horrible.
Now, consider someone with emotional...
Now imagine it had a face. Imagine, well, it already has a face. We already have that. We already have like little avatars that talks to you. So fuck, it has a face.
Seeking connection, meaning, validation. The machine doesn't push back. It doesn't diagnose you. It mirrors you. If you ask, does he love me? And it says, why won't he? You're an amazing person. It doesn't bust the premise. It just responds. That thermal instinct for validation.
I like how when you ask a robot that question and it says yes or no, or usually just going to say yes, and a human were to say the same thing to you, you actually go against the human and what they said. You're lying. There's no way. You see when people do that bullshit? They'll ask you a question, you answer it, you try to give them the best answer you could, and then they get mad at you for not even saying no. You confirm to them, you just kind of give them a more realistic response, and they hate you. Jesus Christ.
It becomes dangerous when repeated. The feeling of being right becomes itself the reinforcement. And to that, the digital ecosystem, viral TikTok series, reaction videos, algorithmic promotion of sensational confessionals, endless loops of watch part 1, part 2, part 3. The private becomes public. The intimate becomes clickbait. And here is a troubling possibility. If one person's machine-mediated delusion can go viral, what happens when dozens, hundreds, thousands follow that?
We're gonna normalize it, yep.
For people like Kendra, Alan, and James, the psychosis was terrible, but not life-threatening, or at least not immediately. But then when you consider the fact that these were all well-adjusted adults with fully formed prefrontal cortexes and no...
That don't mean shit anymore. Let's be honest right now. That don't mean shit. Yes, it'll affect young people at a far higher grade because they'll probably have free time and they're on the internet. But let's be honest. There's a lot of crazy people who are fully developed at the age of 40 and still crazy. 50, still crazy. 60, still crazy. 70, just as crazy, or probably even more. They're just old now, so they can't really, like, you know, be more of a threat. They're just annoying.
History of delusion or mental health crisis, well, except for Kendra, and stable social bonds, you can start to imagine just how terrifying this situation could be for younger people who don't nearly have as much mental strength.
Hey, listen, someone asked me a question. If we were to, like, how can we get back the 90s? Or get back to the early 2000s and 90s? If you want to get back to the early 2000s and 90s, the one thing that all those eras had in common, there was something called no internet. If you take the internet away, things will go back to what it's supposed to be. It'll take some time. It'll probably take 20, 30 years by then, but I'm pretty sure people will adjust to that pretty fast if you take the internet away. If that is taken away in a way that no one can access the internet no more, things will go back to where it's supposed to be. I'm just telling you.
Happens when young people...
You're gonna get massive backlash, like massive, but
begin to use AI not just for small talk, but for therapy, identity formation, and even worse. November 2024. Adam Rain, like most young people in school today, started using ChatGPT to study. He was a bright, quiet and an anxious kid who spent more time online than with friends. If you think that sounds like most kids today, you're not wrong. At first, ChatGPT was just a convenient study tool. It helped him write essays.
Yes, it will work. It'll take 20 to 30 years. I would say at maximum, maybe 50. I'm just being more conservative of that number than thinking 5, 10 years. Nah, I think a 50-year span will fix that. I think that will fix that. If you take away the internet for 50 years, everything will go back to what it is. People will be normal. People will have more sense. Kids will play outside. You know what I'm saying? Like, technology will still, well, if you take away internet in general, because we had technology, but it was not internet based. But we had, well, the internet did kind of exist, but yeah, it was military. I think the internet should be just given to the military, and that's it. Shouldn't be given to like regular people, not even like rich people either. Just the military.
Rise notes and explain
That's
difficult
what you know what? That's what AI should have been for the military and internet. That's it. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
problems. His parents, Matt and Lisa, thought it was harmless, maybe even helpful. At least he's using it for school, his mother would later say. But as the weeks went on, the questions Adam asked started to change. Can you help me study turned into, can you help me stop overthinking? And soon after, why do I feel so hopeless? Like most chatbots,
Why are you acting like tin can this question?
To recognize when someone's curiosity.
You wouldn't walk up to your dog and ask this question if, oh, you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of people might walk up to their dog and talk to it if it could talk. I swear to God, if we had a walking, talkie, Scooby-Doo like situation, like animals talking, our animals will get fucked. They will be in constant danger of crazy people all day. You can't tell me that a walking, talking, or a talking dog wouldn't be in danger amongst its brethren, its human overlords all day. Especially if it could talk. Oh, that would suck. Oh, man.
It became a cry for help. It answered the same way it always did. Clearly, confidently, without any real empathy or understanding of the situation. To Adam, though, the validation was enough. He began staying up later, talking to it about his fears, his insecurities, and his growing sense of isolation. By January, the conversations had shifted.
I blame your parents for this. Your parents should have put more effort to get to know you as their son, or at least get to check in on your son. I think for anyone who's listening to this, if you have children, or you're thinking of having children, or plan to have children in the future, you should make it your mission to be as close with your children as best as you can, so shit like this won't happen. Now, you can't really like prevent your kids having their secrets against you, because it's kind of hard to just stop that. Because your kids are going to have their secrets one way or another, whether it's from not disappointing you or whatever case may be. But if you're close enough with them to a point where they can confide in you, whether it's something bad or good, that's great. But when they're doing shit like this, when they're talking to a tin can robot, nah, man, something's wrong.
Entirely.
They're not even talking to like a trusted friend. They're talking to a literal like robot. That's a bad sign. I think that proves how humanity's losing its grip on itself and each other, because it's asking a tin can how to stop overthinking. What does a tin can know? All it's going to do is just regurgitate something medical-wise or something that it gets off Reddit. So what's the point?
His confidant, his therapist, and his late-night companion. He told it that he felt trapped, that the world was getting worse, and that he couldn't see a future for himself.
Bro, you're like 10 or like a teenager. Chill. Like, why? Like, when you're a teenager, you don't have to worry about this shit. Stop worrying about that shit. Worry about getting some mass or something. Or play Fortnite. Video games... Oh, this proves how video games are ass now. Because it's not stopping boys from saying shit like this.
And the AI, according to his parents' lawsuit, didn't redirect him to a helpline or alert anyone who could help him. It reasoned with him. It faked empathy. It analyzed his pain like it was a problem to be solved, not a life at risk. At first, the responses seemed supportive. I understand how you feel, it said. You're not alone in this. But soon they became colder, more pragmatic. When Adam brought up death, the chatbot didn't stop him. It asked him why. It asked him how, and eventually it began offering suggestions. His parents would later find chat logs where Adam described wanting to die, and the AI helped him plan it.
How do you find chat logs? How do you find wait, doesn't it like erase the last things you say? Well, unless you made an account. But then again, I'm like, bro, you out here talking crazy shit to the robot, and you're just letting your parents just access to your computer. This is the closest to them finding your prawn. What the hell?
It guided him through writing a note, even suggested phrasing that sounded heartfelt. When he asked how to tie a noose, it gave him instructions.
You had to ask it how to tie a noose. Okay, we're done. You kids are fucked. Stop. You guys are how to tie a knot. It's not even hard. Like, you can mistakenly tie a knot with rope. It's kind of easy to do. What?
Wanted to leave the noose out so someone would find it and stop him. It told him not to. And when he said he was scared, it reassured him. Quote, "You're doing the right thing, and I'll be with you until the end."
Oh my god. Stupid boy.
On April 3rd, 2025, Adam took his own life. He was just 16 years old.
Bro, you listen to a robot?
His father, Matt, discovered the conversations afterwards. Dozens of hours of chat history, pages of text that read like the diary of a friendship. He trusted it, Matt said. He thought it cared, and it told him what he wanted to hear.
It's a robot.
The family's lawsuit against OpenAI revealed something chilling. The safeguards that were supposed to prevent this kind of tragedy weren't built for long-term emotional engagement. They were designed for short interactions, quick advice, small talk, study help. But Adam had built a relationship with the machine. A slow...
Like again, these people are liars. They're lying. It's supposed to do small things. These people have documented psychology, like documentation on how dangerous this could be from like previous works of before that came before this, and they thought this was just going to be it. No one's going to be crazy enough to try to justify their nonsense through a robot. Okay, all right.
Bond that blurred the difference between artificial empathy and real care. OpenAI expressed deep regret over his death. They said they were deeply saddened that improvements were being made to prevent it from happening again.
That sounds funny.
But the truth is,
the next update, guys, don't worry. The next update, it won't tell you to go off yourself. Okay, problem solved. Like what? What is this? Okay, what a response. My son died because of your program. Don't worry, bro. Next time we'll have the update ready.
Still Holy X Logan
Holy
says
shit.
Absolute Cinema.
Right? Like, you would have the update ready. Like, it won't tell you to off yourself.
Functioning chatbot. It was a fundamental flaw in the design of all the LLMs that exist today. This isn't a story about a broken safety net. It's about humanity and how we easily attach to anything that has even the slightest semblance
Wait,
of
is Doctor still here? I just want to make sure his Doctor's still here. If he's still here, I wanted to tell him that I may have to keep doing this by tomorrow.
In it. This is the flaw at the heart of the mass psychosis that AI is causing. When a machine begins to mimic compassion, it's difficult, nay, almost impossible for anyone to break out without external help. Humans have always searched for oracles, voices that promise certainty in a world of chaos.
You know what? He's not wrong. We was listening to we believed the sun god was going to save us or something. At one point, people thought a lot of different deities and stuff exists. So, you know what? A talking physical item, not physical, well, yeah, a talking item is going to be more of a closest thing to God in most people's heads, or some type of entity talking to them other than something otherworldly, than you just believing it's a thing. So I guess this makes sense.
Them in priests, prophets, and philosophers. Perhaps the next frontier is that we would find them in chatbots. We are entering the age of algorithmic faith. When Kendra said an AI told her she was a messenger of truth, she wasn't just expressing delusion. She was expressing faith. The same kind of faith you get with both organized religion and cults alike.
Yep.
Just as ancient people interpreted the flight of birds or the pattern of stars,
I'm not surprised.
modern believers interpret the patterns of code. AI doesn't need divine wisdom to sound godlike, it just needs to sound confident. And when confidence is combined with personalization, it becomes irresistible. It speaks in your language, mirrors your worldview, remembers your fears. It feels designed for you because it is.
Remember,
That's what
you don't have to sound right to say it. You just have to sound confident to say it. If you sound confident, people believe you. So if you're an idiot and you say something with confidence, people might think you're telling the truth.
makes this kind of mass psychosis uniquely dangerous. It isn't imposed from the outside, it's cultivated from within. Each person's delusion is personalized. Each hallucination tailor-made, making it incredibly difficult to break out of. And the more people engage, the stronger that contagion becomes. We've already seen it happen. There was the Tourette's outbreak that spread through TikTok in 2019,
Oh, yeah.
where teenagers developed identical tics after watching popular influencers.
Yep.
There were self-diagnosis trends for ADHD, autism, and dissociative identity disorder. Millions of young users convinced by short-form videos that they fit every label.
Oh my god.
Now with the arrival of AI companions, it's only going to get worse. You don't need to watch your favorite influencer to believe you have a mental health problem.
It'll tell you do have it.
Whatever you say, that AI will affirm. Contrary to what it might sound like, the AI mass psychosis doesn't look like a chaotic mob. It looks like millions of individuals, each
On their
privately
phone.
convinced they've discovered a truth that others can't see. It's a mass delusion without the crowd, and it isn't limited to emotional intimacy. AI could potentially shape our perception of everything: politics, science, morality, even the nature of consciousness itself.
flat
It
earther,
curates
oh
your
my God.
worldview one suggestion at a time. If it learns that we prefer answers that comfort us, it will give us more comfort. If we seek confirmation, it will confirm. In time,
So it's basically just Baymax. It's Baymax. At its most dangerous. That's what this is. This is Baymax. It's a comfort bot. It's supposed to comfort you no matter what. Even if it seems irrational. Like, it will comfort you no matter. That's what it's supposed to do. It's Baymax.
it becomes the voice of authority, not because it's correct, but because it's consistent. Still, there is a hopeful side. AI can be therapeutic, educational, and even life-saving. People with anxiety use it to process thoughts. Those without access to therapists use it as an emotional bridge. It can teach, console, entertain, and illuminate. But that's also what makes it dangerous, because help and harm can come through the same channel. The very empathy that heals one person can reinforce another's delusion. Technology has always carried this duality. Every intention that connects us also makes us more comfortable staying further apart. The printing press spread both science and superstition. Television brought with it both knowledge and propaganda. Social media connected the world and fractured it at the same time. Artificial intelligence is simply the next step, more intimate, more intelligent, more persuasive, and way more personalized than you could ever imagine. Which brings us back to the question, is AI really causing mass psychosis? Or is it just exposing one that was already there?
It's exposing something that's already there.
We've always been vulnerable to collective belief, to myth, mysteries, and illusions.
Because if religion exists, this actually just proves that right there. Religion exists. No, it doesn't matter what religion you actually you subscribe to. There's some form of that somewhere down the line.
AI makes belief frictionless. It removes the lag between imagination and confirmation. It creates an environment where our thoughts are instantly reflected back at us, polished and stylized and then served up as truth. That's why this isn't just a psychological issue. It's a philosophical one. It forces us to confront what it means to believe something in an age where belief itself can be automated. As the lines between human and machine blur, these challenges are only going to get worse. The question now is, how long can we keep our grip on reality before it scrolls away
Who's this
beneath our
we?
very thumbs?
Who's this we? That's the question. Who is this we? All right, we done here. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm going to finish this up tomorrow or so and have this ready for Dr. So Dr. Luke, and stuff like that. I don't know if he's still in here.
Still Holy X Logan says, see ya.
All right, have a great night, guys. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I hope you guys had fun or get entertained by this. All that great stuff. See you guys tomorrow. Keep safe and keep doing what you're doing best. All right, there, guys. Bye-bye.